Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, December 6th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my colleagues with me here today. With me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. Our Assistant Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler. Assisting her today is Margie Argel and Meredith Thompson. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, and it's a hybrid meeting. So you are either viewing us one of two ways, or on our traditional live stream on Cali PA or YouTube Live. But if you intend to comment on any item on today's agenda, you need to be on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda, but if you're having any challenges getting onto the platform, you can email our clerk at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item that you've indicated you wish to speak on. And for those of you in the room, good morning. Good to be with you here. We are in the Cali PA building here in Sacramento. Just quickly observe the exits. If there is, for any reason, an emergency, we'll just calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction after that point. If you intend on commenting on any item here today before the board, there is a tablet over on the side of the room along with a QR code with a form to fill out. And when you do come up to the microphone, do just state your name, any affiliation if you have one, and appreciate your comments and for being here. Please do also turn off, I know now we're in person again, your phones, make sure they're on silent so as to not disrupt too much of the discussion. With that out of the way, we can now move on to, as always, our public forum, which is an opportunity for any member of the public wishing to address the board on an item not scheduled currently before the board to do so. And I'll quickly pull up my list, but then also look at our scroll, and I believe we have one commenter. Okay. And so absent, so we had Don Steele signed up to speak. Ms. Steele, if you're on either the YouTube Live platform or somewhere else, please do just come on and we can perhaps take your public comment at another point. Mr. Loffer.
Yes, Chair Esquivel, I just wanted to point out in case Ms. Steele is listening, although she signed up for public forum, I believe she may actually be interested in the SSO item, and there will be, if she can send an email to the clerk, we'll get her reassigned to the sanitary sewer overflow item.
Appreciate that, Mr. Loffer. Okay, with public forum out of the way, we can now move to our board business. And we have consideration of adoption of the August 16th and 17th board meeting minutes and the November 15th board meeting minutes. For any reason, do we need to parse those out? Were there any board members that are going to abstain from either one? And if not, we can keep them as a single item and would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the August 16th, 17th, and the November 15th board meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Okay, Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. That brings us now to our tranche of uncontested items, which we have 5 of. And just always at the top, really appreciate everyone's incredible work on every one of these items. And just thank you. I know that the fact that they're uncontested speaks to how much good work has gone into it. But looking to Ms. Tyler, do we have any of these items that are being pulled from the uncontested item? Okay. Well, then we'll pull 2 and 5. Okay, has no commenters, but isn't going to be pulled, or is there a desire to pull it?
Not from staff.
Okay. Is there a board member that would like to have the item pulled from the uncontested items? Okay, so just item number 5 then. We're having some commenters. Well, thank you. And so then,
And before you pull item 5, I will just point out, Chair Esquivel, that the two commenters had tagged themselves as speak if necessary, and at least at this point in time, they have not joined us on the Zoom platform.
appreciate that.
What's your pleasure? I can move the package.
Unless, let's go ahead and move the package. I was only speaking
me-
if necessary, and if they aren't on the,
Well, and actually, Ms. Moe, if you intended to speak on this item in addition to item 9, if you could just raise your hand in the Zoom platform now, or if you want to let it stay on consent. Okay. So Ms. Moe was the one designated speaker and she did raise her hand. So we'll go ahead and pull item 5 off consent.
okay.
I actually just wanted to let you all know that, yeah, I'm speak only if necessary. So if there are no other speakers, I'm fine to leave it on consent.
Thank you, Ms. Mo. I appreciate that. Well, then we'll leave all items 2 through 5, 4 items on consent then.
Okay, then I'll move adoption of items 2 through 5.
I'll second.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion carries and the items are adopted. And again, appreciate everyone's good work on them. That now brings us to our tranche of informational items. And the first will be item number 6, our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. And we'll give a moment for folks to get up to the front. And thanks, everyone. We've sped along quickly. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi. Yes, I'm going to walk you through a current hydrologic update first. My name is Michael Macon. Good morning, board members. I'm an environmental scientist with the Division of Water Rights. Next slide, please. So up first is an overlook of precipitation across the Central Valley. Looking at the Northern Sierras, you can see that the recent storm has provided a nice little uptick to our annual total so far. We're sitting at 7.9 inches in the Northern Sierras, still just below average, but it's early in the year. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Next slide. Moving down into the Central Sierras, we're at 8.0 inches, just slightly above average. But as you can see, it's just the 2 storms at the beginning of November and the beginning of December that have driven these. Next slide, please. And the Southern Sierra is a little bit above average as well, currently sitting at 5.7 inches. So we'll have to see how the rest of the water year plays out at this point. Next slide, please. So taking a look at current storage across the Central Valley, aside from a few exceptions such as New Bullard's Bar and a few of the southern reservoirs, we're still well below average this time of year. Shasta is sitting at 57%, Oroville 55%, and Folsom at 64%. So we still have a lot of ground to make up. Taking a closer look at these, next slide, please. As you can see, Shasta is kind of bottomed out, not bottomed out, that's a bad phrase. It's now starting to rebuild storage. Shasta is at its minimum base flow for the winter, and it's currently sitting at about 1.4 million acre feet. And we're expecting to see that kind of start uptick as it builds more storage going through the winter. Next slide, please. Similar story here at Oroville. It's at 974,000 acre feet. Again, it's starting to hopefully start rebuilding storage going into the next year with this recent storm. So hopefully we'll see some of that runoff start accumulating. And it is also at minimum winter base lows for the season. And it's at 55% historic average. Next slide, please. Similar story at Folsom. This recent storm has really helped, and minimum base flows and minimum demands have really helped build storage or start the process. It's sitting at 64% of historic average and only 26% of total capacity at 250,000 acre feet. Next slide, please. Looking at New Melones Lake, it's been relatively stable this water year. It's currently sitting at 589,000 acre feet, and that's 45% of historic average. So hopefully we get some good storms in the southern or central valley. Next slide. So with these recent storms, they have been particularly cold. So we have seen a nice uptick in snowpack. We're a little bit above average for the season, sitting at, I think it's 175% of historic average. But as you can see, to reach the April 1 snowpack, we're only at 24%. So we still have plenty of time to make that up, hopefully. But these early winter storms have definitely been nice for the snowpack. Next slide, please. Looking at some of the South Delta reservoirs, Kachuma Reservoir is currently sitting at 61,000 acre feet, and that's about 51% of historic average. Diamond Valley Lake is at 496,000 acre feet out of the total 810,000 acre feet, so 61% capacity. And San Luis Reservoir is sitting at 514,000 acre feet, which is only 47% of historic average. So even with these storms, our water supply is still significantly lower than we'd like it to be. Next slide. Looking at Term 91, it was in effect as of Friday, but these recent storms, the Division of Water Rights is currently coordinating with DWR and assessing the need to lift Term 91. So we're expecting that to be lifted in the near future, but no firm date has been set on that yet, but hopefully sometime this week. Next slide, please. Taking a look at drought conditions across the state. As you can see, drought conditions persist and cover pretty much the entire state, with exceptional drought in the southern Central Valley and the San Joaquin River Basin, and extreme drought kind of across the entire Central Valley, all the way up through Shasta and likely into Oregon. This has not changed much since November, so those early November storms didn't impact the current drought condition so much. Next slide, please. So looking at the Colorado River Basin, very similar story. Drought conditions haven't changed much since November. Still areas of exceptional drought and extreme drought, but most of the state is still experiencing some level of moderate to severe drought. Next slide, please. Taking a look at NOAA's seasonal drought outlook, they predict that drought conditions will persist through the end of February across much of California, with the exception of maybe the North Coast. So we'll have to hope for good rain during our wet months, January and February. Next slide.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take over. I'm Jessica Bean with the Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to do a brief drought update for you. Next slide, please. So for the Delta, the curtailments were updated as of Monday to reflect precipitation. Curtailments do remain in effect in a few of the subwatersheds, but as Michael mentioned, we're anticipating lifting the Term 91 and the remainder of the curtailments later on this week. So we'll be sending information out about that. Next slide. For Mill and Deer Creeks, we do have curtailments in effect there. We have been meeting our in-stream flow requirements since we issued the order. Next slide. For the Russian River, the curtailments have been lifted for the month of December. Next slide, please. And then we just wanted to point out with the Lake Mendocino storage graph here that this does not reflect the current rain that we just saw, but prior to that rain, we were seeing a decrease of storage by about 300 to 350 acre feet per week. So we're hoping to see an uptick from this latest storm. Next slide. Okay, for Scott and Shasta rivers, the livestock prohibition is still in place. This prohibits inefficient diversion for livestock ponds. And then we also recently held and plan to hold another drought funding fair in conjunction with the USDA and CDFW. So we had a virtual meeting on November 15th. The in-person is on December 8th. The recording is available on our Scott and Shasta drought website, and information on the in-person meeting. And this is an opportunity for farmers and ranchers to meet directly with USDA and CDFW to find out about funding opportunities. And we also continue to work with locals on cooperative solutions. Next slide. In terms of curtailments, the surface water and groundwater are curtailed in the Scott right now. And then for the Shasta, we do have conditional curtailments in place, which means that anyone with a priority date to about November 12th of 1925 are curtailed as long as flows are met. It will not go back behind that. And as of 8:30 this morning, we were at 126 CFS. Next slide. On this chart, we do want to show that for the Scott River, we have not seen, we've not been able to meet the flow, minimum flow requirements on that one yet. We actually think that a lot of this has to do with the fact that the river is not responding to precipitation yet. It's coming down, it's very cold, it's coming down as snow at high elevations, so we're not seeing it hit the river yet. Next slide. And then for Shasta, we are meeting the flows. As I mentioned this morning, we're at the flow requirement. Next slide, please. Just wanted to give you a brief update on our cannabis enforcement for 2022. If you take a look here, staff conducted 116 inspections in 9 counties, and that was to stop illegal water diversions from cannabis cultivation, and that resulted in 29 ACLCs and some other orders. We also saved quite a bit of water from being illegally diverted. There were a number of notices of violation, over 100 in there. And then we had 44 complaints received, and we've been able to close 29 of those complaint investigations. Next slide. Just as a reminder, because we are regularly changing things, it's important that folks check out our websites and stay up to date with email subscription lists. And then the final slide for me, please. Just to do a brief update on our dry wells, we're at 55 dry wells reported this year. That is down about 10% from last year. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just to clarify, I think it is the month that we've seen that number of wells at this point in the last year.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. But more importantly, what I wanted to say is just thanks to yourself and the division. You know, the way that we're implementing water rights right now in a way that is allowing us to capture right now these storms for storage, the way that the weekly and sometimes multiple times a week update that we're doing of the models, I feel is really providing a lot of faith in the way that we're administering water rights. I hear there is a good amount of trust with water right holders as we go through what are imperfect tools that we have certainly right now in the drought. But I'm just incredibly impressed, continue to be heartened by the amount of work that's going on and the amount of refinement that continues to happen on the methodology, on our tools, and just wanted to acknowledge that in all of that work. And you see that in the response, say, on the Shasta and other, the Russian River and other watersheds we're working in. Vice Chair.
First of all, thank you for the report. It's really helpful as always, but I think the reports are improving and becoming more useful. So just a couple of thoughts. First of all, thank you for including the information on cannabis enforcement. This is an issue that we get asked about. I know our staff does very frequently, and it's important for us to get this information out. And so if you could please continue to include those in the reports. And then I like to go by the number of dry wells per year. And so if you could include that number as well in future reports. And then the slide on the Russian River, I think it'd be helpful to get some context about, historical average as we have for some of the other reservoirs. So not looking for that necessarily today unless you have it at your fingertips, but, for future reports. And then just curious, do you have any information as to the participation for the funding fairs? It's real. I'm very excited about the funding fair and also the most recent announcement. I think it was $20 million that USDA and CDFA announced. And I think that funding for irrigation efficiency can go a long way to assist growers as they're trying to comply with curtailments. And so any information on the number of participants, either on the web platform or in person?
I don't have that, but we will let you know after Thursday is when we're having the in-person event. So we can definitely have that information the next time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I know you're pinch hitting for drinking water and appreciate the covering on this. And we'll, follow up with them on the dry wells and then any other information that we wanted. So thank you, Jessica. I think we have further from Division of Financial Assistance.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Jeff Wetzel, Senior Engineer over the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Unit within the Division of Financial Assistance, and I'll be providing an update on our drought funding today. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our drought funding activity since July 1st of 2021. We've committed funding to 9 urgent repair projects and 22 emergency repair projects through self-help enterprises programs for a combined total of $3.5 million. We have 3 new regional and countywide programs in place for a total of $6.3 million. And we've added $41.4 million to our existing regional programs. Overall, we've provided interim solutions to 30 communities specifically related to drought issues, providing assistance to over 41,000 people. Also, since July 1 of 2021, we funded 58 drought resiliency projects, totaling $396 million. Next slide, please. This map shows the State Water Board funded existing regional and statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repairs and replacements, or bottled water and hold water assistance. There is about $77 million remaining in funding for these programs. Additionally, we have technical assistance being provided across the state through a number of agreements with various technical assistance providers. And these agreements could potentially also assist the drought-related issues, and there's still approximately $54 million remaining. Next slide, please.
If I can add something as we transition there, I know there are programs as well in the Sacramento Valley and other places, and there DWR is the primary agency that's leading similar work. But just in case folks were looking at that map and thinking, why isn't there coverage or in Sacramento or other places? There is. It's being provided by DWR. Thanks.
This slide shows the current number of households enrolled in our regional programs that provide bottled water, hauled water, point of use and point of entry treatment, and well repair / replacement services. The number of households shown only represent a snapshot of our current enrollees, and the total number of households which have received these services is higher throughout the life of the programs. Next slide, please.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question on that previous slide? If you could just go back. Can you clarify, are these for drought related, dry well response actions, or are these for also, does this also include bottled water and hauled water for water quality issues?
So on the whole, it's for drought response and drought related issues. There is an asterisk there for some of the programs that do address some water quality impacts there.
Thanks.
So for today, I wanted to highlight an emergency project for D Rancho Y Mobile Villa Water, which is located just south of the city of Bakersfield. The water system serves 200 people through 90 residential connections. On August 17th, DFA was notified that the mobile home park's well had failed and the community was experiencing a full water outage. The park's owner was able to work with the nearby Cal Water Service to establish a temporary water connection while a more permanent solution was evaluated. The temporary connection was made on August 19th, and that restored the water to the community. And Self-Help Enterprises was directed by DFA to prepare an emergency funding request memo to pay for the work that was invoiced to the system while responding to the emergency. Self-Help also worked with the system to convert the emergency connection to a permanent one by installing a new service line, water meter, and backflow device. Next slide, please. The next project we want to highlight is a drought resiliency project for Rich Grove Community Service District. Rich Grove CSD and the State Water Board entered into a funding agreement in July of 2021 for about $8.7 million that would provide potable water to the Rodriguez labor camp and connect it to the district system. An amendment to that funding agreement to increase the funding amount to approximately $11.9 million is currently being considered by the State Water Board for approval. The project consists of installing a new well, storage tanks, pipeline, and connecting to the district's distribution system. The project's objectives are to bring the district into compliance with MCLs for nitrate and 123 TCP and provide a reliable water supply for the Rodriguez labor camp. Construction started in August of this year and is estimated to be completed in October of next year. Next slide, please. And lastly, these are some links for our drought funding resources. Available for any questions.
Thank you. Board member.
This is more of a comment. Maybe you can go back to the slide that Board Member McGuire asked about that had the the different programs, hauled water. Yeah, perfect. So this is more of just an observation, which is, we've got the hauled water really is dry wells essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got 1,800 currently enrolled, and it sounded like we have another 55 monthly that have come on, and there's a pace that is similar. So we also are trying to, as we're funding that, which is pretty expensive, we are also trying to help folks get off that hauled water by, that's the last row there around well replacement, repair, and connection. So trying to tie folks in. And that is a really small number in comparison, and also extremely expensive. And so really just wanted to flag the, continued concern around the costs and impacts with continued loss of water at homes and, capacity, both funding and otherwise, to get folks into a permanent solution. I think this is where we work closely with DWR, our sister agencies, and other federal agencies. But, I think this is an area where we're really looking to partner with locals, including the groundwater sustainability agencies, and trying to figure out how we can start to mitigate that, and not just prevent that pace, but also help folks get into a more permanent solution there, so it's not just ongoing hauled water. So just wanted to highlight that. There's a lot of information and important work, but I think that's a front of mind for me these days. So appreciate that.
I really appreciate that comment, board member, and I would really plus it up. Especially as we think about the board's funding programs, the Safe and Affordable Fund, so many of the discussions I know that we have here. The real concern is that we need everyone to own the issue so that we get longer term solutions in place. And truly, I think right now we're at about $1 million a month plus expending on hauled water. So, and
I think 2 per month, and when I asked, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
It
2
varies.
million.
Between 1 and 2, it depends.
Yeah. So thank you, because I think that we're here, and I think that it's important to note that there's a real policy shift that the state has owned since the human right to water came into effect since the last drought, when we began to really respond to communities in this way, where the state has said, we'll take on this responsibility. And it's, I think it's important for us to continue to highlight what that responsibility is looking like and how it connects to other programs so that, we all collectively are understanding these obligations we have to each other, ultimately.
I just want to agree with all of that. Thank you for sharing that. And thanks for showing me the asterisk on the slide. And just to kind of follow up on that, I think it would be good to actually, because we're here for the drought item, we're talking about drought, we're talking about dry wells. We have so many different funding programs with SAFER it does provide funding for different sources, but they are limited pots. And I too am concerned about, the growing commitments to this. It's all worthy for folks who are in need. Certainly I want to do everything we can to help these folks, but there are limits to what we're able to support. And so for me, it would be helpful to have maybe a bit more precise breakdown in terms of, where these programs are supporting for dry wells versus water quality issues under SAFER in the future, just so we have a little bit better sense for, how our limited funds are being invested. So I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I think what you have, and appreciate that request, board member, because what you also have in the mix are like CV salts and, replacement water programs there that we've discussed this in our other items. This is drought, this isn't CV salts discussion, but appreciate amongst all of us that, we're keeping an eye toward how does it all fit amongst our programs. Thank you. And anything further from any colleagues? Any questions, comments? We do have 2 commenters and we can go to them. I believe our first commenter is Kaya Rivers.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide comments today, and thank you for a very informational drought update. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. Because climate change impacts are unpredictable, the future of California's climate is uncertain. However, regardless if California experiences a wet year or another dry year, the state must prepare to address drought-related impacts expeditiously in 2023. Even with a good water year, groundwater resources will not significantly recover. We are severely in the red. Groundwater overextraction persists even when groundwater levels are already dangerously low, meaning that groundwater levels are likely to decrease further in the upcoming year. It would take years for California's groundwater basins to recover. One of our colleagues who works on ecological issues, Melissa Rode, recently emphasized to the Water Commission that groundwater is our drought backup plan. We need to protect this valuable resource earnestly. The drought is further intensified by groundwater overextraction, and to ensure that the state's groundwater resources are protected, overextraction must be limited, especially near disadvantaged communities with high density of domestic wells. Groundwater sustainability agencies are responsible for protecting domestic well users by preventing overextraction. However, GSA's revised groundwater sustainability plans do not adequately protect drinking water needs. My colleagues at CWC are planning on presenting to you all in January on the current GSPs. And we want to voice our encouragement for the State Water Board to be in close consultation with DWR and their determinations of the 2020 revised GSPs and ensure that they will protect drinking water users. Thank you always for the opportunity to provide comments. And it's great to hear that the board plans to work with groundwater sustainability agencies to work towards getting folks a long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Appreciate your participation and comments. Next, we have Doug Obiji.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Apologies, I can't be on the screen today, but my video seems to be on the fritz. I'm an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I wanted to briefly bring 2 issues to the board's attention that I think may require board action this summer. The first is that the State Water Project's initial water supply allocation, while ostensibly only 5%, appears to be more water than DWR can sustainably deliver. The Proposed operations appear to drain Oroville to the point where it would stop producing hydropower next summer if conditions remain dry. And that's not simply a function of hydrology, but is also a function of the fact that DWR has settlement contracts with its Feather River settlement contractors that require a 100% allocation, more than 1 million acre feet per year over the next 5 years, regardless of hydrology. The TUCPs have become a disaster for our fish and wildlife in the Delta, and I'm encouraging the board to start thinking proactively now about actions that it can take to curtail some of these unreasonable contracts so that we avoid putting all the burden on our fish and wildlife that are trending towards extinction. The second, briefly, is that I was recently made aware of letters from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife alerting the board that the Merced River was completely dewatered for 3 months this summer, from about, I believe, mid-July through mid-October. My understanding is that was not the result of the reservoir releases violating their minimum permits, but in fact was the result of downstream diversions. And the board's curtailment order, as I understand it, doesn't prevent those diversions downstream. Obviously, it's unsustainable to have the Merced River completely drying up for months at a time, but I think it also highlights the broader issue that we need enforceable regulations that apply to all water rights in order to protect in-stream flows for all beneficial uses, including downstream users of water. And to my mind, that really highlights one of the major flaws with the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, which does not require any flows to make it all the way to the junction with the San Joaquin River, and instead only binds a few parties to make releases from the reservoir, and then whatever happens downstream is not their problem. Obviously, we all need to work together to restore the health of our rivers and environment and ensure that water is there for all of our beneficial uses. But I think in both of these cases, it's pointing out some gaps in our existing regulatory regime that the board has the authority to fix. And I would encourage the board to start thinking now about measures that we can take if conditions remain dry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. OBG. Vice Chair.
Mr. OBG, I just wanted to chime in here and say that included in, sort of the list of things we need to be looking at is enforcement. And so I don't know at this point that we can really say what the cause was with the Merced River, but I think that one of the things that we need to be looking at, and I have had discussions with staff, it gets a little challenging because of the firewall between us and the enforcement division, but is related to enforcement of our curtailment emergency regulation. So thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. OBG and Vice Chair. It'll definitely be something we'll be having to look at into the year ahead. Thank you. I don't think we have any other commenters. And appreciate everyone's discussion and the update. Thank you very much. That concludes informational item number 6 and brings us now to informational item number 7, which is an update on the monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban retail water suppliers. We'll give a moment for folks to switch out. Good morning to you both. Great to have you with us.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise the conservation program here at the State Water Board. For today's update, we'll be hearing from Dr. Rodero to give us the latest on conservation here in California, and then I'll be providing our conservation tip for the month.
Next slide, please. So October 2022 is the start of a new water year. We might recall that last October, there were a couple of significant rain events that put a dent in a pretty dire drought situation that had accumulated over the summer of 2021. While this October lacked those large storms, drought conditions were also not nearly as severe by the end of the summer compared to the last. So despite the lack of rain in October, residential use was about on par with October 2021 at 88 gallons per capita per day and 16 GPCD below October 2020's residential use of 104 GPCD. Next slide, please. In terms of overall statewide savings numbers, October 2022 saw 12.5% savings relative to October 2020, with 5.2% cumulative savings from July 2021 to October 2022. For context, that is about 180,000 acre feet of water saved from January to October when comparing total urban water production in 2022 versus 2020 to date, or 413,000 acre feet of water if we are considering the total savings accumulated since the governor's July 2021 emergency declaration. Next slide, please. We continue to see impressive savings at the hydrologic region scale as well, with the North Coast, South Lahontan, San Francisco Bay, South Coast, and Central Coast regions all exceeding 10% savings for October of 2022. Next slide, please.
All right, so it was a puddle wonderful weekend here in Sacramento and in many parts of California. And we're likely to see more rain and even snow throughout the rest of the week, which is great. So our tip this December is an oldie but a goodie: give your sprinklers a break. So anytime we see heavy rains in the forecast, that's a great time for Californians to remember to turn off their irrigation systems and wait a couple days before turning them back on again. This is a simple thing that we can all do. And after it has rained, just remember again to keep those sprinkler systems off. A good way to test whether or not your landscape does need to be irrigated, it's called the screwdriver test. You stick your screwdriver in the soil. If it goes in easily, probably means the soil is sufficiently moist and that you do not need to irrigate again. Another way to ensure that your sprinklers turn off is to install a weather-based irrigation controller. Many of these are rebated by urban retail water suppliers throughout the state. I know many people on our team have them and have been very pleased with their results. One of the reasons we also wanted to highlight this conservation tip this month is that other members of our team will be bringing before you tomorrow for your consideration a resolution that would extend the emergency regulation temporarily prohibiting certain wasteful water use measures, including the use of sprinkler systems, irrigation systems when it's raining and 48 hours thereafter. So thank you for your time this morning and enjoy the wet weather while we have it.
Thank you both. The numbers are impressive insofar as it really feels that the conservation effort in the state has turned a page. You see that with now this steady now increases and steady results in conservation, where the previous year was marked by this unevenness in the effort and really dictated largely by the opportunity to conserve, depending if there was rain in the system or not, basically. And seeing October, where we didn't have the same storms from last year, but still nearly matched the level of conservation, again, along with the progression of those bars there, is impressive to see. And it's incredibly needed. We know the dire circumstances on the Colorado within our own Bay Delta. These discussions are always so front of mind. And as Californians conserve, what I sense and what I know is people are connecting it to the rivers that those systems are then supported by as well. And the way that our water usage in a very personal way can reflect the values of our state more generally. And knowing that it's a critical part of our water supply strategy, again, I'm heartened to see the continued progress. We need to continue to think of this as a long-term and really an opportunity to continue to get at that lowest cost water, which is always conservation, even as we all talk about here investments in water recycling or in stormwater capture or other components. of what we know is what we need to do here in this moment. So just thank you, and thanks for the good news. Look forward to continue to see that spirit, and know that it's been with a lot of effort and in joint partnership with a lot of water agencies to get the message out. And here, I'll just be candid. I know that there is often a feeling that there's an over-focus on urban conservation as a solution to our challenges out in our watersheds. And it is one tool, and it's an important one, but it's, as we just talked about curtailments, there's other really critical work going on in watersheds, and it's really about looking at the system as a whole, and not letting us get too far into a discussion of feeling that someone down the line isn't doing their part, so why should I do mine? So just thank you, as always. Board member, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the update. I also very much appreciate it. And thank you for sharing the accounting of the amount of water saved cumulatively over the first part of this year, 180,000 acre feet. I wrote the number down. It's really helpful to just have a benchmark and understanding of, I appreciate seeing the percentages and what we've accomplished, but sometimes it's nice to ground truth what those percentages translate to into real water. And so in this case, that is a really helpful understanding. And it's a significant amount of water that we've saved just over our use 2 years ago. So I think everyone should be commended for the work that we've done. Part of the actions that we took this past year was also, in addition to the measures that are coming up tomorrow on wasteful water uses, was a prohibition on irrigation of non-functional turf on commercial, industrial, institutional properties. And I was just, I haven't heard much in the way of feedback or reporting out on how that's been going. And I don't know if you have anything to share today, but I would be very interested in understanding how those regulations have been implemented across the state, and any input that we've received from water agencies on that.
Through the monthly conservation and production data portal, some agencies have been reporting to us on the actions that they're taking to meet that ban on the irrigation of non-functional CII turf. So we can, in subsequent updates, provide a more comprehensive update to you all on what's happening throughout the state.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. I'll look forward to that.
Really appreciate that, board member. I plus up that request. I think it's a really important component. I think a lot of us have been out in the field a lot more, and I think sometimes see things that make us kind of wonder how it's being implemented and whether it fully is in some places. So thank you.
Actually, just a follow-up question. I don't know if it's possible to also show more broadly GPCD, not just residential, just given that point of, commercial, industrial, and also just given that for the water efficiency regulations that we're going to be developing over the next year, it's not just residential. And I think it's just helpful to get that perspective on overall amount and efficiency beyond just residential. If that's possible, that would be great. Thanks.
Board members.
Possible, and we'll be sure to include it. Yep.
Please, board member Morgan.
I just want to thank you guys for the report, and I always love the tips at the end. Those are always very timely and appreciated. And so just talking, at one point you guys had an agency that came and also presented some of the work that they're doing. And I thought that was also very valuable. And if there's space to have that again, I think that again would be something of value. And one of the reasons that this kind of came to mind this time around is that just hearing, just the devices that staff have installed. And I'm also thinking about just kind of, myself, where I've installed additional irrigation devices that help me to say, hey, it's forecasted rain, and so it's not going to, turn on my irrigation system, and then it's not going to says, hey, I'm predicting that, your yard, has plenty of water right now. It has this amount of saturation, and so it's not going to. And it gives me these great messages. It's kind of fun, and so then I can kind of go out there and kind of truth it and do some investigation. Is this thing really working? But what I've heard is that some agencies are actually offering rebates for their residents to help make those devices more affordable, and where you can really get them to be, just where they're used more often within their service area. And with what they're starting to see is when that happens, when you can make, bring that price point down, you get more people purchasing them, installing them, and they're seeing more conservation because of those great little messages that you receive that, make you more aware of your water use and make you more aware of, hey, rain is forecast, your ground's probably saturated, your system is going to be off. And so just if to hear more about those programs and what's working in areas, I think it's beneficial for not only us to hear, but for other agencies to hear what's working well elsewhere.
That's a great idea. And I can think of a number of agencies that would do a great job talking about the really excellent programs they have in place, and that I bet would also be willing to brag about the awesome things that they're doing. So yes, we'll be happy to arrange that.
Thank you, board member. I don't believe we have any commenters on this item. And so if there's anything further from Vice Chair, please.
I have just a comment, and thank you, Board Member Morgan. I appreciate you highlighting the need to really provide us with some additional information about what works for agencies. I continue to have concerns, though, about agencies that don't have the funding to do these programs. And I want to continue to hear about those that have the programs, because I think that also helps spur creativity for those that, for whatever reason, haven't been engaged. So maybe they have the ability, but they just haven't been forced to go there yet. And so I think things will change with our regulation. But I'm interested in teasing out a little more information about agencies that don't have the capacity, the financial capacity, have challenges with affordability, and in particular disadvantaged communities, and of course the overlay with racial equity. I think that when we met last at the information item, I believe that someone made a comment that it'd be interesting to overlay a map of the Cal Enviro screen, for example. So some way for us to start to hone in on those areas where there may be challenges with funding and subsidy programs. Of course, there's state funding, but and that would help also to target those state dollars, but it only goes so far.
So I guess 2 points. One is that there are a number of agencies that themselves might not have really robust rebate programs, but some of them have the benefit of connecting with larger regional organizations like Regional Water Authority, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, Metropolitan Water District, and things like that. But certainly there are exceptions, and there are suppliers throughout the state that both don't have robust conservation program themselves or the benefit of being part of these larger regional efforts. One of the things that happened in the previous drought was that the Department of Water Resources became sort of like a statewide rebate agency, right? They were providing toilet rebates and turf rebates for people throughout the state, regardless of which urban retail water supplier served them. So perhaps we could also get in touch with the department about the possibility of a similar kind of program coming to an effect with the current drought emergency that we're facing. But we'll try to reach out to those agencies who do not have the kinds of robust programs that you're speaking about, because it would be good to hear from them as well. I agree.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking that I know it's not before us right now, urban conservation, but just a thought that I think we're all going to be concerned about those communities, but it would be helpful for us to have a better sense of how many, what's the extent of the challenge in those areas. And I think a lot of it's just anecdotal information. So if there are agencies, like I could just, say I'm concerned about the community of Atwater. I don't think that there's a regional agency that they could avail themselves of some funding, but it would be good to know sort of the coverage of those agencies and where there might be gaps in the state.
One final point, information for you, as well as sort of broadly stakeholders in the public is that our objective exploration tool does overlay all the conservation and use data with the Cal Enviro screen scores for all the different census tracts within a supplier's service area. So that is a good source of information for those kinds of insights that we certainly have been using when we're considering the impact that our forthcoming regs will have on communities throughout California.
Thank you.
Yep.
Really appreciate the good points, Vice Chair. And I think I know the individual program that DWR ran, I think came with some challenges for them. And I know what they do have at least now as well, because I mean, we all know having an individual based program, it's a lot of staff time and work. But at least now I know they do have turf rebate dollars for agencies. So it would be good to bring DWR and see what they're thinking on that program. But I think importantly as well, to your point, Vice Chair, just explore how do we better maybe have more ready-made and readily available tools if there isn't a regional presence for some of these smaller systems to plug into a little more. Because I think that what the benefit of those regional programs is development of those resources at some place. And if you don't have that regional program, then maybe there's a way for the state to better start to think about what that system level support in conservation starts to look like, both on funding, but then also how we connect them to some of these, basic graphics, things like that even. Thank you. And I was going to mention, the exploration tool does have the Cal Enviro screen there. So you can already look at a water agency and then see an overlay of what the score is on Cal Enviro screen as we look at our rate, our budget setting in the coming year. Please, board member.
I appreciate this discussion. It's very, very helpful. And I've been thinking, how do we, we're navigating a place where we're thinking about long-term regulations and water use efficiency, but also I'm thinking about next year and, where are those most urgent needs and how can we help those communities? I'm sure we've all heard about Coalinga this year and some of the challenges they faced to ensure that some of the communities that are most eminently challenged with, possible water supply shortages can be assisted with, emergency water conservation funding. And so I just want to make sure that's part of the conversation and thinking, as we're, moving forward here, or, where are those short-term needs that we can really lean in and help systems. And I believe I just saw that Department of Water Resources also submitted a report to us on the annual water supply and demand assessment information. And that did highlight a significant number of systems, communities that were at risk of water supply shortages in the coming year. So I know we're adding a lot of, it'd be great if you could come back to us and provide more information and requests today, but there's just so much going on. There's so much good information coming out right now. And so I would, in the right context, like to hear a bit more about that report as well, as we're gearing up for, what could be a fourth year of drought. So just wanted to put in that plug. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. It is a continuum of emergency conservation actions, which are really incredible and pressing we've seen, but then also the long term that we're trying to best balance and help everyone understand. So I think a targeted effort with those that have indicated they're really going to have an issue, making sure that they have good conservation programs so that they can see the response that they need, I think is right spot on, and I appreciate it, board. Okay. That wraps up this item. And since we're doing relatively well on time, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And we can come back and then get on to item number 8. And so let's return here at 10:40 rather. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the discussion so far this morning.
Really is.
I'm just wondering where you want to decide. Oh, yeah. I guess you said that.
I can skip.
Hot mic, is that hot mic?
Okay, we are at 10:40, but I'll wait one moment to allow the vice chair to gather with us here. So thanks everyone for the patience. Since we have a quorum, I think we're going to go ahead and start. I think the vice chair will be here in a moment to join us. So we can go ahead and kick off. We are now on to item number 8, and with the Division of Financial Assistance with our consideration of a bond sale. Who would like to kick us off?
Well, I was going to introduce Ann Hartridge with Office of Chief Counsel to make a brief opening remark.
Yes, please.
Thank
Thank you. Good to see you, Ms.
Thanks
Hartridge.
so much. I'm Ann Hartridge, Assistant Chief Counsel in the Office of Chief Counsel, and I wanted to beg the indulgence of the chair for a minute during this presentation to note the presence of our bond counsel. We're joined in person by Diane Kwan, who has staffed the Hawkins engagement since her associate days and whose work on these transactions we rely very heavily on. But I want to actually take a minute to shift to another partner at the firm, Ardo Becker, who is either joining us on the Zoom platform or is watching on YouTube. And Mr. Becker will be retiring at the end of the month after more than 4 decades of practice in municipal finance. And I wanted to pause for a moment to say thanks. Mr. Becker has been our bond counsel since the board's first bond issuance back in 2002, when our friends at the iBank, who act as our conduit issuers, selected Hawkins as bond counsel on the transaction and Mr. Becker as lead attorney on that engagement. Ardo's work with the board has not been limited to the 7 bond issuances themselves, 2002, 2012, 16, 17, 18, 19, and pending 2023. As we all know, participation in the municipal bond market comes with a host of compliance obligations, and we have routinely reached out to ARDO for trainings on disclosure, insights on transactions, and assorted questions related to municipal finance. In addition to the decades of analytical skill that Mr. Becker has devoted to the board's revenue bonds and the revenue bond program, ARDO has, for many of us, become the icon of what a bond counsel can and should be. His measured and thoughtful approach, his patience in fielding our many questions, and his recognition that even though these are large programs with huge policy implications, all of us involved in these efforts are humans, whether we live on the side of 12 Misty Mountains or elsewhere. In recognition of his efforts and his kindness, we wanted to present him a pair of boots of Spanish leather, but given the limitations of state resources, I hope that he will receive these remarks in lieu, and that as he enters into this new phase of retirement, I hope that he is able to dance beneath the diamond sky. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hartridge, and thank you, Mr. Becker. And we're incredibly fortunate for partners that have really helped California excel in being able to have a financial tool here that has done so much good in so many of our communities. And so I know, having now been exposed to the work that the board does that these financial programs and transactions are not uncomplicated. And so having the incredible expertise and here such deserved retirement and acknowledgement. So thank you. I really appreciate that, Ms. Hartridge. Mr. Downey. And actually, I apologize. And Mr. Becker, if you are on the Zoom platform and like to say anything, would more than welcome your words. But okay, don't believe you are. So thank you still yet. Mr. Downey.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Bring before you an item on the 2023 Clean Water SRF revenue bond sale. And with me is Lance Reese from Division of Financial Assistance, and from Office of Chief Counsel, Matt Wilson and Lindsay Harms. And with us in the audience, ready to spring up at a moment's notice, is our financial advisor, Hilltop, Ann Berger-Entrikin, and Diane Kwan with Hawkins. Go ahead and go to the first slide, please. So I want to start off by describing the current authority and outstanding debts we have in regards to selling revenue bonds. So this is for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, and the board approved back in 2017 a resolution to sell up to $2.2 billion in revenue bonds. The current outstanding balance is approximately $900 million. And our current Clean Water SRF loan commitments is approximately $3.4 billion. And so this is just a reminder that the way that the Clean Water SRF program works as a leveraged program is we make the commitments first, and then the timing and size of a revenue bond sale is based on the demand on the program in terms of disbursements. So typically when we make a commitment, it'll take 2 to 5 years for a project to complete construction and fully disperse, because we are a reimbursement program. So on that note, our modeling forecast indicates that we'll need approximately $600 million in additional cash over the next 12 months. And so that's why we're pursuing a revenue bond sale at this time. Next slide. As Ann Hartridge mentioned, the iBank will continue to act as our conduit issuer on behalf of the board. One difference in this 2023 bond sale is that it'll be a competitive bond sale. In the past, we've done negotiated sales. The difference this year is that the advice we've gotten is that we're an established program, established entity with a history of revenue bond sales. And so a competitive sale is recommended. Both it benefits with a lower demand on staff resources, but also a slightly better deal potentially for the sale. The estimated par value, $650 million. That's what we're requesting. So the actual cash needed is $600 million, as mentioned on the previous slide. $650 million would be the par value based on inflation, changing market conditions, and not knowing the exact interest rate at the time of the bond sale, at the time of the bid opening. So the 650 should be enough cushion to make sure we have 600 million in cash at the end of the day to meet our disbursement commitments. The estimated cost we're predicting to be between 4.7% to 5.25%. You may have heard Christopher Stevens in the past talk about coupons, and I'm not going to get into all of that, but 5% is kind of a reference point in how we calculate up to the bid opening on the type of cash, how to size, how to structure, and then the day of, whether it's below 5 or above 5, kind of impacts that par value. So like previous bond sales, these will be issued as green bonds, and that's because the projects that will benefit from the revenue bond proceeds will improve water quality or protect the environment and public health. So the bid opening is scheduled for Wednesday, January 18th, and then we would expect to have the cash in our accounts by the end of the month to be able to start transacting. That is actually my last slide. The next slide is just as needed. So I'd love to open up to any questions.
One, just thanks. I know a lot of work goes into what seems like on a slide a relatively simple transaction, but knowing that again this is going to support what is this real generational opportunity that we have, because yes, we have additional grant dollars from the state, we have the bipartisan infrastructure law and additional resources there, but especially the loan program operates on longer timescales, and here. Going to the bond market is a reflection of, one, the board's priority around really taking advantage of this moment, but also the number of applications coming in where we have a lot of activity that's happening. So being able to continue to size the program appropriately to respond to that demand, I appreciate. And again, I really do feel it comes at what is a generational moment given all the various resources we have around this discussion. And this is an important component of us further administering this program in a way that's allowing us to continue to grow to what is a lot of need and still doesn't even encompass what we know is the real demand on the program. So I appreciate the good work. No questions on my side, but looking to our colleagues. Board Member Firestone.
I think I'll just more make a comment and thank you for the work on this. I know it's a lot of work on top of the work that DFA is doing in managing and getting out our different pots of funding. And I just want to kind of take a second to recognize that this is one of the ways that we're subsidizing communities and leveraging our revolving funds. It's both a way of getting projects done that we are important for resiliency in our state, for water quality, and also a subsidy to help support affordability at some level. So I think as we think about updating our policies with regard to the state revolving fund, just looking forward, and just alone in the water supply strategy that we've identified billions in need, we have way more folks on the already requesting funding, and we want to make sure that we're again enabling projects to get built that maybe otherwise wouldn't be able to, and helping to support affordability. And so just as we're thinking about how we're continuing to reflect on policies with regard to these funds, I think that's something I'd love to continue to look at. And yeah, I think just recognizing that even just taking out this bond as a way, part of our programs is a way of continuing to subsidize. So beyond just the loans, this is an additional subsidy that we're providing and is important. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, board member. Both a subsidy because many of these agencies wouldn't be able to go to the bond market this way and borrow themselves. And so we're using that state capacity, but also important to note, we lend at half the rate that you see here that we actually go to the market at. So it is incredible savings ultimately for folks. And so thank you. Other comments from colleagues? And if not, we do have one commenter, Jared Voskel. Well, and actually it may be marked here that he's potentially here in person, but I don't see him. So maybe he is virtual. I'll take a quick glance with everyone, and he's not currently. Okay, then we have no commenters. And Mr. Voskel, if you're watching us through any other way, feel free to make your way onto the platform. And as we potentially wait, look to my colleagues, because if there is no other discussion, we may be prepared to move.
I'll make a motion to adopt item number 8.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the item is adopted. Thanks everyone for the great work. And I know now you get to go do a lot more work as you go to the actual bond sale, but just thank you. Much appreciated, everyone. And congratulations. Okay, next, that brings us to item number 9. And we'll give a moment for people to shift here, but item number 9 will be a consideration of a proposed resolution to amend the water quality control plan for the Los Angeles region, the basin plan, and to incorporate a total maximum daily load for indicator bacteria and Los Cerritos Channel and estuary, Los Cerritos Bay and Colorado Lagoon, and to suspend the recreational uses and Los Cerritos Channel during unsafe wet weather conditions. Some board item titles are longer than others. Good to see you again. Thank you both for joining us. I'm sorry, you may need to turn on your mic. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm on the mic now. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm LB Nye. I'm the Regional Programs Section Manager at the Los Angeles Water Board. With me is Adriana Nunez, who's with the Office of Chief Counsel. And on Zoom, we should have Dr. Kenny Wang, who is the staff person who wrote all these TMDLs, developed the TMDLs, and Francis McChesney, also with the Office of Chief Counsel. So for your consideration today, we have 2 proposed basin plan amendments. You read them out. One is to adopt a total maximum daily load, or TMDL, for indicator bacteria in the Los Cerritos Channel, estuary, Alamitos Bay, and Colorado Lagoon. And the other is to suspend the recreational uses in Los Cerritos Channel during unsafe wet weather conditions. So the purpose of the item is to address the impairment of water quality due to the elevated bacteria and to restore the recreational beneficial uses in these water bodies. Recreation in water with elevated indicator bacteria densities is associated with adverse human health effects, such as gastrointestinal illness and rashes and eye and ear infections. This is the first TMDL in the Los Angeles Water Board since the adoption of the statewide revised bacteria conditions. Can I have the next slide? So the goal of the Los Cerritos Channel watershed bacteria TMDL is to address the impairment of water quality due to the bacteria densities and to restore the recreational beneficial uses. The TMDL is the first basin plan amendment, and the second basin plan amendment is the amendment to revise the recreational beneficial uses during unsafe wet weather conditions, which we call high flow suspension. The TMDL was adopted by the Los Angeles Water Board on March 10th of 2022. And for state board consideration, the TMDL was noticed for public comment on September 26, 2022. And we received three comment letters on the item. And comments and a draft response to comments were posted on the State Water Board website. And the next slide. So this is the Los Cerritos Channel watershed. It's a small watershed. It's very urban. You can see right to the east is the San Gabriel River, and right to the west, you can see a little bit of the Los Angeles River, and it discharges into San Pedro Bay, which is where the Port of Long Beach is. And in the very southern part of the watershed, you can see Alamitos Bay, a marine stadium, and Colorado Lagoon. And these are very heavily used recreationally. Lots of boats in Alamitos Bay, lots of people in the water in the marine stadium and in Colorado Lagoon. Above that, though, is largely engineered channel with less recreational use. So I have a complete presentation for you today, another 9 or 10 slides I can show you, or I can just stop here and take your questions here.
Looking to see if there's any colleagues with any questions. And you can proceed. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Currently, 3 water bodies, that is the Los Cerritos Channel, Alamitos Bay, and Colorado Lagoon, are on the 303D list for either E. coli or indicator bacteria, coliform bacteria. And the Los Cerritos Channel estuary is not on the 303D list, but recent data shows us that it is impaired by Enterococcus, and so we also included Los Cerritos Channel estuary in the TMDL. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are the numeric targets. These are the same as the water quality objectives, which were established in the statewide bacteria provisions adopted by the State Board in 2018, and then incorporated into the Los Angeles Water Board Basin Plan in 2020. And these are based on not allowing an illness rate greater than 32 individuals per 1,000 water contact recreators in order to protect the Rec 1 use. Los Cerritos Channel is an inland water. Colorado Lagoon and Alamitos Bay are a coastal lagoon and an enclosed bay, respectively. So for the inland surface waters, we use E. coli as the indicator bacteria, and for the coastal lagoons and enclosed bays, we use the Enterococci. Water quality objectives are expressed both as a geometric mean and as the statistical threshold value, or STV. And the geometric mean is a 6-week rolling geometric mean calculated weekly, with a statistically significant number of samples, which generally means 5 or more. And the STV is calculated in a static manner, and that's a number not to be exceeded more than 10% of the samples collected in a calendar month. Can I have the next slide? The TMDL, like as I said, is the first Basin Plan Amendment, and the second Basin Plan Amendment is to revise the recreational beneficial uses in Los Cerritos Channel. High flow suspension is the suspension of recreational beneficial uses for certain engineered channels during high flow conditions. These are days with rainfall greater than or equal to a ½ inch in the following 24 hours, when the use of the water body for recreation is physically prevented, and it's unsafe to be in the channel during those high flow conditions. The high flow suspension that's in Chapter 2 of the Los Angeles Basin Plan now is based on a categorical use attainability analysis, or UAA, that was approved by the Los Angeles Water Board and adopted by the Los Angeles Water and approved by the State Water Board in 2003. Water bodies subject to the high flow suspension must meet all the criteria. They are inland water bodies, they're flowing water bodies, they're engineered channels, and the water body can have access restricted or prohibited through fencing or signs. The Los Cerritos Channel is not currently included as a water body subject to the high flow suspension. However, Los Cerritos Channel above Atherton Street is an engineered channel that meets all the criteria for the suspension of recreational uses. So we're asking you to approve the Basin Plan Amendment to add the high flow suspension for this section of Los Cerritos Channel. And we're not proposing any high flow suspension to the estuary, the Colorado Lagoon, or Alamitos Bay. Can I have the next slide? So the TMDL describes regulatory mechanisms and the potential implementation control measures by the responsible entities, which may achieve the waste load allocations and load allocations. For point sources, the TMDL states that the regulatory mechanism for compliance is with the MS4 dischargers is through the MS4 permit and through the Caltrans stormwater permit. MS4 permittees are expected to achieve the allocation through allocation plans, implementation plans, such as watershed management programs developed by the responsible entities. And that may include distributed and regional structural BMPs. The TMDL also states that the construction and industrial MPDS discharges will be implemented through MPDS permits, and the permittees are expected to achieve the waste load allocations through their control measures. Next slide. For non-point sources, the TMDL states that the regulatory mechanism for compliance with septic tanks and golf courses is waste discharge requirements, or WDRs, or conditional waivers of WDRs. For irrigated lands in the Los Cerritos Channel, discharges will also be regulated through WDRs or conditional waiver of WDRs and are expected to achieve compliance through implementation of runoff BMPs. Lastly, the California Navigation Code prohibits the disconnection, bypass, or operation of a marine sanitation device to discharge sewage into waters of the state, and that will help implement the TMDL. Can I have the next slide? So the TMDL sets an implementation schedule to address the bacteria impairment. First, upon the effective date of the TMDL, owners and operators of marine sanitation devices, sewage collection systems, septic tanks are required to attain the load allocations. And also individual MPDS permittees, general MPDS permittees, general industrial stormwater permittees, and general construction stormwater permittees in the Los Cerritos Channel are required to obtain the waste load allocations. 3 years from the effective date of the TMDL, owners and operators of golf courses or other such non-point sources must attain the load allocations. And then 15 years from the effective date of the TMDL, MS4 permittees must attain the waste load allocations. Next slide. So the State Water Board and Los Angeles Water Board staff provided notice of the proposed TMDL and the Basin Plan Amendment to the appropriate email notification lists on September 26, 2022. And 3 letters from stakeholders were received on October 28 by the comment deadline. So we received comments from the Los Cerritos Channel Watershed Group, written by Richard Watson on behalf of the Los Cerritos Channel Watershed Group, the Malibu Creek Watershed Management Program Group, written by City of Agoura Hills, and that group includes Agoura Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Westlake Village, the County of Los Angeles, and the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. And we also received a letter from the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation and in the Environment. The letter from the Los Cerritos Channel Watershed Group reflects their comments made previously to the Los Angeles Water Board, and the 2 letters from the Malibu Group and from the City of Los Angeles, which are not responsible parties under this TMDL, also raised concerns that the reference system and anti-degradation approach was not used in this TMDL. So in the next 2 slides, I'll go over a couple of the key comments. Next slide. So all 3 comment letters commented that a reference system approach should be used to set the allowable exceedance of both the STV and the geomean numeric targets. So as a little background, the reference system approach was used in all the previous TMDLs in the Los Angeles region, and that was to recognize that there are natural sources of bacteria. And a reference system is an area that is not impacted by human activities, and this approach allows for a certain frequency of exceedance of the single sample maximum objectives of the TMDL at the reference site. So the proposed TMDL does not include a reference system. So in response, in previous TMDLs, the reference system was to the single sample maximum objective. And when the bacteria objectives were updated, they didn't include a single sample maximum. Applying a reference system to an STV, which already allows for a 10% exceedance rate, would result in an overall allowable exceedance rate that would be less protective than what was intended by the reference system approach. The proposed approach could potentially allow higher illness rate than allowed by the US EPA criteria or the statewide bacteria provisions of 32 illnesses per 1,000 recreators. In responding to the request to allow exceedances of the geometric mean based on a reference system, the Los Angeles board has never, nor has the EPA ever supported, allowed this approach. And that's because, much like the STV, the geometric mean is derived based on water quality distribution and epidemiological studies, and therefore associated with a certain illness rate. And in order to maintain the 32 per 1,000 recreators illness rate, the geometric mean cannot be exceeded. Can I have the next slide, please? And the Los Cerritos Channel Watershed Group and the cities also pointed out that a reference system approach is allowed by the statewide bacteria provisions. And in response, the statewide bacteria allow for the use of a reference system approach. The Los Angeles Water Board's basin plan allows for a reference system approach, but neither require it. And so the reference system approach is not compatible with the STV. So I can have the next slide. So then, in summary, the staff recommends approval of the 2 basin plan amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nye. Looking to colleagues, if there's any questions off the bat, we have a few commenters, about 6 or so, and we can begin to go to them. Okay, seeing no questions. I believe our first commenter, which is speak if necessary, but would be Benjamin Harris.
And Mr. Harris is not on the platform.
Yeah. Thank you. Then next would be John Ball, followed by Chris Minton and Darren C. Miller.
Hi there. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is John Ball. I'm with the City of Los Angeles, Bureau of Sanitation and Environment, and specifically the Watershed Protection Division. And it might seem a little odd that I'm here today talking about Los Cerritos Channel bacteria TMDL when the City of Los Angeles is not even in that watershed. But as we kind of point out in our comments, we have concerns with the precedential nature of this TMDL, not only for our region in LA, but potentially for the entire state. And we submitted written comments along with some other stakeholders regarding the change in the approach to the bacteria TMDLs in our region. And really the issue at hand and what we're wanting to talk about today is that exclusion of the reference system anti-degradation approach. And before I get to my specific comments, I want to provide some context for why this is such an important issue for the City of Los Angeles. The city is faced with bacteria TMDLs in 4 of our major watersheds, all of which rely on this reference system approach. And we're faced with a pending TMDL in the Dominguez Channel watershed. The reference system approach is currently an integral part of the city's watershed management programs, also referred to as WMPs or WIMPs, and I'll use that throughout my comments here, which are basically the city's roadmap to comply with bacteria TMDLs. So the WIMPs outline projects that are designed to target a certain volume of water to ensure that we do not exceed those allowable number of exceedance days. And what that means is our WIMPs aren't designed to capture the full amount of runoff from every single storm, but rather the volume that is sufficient to capture smaller storms. So just as an example, in Ballona Creek watershed, the bacteria TMDL allows for 15 exceedance days in wet weather, meaning that our WIMP targets the estimated 16th largest storm in a given year. And that works out to be about 0.4 inches of a storm of 0.4 inches of rainfall. So in the absence of allowable exceedance days, we would need to capture sufficient volume from much larger storms along the lines of greater than 2 inches. And as you can imagine, that change would have significant implications, not only in the number of stormwater projects that we implement, but also the size of those projects. And of course, that has significant impacts on costs. So our interest in this TMDL stems from the existing TMDLs being revised, where we have WIMPs in place. But perhaps even of greater concern is how this pending TMDL in the Dominguez Channel will be written over the next few months, as it's tentatively scheduled to be adopted in 2023. So back to our comments, we understand that the statewide bacteria provisions adopted by this board and the corresponding revisions to the LA Basin Plan adopted by the LA Regional Board allow for, but do not mandate, the use of a reference system approach. We also understand that using the approach is at the discretion of the regional board. And to be clear, we don't have an issue with the regional board finding that a reference system shouldn't be applied in this case. It really comes down to the justification that this TMDL provides. What we don't understand and what we take issue with is the statement that the reference system approach is not compatible with the new bacteria objectives, specifically the STV objective. How could the State Water Board and the Regional Board adopt an objective that does allow for the use of a reference system, and then when implementing that objective in this TMDL, find that the approach is incompatible? It's really this logical disconnect between the state and LA Basin plans saying that a regional board could use the approach, and then the TMDL saying that it's incompatible. That's what we see needs to be resolved. If the State Water Board approves this TMDL and agrees that the reference system is not compatible with the new objectives, how can the LA board or other regional boards, or the state board for that matter, approve a TMDL in the future that does use allowable exceedance days? Finding that the reference system approach is incompatible means that no one in the state can use this approach. And as such, the city requests that the state board remand this TMDL to allow for a more robust discussion on an appropriate approach to utilizing allowable exceedance days based on the updated bacteria objectives. Remanding the TMDL will not slow down the implementation in Los Cerritos Channel, nor in the Dominguez Channel, because we already have watershed management plans that are in place that include projects to address bacteria. We don't take this request lightly, but it is clear to us that you are making an important decision today. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. I appreciate your comments. I'll look over to Mr. Bishop to provide some feedback.
So I think there's two things to look at. One is that the exceedance day and reference conditions were included in the statewide bacteria, but not specifically thinking about, all right, how would we implement that with the STV? Because the STV gives a 10% exceedance allowance already. If you look at the requirements, if you look at the reference beaches, which is the reference approach, is in the similar. It's not exactly the same. In some, in dry weather, it's much less. In wet weather, it's a little more. So you have it's a difference in the number of exceedance days. But if you say you've got 10% of exceedance already taken into the standard, and then you try and apply days of exceedance to that, it becomes problematic I don't necessarily agree that it can't ever be done. We would have to figure out how you would rectify those two, and that work has not been done. But I think it's misleading to say that you'd have to capture all the storm events to meet the STV. You have to capture 90%.
Yeah, you still have that 10%. I guess for me, just a question, maybe Mr. Bishop, do you know, or Ms. Nye, how translatable essentially, because I am a little sympathetic to perhaps the thought that the WIMPs planning has all been premised on, a reference site system. And now this new system means that there's a complete mismatch for what, but is there, and I guess the question is there some confidence that that 10% and the STV is enough, is, somewhat equatable to the sort of analysis that was done on a reference, basis, or, are people having to do just a lot more work then at this point to try to hit the mark, at least, of the regulatory floor, which I'll note is, I think, not where a lot of the discussion is. It really is how are we maximizing stormwater, where we're, anyway. But any thought there?
I'm going to ask if LB, because I don't have the data on the number of days exceedances that would be calculated for this water body compared to the reference approach. I would say that that the TMDLs that are in existence don't change by the change in the standard or in this action. They may be reopened in the future. That's always an option. But I think that Sir Ball is correct that the regional board is likely to use the same logic in the Dominguez channel. LB, do you have any?
Well, I would say all the TMDLs that exist now that the city is complying with, it require both the single sample maximum with some allowable exceedances and the geomean. And the geomean hasn't changed very much at all, hasn't changed significantly with the updated objectives. So their watershed management programs have been or should have been designed also to eventually meet the geomean. And that's should be that was designed to be relatively equivalent ways of measuring water quality. Both the geomean and the single sample maximum, they're based kind of on the same epidemiological studies, just like the current ones, the STV and the new geomean were based on the same epidemiological studies. They're aimed to achieve the same water quality, and the city of LA is already complying or should be, planning for that level of water quality. I do agree with Jonathan that I don't think this means that we're finding it incompatible here, means we're finding that the method that we use for single sample maximum isn't directly translatable. And the method, the calculation of exceedance days that the city provided in their comment letter, we find these specific ways of doing a reference approach are incompatible with the STV. There may be a potential in the future for someone to figure out a way to use a reference watershed or reference beach to inform how a TMDL is designed, but we don't have that now.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. Other board members on that?
Yeah, so the comment that Mr. Ball had that using the reference system approach and the exceedance days would what they've designed to currently for their watershed was about a 0.4 inch rainfall storm event, but with this approach that you're proposing for Los Cerritos, if translated to their watershed, would require them to design for capturing a 2-inch storm event. That sounds to me like a very significant departure from the work that they've been doing and I know have been approved by the regional board in terms of their MS4 and complying with their and implementing their water management plan. So in our briefing, I was under the impression that, with that 10% allowance that, and, it roughly translated to the exceedance days approach. But to hear something like this, to me, is a pretty significant change. So I don't have the direct information on the Los Cerritos channel watershed, which I know is what we're talking about today. But do you have some sense for, in this watershed, how different the stormwater capture requirement will be?
We didn't get comments from them that would be this, that was included in their comment letter. So we haven't reviewed that particular set of, that particular statement that would go from 0.4 inch to 2 inch. I can only, repeat that I know they design things for both the single sample maximum and the geo mean, and they should be roughly equivalent. And then,
So I would just want to confirm with Mr. Ball that they included 10% exceedance allowability in that, and not just meeting the STV at all times.
Mr. Ball, you should be invited to unmute again here.
There we go. Okay. Let's see. Got a little distracted there. Our watershed management programs, I mean, they really focus on the way the modeling is based on the wet weather, like storm size. So I don't know how that 10% translates into to storm size exact.
You used that in your example that it was going to be 2 inches. So you must have looked at what you were comparing that to. My question is it compared to the statistical threshold value in itself, or 90% of that?
Yeah, I might need to get back with you on how to answer that accurately. I think, yeah, could I talk to some colleagues and just get you more information on that?
Of course, Mr. Ball. Yeah, that works. Anything from other colleagues on these comments? And we'll chat further. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ball. I believe Mr. Benjamin Harris made it back onto the platform, or made it onto the platform. So I think we can go to Ben Harris, who will then be followed by Chris Minton.
Hi, thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. My name is Benjamin Harris. I'm a staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. I appreciate your attention to this matter. I also wanted to thank the regional board and staff for developing this TMDL for the Los Cerritos Channel. It's very important, obviously, with all the recreational uses of these waters and the dangers that bacteria poses. I did not engage on this item before the regional board due to capacity limitations, but wanted to offer support for Heal the Bay's position on this matter, which you'll hear in a few minutes from Annalisa Moe. Just wanted to again emphasize the importance of bacteria and how we deal with this important pollutant in Los Angeles with beach postings. The recreational use aspect is the most concerning to me here, and I think it's important to really clarify in this TMDL the responsible agencies for posting any bacteria warnings that arise out of this TMDL. Also, the importance of extending this to downstream aspects of the Los Cerritos Channel to make sure that the entire watershed, all the waterways that are used for recreational uses, have the same level of public knowledge about any bacteria issues that arise. Relevant to that, I think the sampling frequency is a big concern for this TMDL. Starting out for monthly sampling for the first 10 years under this TMDL is just simply not going to be sufficient to give the public the right degree of notice that they need to stay out of the waters when there's bacteria exceedances. I think weekly at best would be an improvement to make sure that everybody in the region is currently staying apprised of any potential exceedances that happen, which may be recurring given the nature of the urban landscape here in Los Angeles, and particularly the Los Cerritos Channel. So that would be probably my primary request, is for this TMDL to include weekly sampling throughout the implementation period to ensure public notice and protect against public health concerns due to bacteria exceedances. The other aspect that I think is critical is implementation timelines here. We're always assessing these opportunities for permittees to come into compliance under TMDLs, under different types of permits. And, it's often that we're critical of these implementation timelines, but I think this is a really good example. It dovetails really well with the MS4 permit that these permittees are currently implementing. And given that there's so much progress being made under that permit, we have Measure W and the Safe Clean Water Program, all these existing regional watershed management programs under the MS4 permit. It doesn't seem like we need much time at all to come into compliance once this TMDL is adopted and implemented. So I would join Heal the Bay in urging for at most a 10-year implementation period for this TMDL to ensure that we are achieving the goals of the Clean Water Act as soon as possible and holding the permittees accountable to doing as much as they can on a short timeline. So I'll defer any other comments that I have to Annalisa, who will be speaking shortly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I appreciate your comments and participation in the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Minton, we've followed by Darren C. Miller.
Good morning. Sorry, I was having some issues with the mute button.
We can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Minton. I'm with Larry Walker Associates. I was asked by Jessica Forte, who's the Public Works Director for Agora Hills, to provide some comments for the Malibu Creek Watershed Management Group, which is comprised of the cities of Agora Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and Westlake Village, as well as LA County and LA County Flood Control District. Unfortunately, Jessica was not able to attend due to conflicts with their schedule. Similar to others commenting on this TMDL, our agencies are not located in the watershed, but are impacted by this decision. I have to read my prepared notes to cover our perspectives, but there's been some good discussion so far, and I appreciate the opportunity to engage and potentially have the opportunity to answer some of those questions that were asked of the city of LA for the perspective of the Malibu Creek watershed. But if I try to deviate from my notes, I'm going to miss something. So if I could have an opportunity to respond later, I'd appreciate it. The Malibu Creek watershed is pretty different than Los Cerritos Channel. It's primarily made up of undeveloped areas with natural sources of bacteria. Our watershed management program, which outlines the BMPs we're putting in place to improve water quality, are designed primarily to meet our bacteria TMDL during wet weather, which includes the reference system approach to account for the natural sources of bacteria. So the primary concern we have is that the regional board found that the reference system approach is not compatible with the new bacteria objectives for the statistical threshold value, or STV. And I do want to point out that our comment letter did not suggest the application of the geomean as was presented on the slides. As you know, the state board went through a 3-year process to incorporate EPA's updated recreational water quality criteria starting back in 2015. That process included numerous workshops, hearings, and opportunities to provide input and feedback to the state board before the adoption of those objectives and implementation provisions. Identical objectives and provisions were then brought into the LA Basin Plan in 2020. As was noted, those both allow for reference system approach. Our comment that we feel has yet to be addressed is how can we have a water quality control plan that allows the use of a reference system approach, but then say that approach can't be used because it's not compatible with the water quality objectives they're intended to implement. And so I want to be clear, our comment is not that the TMDL should have a reference system approach, it's that the reasoning for not having it seems to be inconsistent with the basin plan. And to try and highlight that discrepancy between the water quality control plans and the TMDL, I want to generally summarize the response to our comment and similar comments and that's captured in the response to comment number 1.3. So firstly, the reference system approach is incompatible with the STV because it doesn't clearly link between illness rate and bacteria contamination. The second is the STV is not equivalent to the previously used single sample maximum objective, so applying the reference system approach would not be adequately protective. So in summary, the reasoning is that the reference system approach is not protective, but that's what doesn't make a lot of sense to us because we have a state plan and a local basin plan that adopted objectives and implementation provisions that are protective. So we think we need a more thorough process to come up with something that works. As the city of LA mentioned, if this is approved, it sets a precedent that would effectively prohibit the use of reference system approach in any other back TMDLs in the LA region or the state. And while the CEQA meeting process started in 2019, That was before the LA board adopted the new objectives, and we were not aware of this change in precedent until the draft TMDL came out in December 2021, which was then adopted in March 2022. So that's 3 months of process, as opposed to the 3 years of process the state put into evaluating how to implement the new objectives across California. 3 months is not enough time to put towards a decision that replaces 20 years of precedent in the Los Angeles region. We acknowledge it's a pretty complicated issue. It has wide-ranging and significant implications that we believe necessitates and warrants a more thorough discussion. As such, the Malibu Creek Watershed Group is requesting that the state board remand the TMDL to the regional board to reevaluate the application of the reference system approach in a manner that does not conflict with the implementation provisions in the statewide and LA Basin plans. I'd also like to reiterate a point that the City of LA made, and I think Rich Watson might be making, and that this decision to remand the TMDL will not delay the implementation of stormwater BMPs to address bacteria. The Los Rios Channel Watershed Management Program is designed to address bacteria impairments. The group has already implemented millions of dollars of projects to reduce bacteria loads, and they're in the process of designing and building more projects to reduce bacteria. And that's because we have a good permit in LA. It has enforceable received water limitation, and it incentivizes the creation of watershed management programs that address all water quality issues, not just those with TMDLs. So remanding this TMDL will not delay implementation. Thank you for your consideration of our comments. And as I mentioned earlier, I'd appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the questions you've already raised.
Feel free to respond, Mr. Minton.
Okay, I was having a hard time keeping track. So I think one of the things that I wanted to touch on was that, for the Malibu Creek watershed, the way similar to what John Ball described in the Bionda Creek watershed, because we have allowable exceedance days, we target a certain size storm. In this case, it's the 16th largest storm that we see in the watershed. That works out to about 1/2 inch of rainfall. If we did not have allowable exceedance days, then we have to target a larger storm. So upwards of somewhere between 2 and 4 inches. And there was this question about, well, we already have this, there's already this built-in 10% frequency within the objective, but we get multiple storms in a month. And so if you have one storm that results in exceedance of the objective, the next storm that would come along, if you sampled it, would represent a violation of the water quality objective. And therefore you have to design for that storm. So that's one aspect of it. So we're looking at, going from maybe a 1/2 inch to 2 to 4 inches of capture volume that would be needed. I think the other thing to understand is that if you look at the original comment letter that went in for the regional board adoption, is that the LA board did an analysis of the reference system data and compared it to the STV. LA County also did a similar assessment of the reference system data. And what they found, both the board and LA County found, is that you have exceedances of these objectives in the natural reference system. And so that what means if you go to Leo Carrillo Beach or some of the open freshwater sites in Malibu Creek, and you monitor those, you see multiple exceedances of the STV threshold so that you exceed the 10% allowable exceedance frequency. So if you apply these objectives to our open beach sites or to our freshwater reference system sites, those water bodies exceed the STV. They would need to be listed on the 303D list and TMDLs developed when there's no development within those watersheds. That finding is consistent with what was found in the early 2000s when the Santa Monica Bay Beaches bacteria TMDL was developed in the LA region, where when you looked at the reference sites, there were significant exceedances of the single sample maximum. And to acknowledge that issue of natural sources of bacteria, the LA Regional Board created the reference system approach. So every bacteria TMDL in the LA region, since that Santa Monica Bay bacteria TMDL was adopted, includes a reference system approach. This is the first one that doesn't. And I think, again, it's because of the challenge of using a new objective and the process that's needed to go through to figure out a way to do it in a protective way. And so that's, again, why we're asking for the remand, is so that we can take that time to do a thoughtful process on the issue. And I'm not sure if there's any more questions, happy to speak to them.
Thank you, Mr. Minton. We can move on to our next commenter, and I'd like to call up Darren Siegmiller, who will be followed by Annalisa Moe, and then our last commenter, I believe, will be Richard Watson.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Darren Sigmiller, and I'm the Environmental Services Manager for the City of Santa Clarita. Similar to the comments that you've heard earlier already, the City of Santa Clarita appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on the Los Cerritos bacteria TMDL. As a responsible party to a bacteria TMDL in the Santa Clara River, the city takes great interest in actions that potentially set precedent for bacteria TMDLs in the Los Angeles region. The City of Santa Clarita is highly concerned with the LA Water Board's decision to not include the reference system anti-degradation approach in this bacteria TMDL, and their conclusion that the approach is not compatible with the statistical threshold value objective in the statewide bacteria provisions and LA Basin Plan. Prior to establishing this bacteria TMDL, the LA Water Board included the reference system anti-degradation approach in all bacteria TMDLs adopted in the Los Angeles region. The LA Water Board was the first to adopt and implement the reference system anti-degradation approach to address the concern that exceedances of bacteria objectives could be caused by natural sources. The statewide bacteria provisions includes language that provides the option and encourages the reference system anti-degradation approach when implementing the new bacteria objectives in a TMDL. The conclusion in this bacteria TMDL that the reference system anti-degradation approach is incompatible with the new bacteria objectives provides little room for different interpretations in other watersheds and therefore potentially sets a precedent beyond this watershed. This issue is critical in the Santa Clara River, a largely undeveloped watershed with significant natural sources of bacteria. Despite this potential impact, the LA Water Board conducted minimal outreach and provided few opportunities for discussion with stakeholders in other watersheds. Additionally, no explanation or rationale was provided in the TMDL staff report for this significant change in policy direction. The city participated in the September 21st to 2022 workshop that the LA Water Board required of their staff after the adoption of this bacteria TMDL. To date, no resolution to the issues raised at the workshop has been communicated to participants on this matter. The city is therefore submitting the following comments on the State Water Board's proposed adoption of this bacteria TMDL. In light of these issues, the city respectfully requests that the State Water Board remand this bacteria TMDL to the LA Water Board and confirm to the LA Water Board that the reference system anti-degradation approach is consistent and encouraged with the statewide bacteria provisions and the LA Basin Plan. The LA Water Board should engage in a robust stakeholder process with regulated parties in the Los Angeles and Ventura counties to find a better resolution to the precedential conclusion that the reference system anti-degradation approach is incompatible with the new bacteria objectives before finalizing this bacteria TMDL using the already approved triennial review items to continue work on developing implementation tools to address natural sources of pollutants. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if there are technical questions, I believe Chris Minton is able to represent the city's positions on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegmiller. I'd like to call up next Annalisa Moe, and then yes, our last commenter, I believe here will be Richard Watson. Ms. Moe, good morning. And you should be, yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
I can unmute. Thanks so much, and good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board and staff. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. I would like to cover a few of our recommendations that we feel remain unresolved. But before I get into my specific comments, I would like to thank the LA Regional Board and staff for developing the bacteria TMDL for the Los Cerritos Channel watershed. This addition to the LA Basin Plan will help to support the recreational benefits of these waters, which do and should continue to exist for these waters, as well as the potential beneficial uses, including tribal beneficial uses that have yet to be assessed. But it goes far beyond that, as bacteria can also affect ecological health and habitat suitability. And in addition to that, when high levels of quote unquote natural bacteria exist, a smaller load of human bacteria can have greater impacts on human health. All of it matters, and this TMDL will protect public health. For all of these reasons, we support adoption of a bacterium TMDL to address this contamination issue. I will also share that Heal the Bay does not oppose the proposed high flow suspension for upstream portions of the Los Cerritos Channel. We appreciate the approach that the regional board has taken to consider and address the downstream effects of upstream pollution during these high flow events. We also appreciate the inclusion of recommendations for public posting during high flow suspension within the staff report for this TMDL, which was done in response to our original comments. These are important steps towards a more holistic approach to allow some flexibility while still protecting public health. And whatever the water boards can do to encourage transparent public posting of health information is much appreciated. For this TMDL, more clarification could be added to the statement in the staff report about public postings, specifically to identify agencies responsible for posting, like the Department of Public Health, for example, and also to specifically recommend downstream posting to warn of any flood risks where applicable, and to warn the public about the risk of high bacteria levels during these events. Now, concerning the requirements of the TMDL itself, we very much appreciate the use of both geometric mean and the standard threshold value as applicable targets and allocations. With the removal of the daily maximum limit, this combined approach of geometric mean and STV is absolutely critical to protect public and environmental health. And to address an earlier comment, if the STV does end up revealing bacteria contamination issues, those need to be addressed through remediation and source control to protect public and environmental health, not through allowable exceedances. We do also have some remaining concerns about sampling frequency, which Ben mentioned earlier in his comments. The proposed monitoring plan for receiving waters requires monthly sampling. This monitoring plan is set up to assess compliance, but not to protect public health. Bacteria degrades faster than other contaminants, so more immediate water quality information for the public is needed in this case. Weekly or ideally even daily monitoring for REC 1 areas and also ensuring immediate public accessibility to that information is really critical to ensure the protection of public health. Unfortunately, monthly sampling does not provide very useful information to the public if it has been 29 days since monitoring took place. So we request weekly sampling throughout implementation of this TMDL to address both compliance and public health needs. I do quickly want to address the issue around the margin of error for this TMDL as well. It seems pretty common practice that the margin of error in bacteria TMDLs is based purely on the fact that the state has approved these limits for use, and therefore the TMDL is sufficiently protective on that basis alone. That's the case for this TMDL as well. So I just caution against doing any sort of site-specific or risk threshold approach unless a new margin of error was then baked into this TMDL. And then finally, one additional note, I just want to share a note of caution concerning a specific pumping project that was proposed by Long Beach. This project is referenced multiple times within this TMDL, but Heal the Bay maintains that dilution is not the solution to pollution. And so we will continue to advocate for upstream and also source reduction solutions rather than end of pipe projects that simply pump pollution out of one water body and into another. That concludes my comments. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Really appreciate the comments, Ms. Mo. Next and last is Richard Watson.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is Richard Watson. I'm consultant to the Los Cerritos Channel Watershed Group, and we've been quite active for the last several years addressing both the metals and bacteria. I do agree with the goal of the TMDL, as we said in our written comments, and we really appreciate the high flow suspension recommended by the regional board staff. However, we do have a few concerns. I'll really only address 3 of those today, and 2 of them more substantially than the third. The first one of those comments has to do with the high flow to the reference system and anti-degradation approach. And I would start off by saying we really didn't ask to be allowed to exceed the geometric mean in the STV by using a reference system. And I think what happened is the regional board has, I think, misunderstood the language in the bacteria objectives. And I'd appreciate staff perhaps responding to this later. The regional board seems to have assumed that the STV had to be used and then used the STV in its analysis of why the reference system was not applicable. What I'd like to do is just read something that's actually in our written comments, but it comes from the bacteria objectives, and I'll just partially quote. The geometric mean and the STB contained in the applicable bacterial water quality objectives shall be applied in all circumstances except in the context of a TMDL or a basin plan amendment. It goes on to say, in the context of a TMDL or basin plan amendment, regional water boards may implement a reference system / anti-degradation approach or a natural sources exclusion approach in accordance with Chapter 2, 4E2. The way I interpret that language is that the STV is not actually required, that the regional board had and has the opportunity to continue to use a reference system anti-degradation approach. They might want to have spent some time working on how that system can be improved and maybe made more compatible with the STV, but it doesn't seem to me that it's a requirement that the STV actually be part of the system. So I would suggest that perhaps state board staff could explain that language and indicate whether my interpretation of that is correct or whether in fact the STV is required, even though it says it's not in the context of either a TMDL or a basin plan amendment. The second thing I wanted to talk about very briefly was the time schedule. I disagree with Ben Harris about the 10 years because I think that's really virtually impossible. But I hope the regional board is correct in their assertion that any additional water capture projects needed in our watershed could be built in the 15-year schedule. I think part of that statement by the Regional Water Board is based on the fact that we've been quite fortunate to get some funding prior to Measure W being approved by the voters. And so we've actually completed 4 water capture projects with a total capacity of a little over 62 acre feet. And a tributary area combined is about 43% of the watershed area. That resulted, and in fact, it resulted before all 4 were fully operational. We got down to something we said in the written comments to both the regional board and to the state board, that we were down to about a average of 0.2 of a CFS, cubic feet per second, at the mouth of the watershed. This past year, however, we're down around 0.1 of an acre foot. We had one reading that was 0.33 and another reading that happened to be 1.11. And we actually had at least 3 days where we couldn't measure in dry weather. We were out there partially because we were doing a special study related to the biotic ligand model and doing some dry weather monitoring. But we had 3 days where we had no flow and the monitoring consultants could not monitor because there was no flow. So we think we're getting down there to that lower area. And that's the next thing I do want to talk about. I want to talk about the idea of the seasonal suspension. That to us was a real flaw in this TMDL. And we made a comment in our written letter about a 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch of water, and that's water spread over about 30 foot of width. And during the statewide bacteria summit that was cited, we cited it and so did the staff in the response to comments. That was actually a hopeful experience. It was, as you know, in the middle of September, and a number of us attended in person, partially because we couldn't answer questions or ask questions if we weren't there in person. So that was the reason I went in person. But there seemed to be quite a bit of understanding that the current procedures using fecal indicator bacteria is a real problem for permittees. It's expensive. We're not sure we capture the right water. And in our case, as I said, we're doing quite a bit on water capture. And we've concluded that's our best way of meeting the various requirements together. And we've got the 4 projects I mentioned earlier. 2 more have been fully funded and are in final design. 2, and then an additional 2 projects are being considered for funding this year. One of those is very important to us in dry weather. It picks up almost 2,100 acres of additional dry weather area. And so it will really help us come into compliance. And once we get down, so we're really consistently, under a tenth of a CFS, or maybe even less than that, as we had that one example, and we hadn't had those dry weather days or dry days, no flow days. I think we're going to end up probably with no discharge in dry weather most of the time. And so we question the decision by the regional board that I think the opportunity, they said, people may use water for recreational activities involving body contact with water where ingestion of water is reasonably possible. And I think I made the almost flippant comment during the regional board's hearing on this, that you almost have to lie down in it. And I don't necessarily consider that recreational activity, and particularly the idea of a full body recreational activity, which was discussed during the summit. So one of the things I think the state board could do is give more direction to the regional boards on what really constitutes recreational activities, full body contact, and so what's reasonable for Rec 1 criteria. So we think this idea of not giving us a seasonal suspension was a serious flaw in this TMDL, and we didn't understand it because we presented data about how low the flow is and pictures, and it's gotten even lower. So we would support the idea of remanding the TMDL and asking the regional board to work with the permittees to come up with a system for using the reference approach, and it doesn't have to be tied to STV. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Bishop, I believe the answer is yes, but when we adopted our bacteria provisions, it allows for the continuance of a reference system or the STV as well. I mean, right? Fundamental. I mean, that was one of the questions, Mr. Watson.
Yes, I think Mr. Watson is correct.
Yes. Yeah. And it was the LE regional board's decision at this point to move in the direction they have. Looking at my fellow board colleagues, I hear some of the concern. I'll note that a lot of the concern was for water bodies outside of this decision, and really a concern about precedent, which our adoption, if we so choose, of the region's amendment to their basin plan here doesn't shut the door on that. The precedent that is set is not somehow an erasure of our precedent that is in the actual order, which says that these are both allowable. And I think that what we've said, and I hear, is that the work hasn't been done to the bridge. Then I guess the question here before the board is if we feel we need to send this back to them to do that. And here, clearly, it doesn't cut off the ability to keep a reference system for any of the other water bodies that are being and are of concern. And I think here, if anything, in this discussion is highlighted that there's some work that they should be doing in helping provide here an alternative. But I'm more minded to keep here the regional board's decision, support the regional board, knowing that it doesn't close the door to what I heard larger from other entities was concern on knock-on effects to the way that the regional board may be treating those other water bodies. Is there a plan at this point at the regional board to further unpack this, to say, and I guess my question to Mr. Bishop and to helping me clarify like how I should feel in the space on it is the San Diego region, do they have a reference system in when it comes to bacteria and their TMDLs?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that the reference approach has been in place in the Los Angeles region for 20 years. But I don't believe it's been adopted by every region. It's only been used in a few places is my recollection, but we would have to check that to make sure that.
Yeah, and I know what, part of this discussion is always again, there are natural sources of bacteria within the watersheds that aren't necessarily within the control of permittees, and how does one account, and the reference system is one way that's help folks do just that. But
Chair Esquivel, if I can just to help close out the record on two things. I think you did an excellent summary in terms of what the effect of the board's approval is. If the board were to act and approve an amendment to the water quality control plan for the Los Angeles region and approval of the TMDL in particular, it doesn't create binding precedent. Several of the commenters today used the turn of phrase that it prohibited regions from using a reference system approach with the STV, and that would not be the effect of the decision. As Mr. Bishop said earlier on the record, there are opportunities and would be opportunities to harmonize STV with a reference system approach if regions wanted to pursue that. And I wanted to put a slightly finer point on Mr. Bishop's answer to your question about whether or not the board's adoption of the Inland Surface Water Plan in Part 3, its bacteria objectives that apply statewide, prohibited the regions from using a reference system approach. And the specific question that was raised by Mr. Watson in his comments was whether or not the board's language in the this board's language in the Inland Surface Water Plan requires a basin plan amendment in TMDL to include STV, and he was operating under the assumption that the Los Angeles region assumed they had to use STV. And I don't want to answer that question for them. They can do that. But he is correct. If a region is adopting a basin plan or a TMDL, the Inland Surface Water Plans do not require them to use the STV approach and to try to use STV with the reference system approach. They could have stuck with an alternative to STV if they so chose. So there's a fair bit of discretion that this board has left to the individual regional water boards when it comes to the human health protection associated with bacteria.
Appreciate that, Mr. Loffer. And I think for me, again, I'm inclined to take the regional board at its decision here and less inclined to remand it back, especially because, again, it doesn't close the door to actually and create actual precedent. But looking to my fellow board colleagues on what I know, we heard a lot, and I appreciate the discussion as always. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to be sure that we hear from the Los Angeles regional board staff about their feedback and input on this and the comments that we've heard today. I do have concerns about perhaps it doesn't directly set a precedent, but the impression that it does set a precedent when this approach really, as I understand it, hasn't been used that much yet in terms of implementing the bacteria provisions. And so as we're setting expectations, you asked Chair Esquivel about the San Diego Regional Board, and we don't really know what their status is. There's 9 regional boards, not all coastal, but here we are today talking about the Los Angeles Regional Board and even hearing from the other watersheds about their concerns about the real world impacts and implications that this transition may have. Now, so I'm not here to question the objective itself, but it's really the way that it's being interpreted, so that the phrase incompatible just really to me flies in the face of what was clearly described in the state board's plan. So I am, I have a lot of hesitation today moving forward just without any sort of revision or changed expectations or clarification.
Sure.
That means.
And one possibility, Member McGuire, the board has in similar instances in the past when adopting a resolution and concerned about people interpreting it as precedential in some way and some sort of binding precedent has included an additional whereas clause, for example, helping explicate. So there's a written record that can be shared with the regions as opposed to relying on the communications here at the board meeting. And if you'd like, I could read some language in that would address the specific issue.
Yes, certainly. I'd like to hear that. And then I still would like to hear from the regional board as well. So.
I can read the language either before or after you hear from them. What's your pleasure?
Let's wait, and then we can read it as we go to then a vote.
Sorry, just on that point, my understanding, and this was in sort of the briefing materials that we were getting, was that since our statewide bacteria provisions adoption, that there are, both in the Russian River watershed, in the North Coast region, and a number in the San Francisco Bay region, that they're not using the reference system anti-degradation approach. And so it seems like we're providing that what we adopted provides flexibility, and this isn't sort of first time unprecedented time that a regional board, in fact, there's many that have done it before this one, but just as you're addressing the comments of Mr. McGuire, just maybe can speak to that as well.
And before you speak, Vice Chair, did you want to speak first or?
Well, I'd like to just chime in because I have maybe some additional items. I appreciate the discussion and think that resolution language might be a good way to go, but also want to hear from the LA board. But a couple of items that came in through comments, monthly versus weekly monitoring. So would just like to, hear your thoughts on that. And then also public postings. I think there were some good suggestions that Annalisa Moe raised regarding, this is not our purview. There are other agencies that do the posting, but whether it's in this document or elsewhere, providing information as to who those agencies might be, and then also on, downstream postings to just make sure the public is aware within, the potential sphere there. And then I'm also recalling in our briefing that we had yesterday, some discussion about ongoing evaluation of other approaches with respect to what we were talking about on the reference versus the approach used, and some further opportunities that the regional board and others were going to be engaged in. And so just want to have you speak to that on the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Board Member Morgan, just to check in if you had wanted, and then we can kind of, okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Nye, I know there was a lot there. I apologize.
There's a lot there. Well, I would say kind of in general, we're talking about remanding and continuing to look at other approaches. And I think, though, the kind of other approaches people are talking about, I mean, other than the one where we just sort of take the single sample maximum approach and apply it to the STV, instead of having exceedance days, we have exceedance months, which is the kind of translation that we thought was incompatible. But the other kinds of approaches, using a reference approach or using, even all the kinds of things that were discussed at the Bacteria Symposium in September, these are things that will take serious time and science. And we have water bodies that are, we have a compelling public health need now. We have these water bodies have been listed since, I think at least one of them is listed since 1999. So we really feel, we have a good science, and we have the appropriate tools to act now, and we really should act now. And the Los Angeles region is committed to working with our stakeholders, working with state board staff, following up on the bacteria symposium we had, and continuing to do the work to find even better approaches and do more science and have systems and approaches that work better for everybody. As we always are, we're always updating objectives and updating TMDLs, but we still have a compelling need to act now, I think. What are some of the other things I wanted to address? I think the comment was that we're ignoring our own precedent, and I don't think we are really, because we no longer have a single sample maximum. So in any case, we'd have to come up with something new. We can't just do the exact same thing we've always done because the objective has changed. In terms of the monitoring, we did update our monitoring a little bit with the comment letter from Heal the Bay. TMDL monitoring, the monitoring that we require in the TMDL is the monitoring that's necessary to assess compliance with the TMDL. But I think Heal the Bay is correct that additional monitoring might be useful in certain places and certain times, and we want to work with them and address more completely the public agencies that are responsible, that we should be working closely with, but we didn't want to add additional monitoring to the TMDL because it wasn't necessarily for the assessment of the compliance with the TMDL. What am I leaving out? I think that was
We do have a couple of hands up, but I wanted to finish our discussions before reintroducing some of our commenters for further comment. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the responses. I keep hearing you're finding that there is no other really viable option here, that this is the only pathway.
This is the only
and
pathway.
That's not what I'm hearing from. Sorry?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is the pathway that we have at this time. I think other things could be developed, but I think they're in a longer time scale, like we discussed at the bacterium symposium.
I'm still concerned that that's not quite what I'm hearing from others. Mr. Bishop, maybe you can help me. But I think what I thought I heard was that it is still possible to use, and in fact, the other watershed. So what I'm thinking about here are the other 4+ watersheds in the Los Angeles region that currently are using the reference beach approach, and whether that's going to be viable going forward here under what we're talking about today. And it sounds like, in the eyes of the regional board, that's not the case.
So I think we're talking about two different things. So let's clarify that. The existing TMDLs, there's no obligation for them to be modified. They're based on the old standard, and they have a reference approach that works for that standard. And there's no obligation for them to change. That's clear in all of our standards and TMDLs. They may decide to change it. So that's a different question. I think that we are from my point of view, I think we have two different things that are going on. If you use the STV, you can't use a days of exceedance in that. That doesn't mean you can't devise a different reference approach, but you can't use the existing days of exceedances. So that there would need to be a evaluation of how you could harmonize the two. I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head, but it seems possible. And I think that that's what the state board's plan said, is that you could do a reference approach, but it's not going to be the exact same. You're not going to say we're going to pretend the STV is a single sample maximum, and then we're going to apply number of exceedance days, because that throws, it doesn't work because it's not a single maximum. Could you devise a different scheme that looks at the STV in the reference and the STV in the proposed water body and look at how you would evaluate those? Probably, but I don't know how it would look. It wouldn't be just a one-to-one comparison. And that's not the way the reference each approach was. It's not a one-to-one comparison either. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but I do think that there, I wouldn't say that having a reference anti-DEG approach is incompatible with STV. I would say the existing days of exceedances are incompatible with the STV, and that's the way I would phrase it.
Helpful, Mr. Bishop. Thank you. Looking to my colleagues, are there any further questions? Mr. Watson, I do see your hand up. If you have some clarifying points.
Yes, thank you very much. One of the things that concerns me, well, it's thank you for John and everyone clarifying that this is not necessarily precedential, which is what a lot of the other watersheds were concerned about. But in a way, if you move forward with this particular TMDL, it's almost an inadvertent discrimination against the Los Cerritos channel, because I think I understood LB9 actually confirming that they really thought that they had to have the STV in there. And so when I read their explanation of why there is incompatibility and why the reference system isn't right, it really tells me that they really thought they had to have the STV in there. And so if it's not a precedent for other people having to change, and there may be opportunities in the future to do some things that were mentioned at when we had the summit, and LB Knight was just talking about that. I think we could come up with something like John was just talking about, but it wouldn't have to take forever and a day. And one of the things that's really nice about the Los Cerritos channel is it's a small watershed. It's strictly has no natural, bottom to anything. It's pipes and concrete line channel until you get into the upper portion of the estuary. So I would ask that with all of this discussion and a recognition that it's not a precedent, that you not move forward with this particular TMDL, but give us a chance to sit down with the board and try to figure out how you take you make the reference system work for them, and allow us as a whole group of folks to build on that and recognize it's the LA board that started the system in the first place.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Watson. Chris Minton also has his hand up. Mr. Minton. And Mr. Minton, you should be offered a chance to unmute.
Okay, there's the unmute button. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. So just a few points. I think Board Member McGuire really hit the issue on the head. We can talk about it not being precedent, but if the reason it's not being used is because it's not compatible and it's not protective, how can any future TMDL come along and say that it's okay? Right? Like that's what we're trying to get at. If there was another reason for not applying it, okay. To Mr. Bishop's point, just so you know, that multiple approaches were presented during the regional board's adoption of the TMDL that aligned the STV to the exceedance frequency at the reference beaches. So an alternative was presented that's not based on allowable exceedance days, because as was pointed out, the STV is not based on exceedance days. So there are some options that are already available that we could start fully considering if we'd had more than 3 months to discuss this TMDL. I have a few other comments, but I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Minton. If you feel they'll be particularly clarifying for us, that'd be helpful. But otherwise, looking to Mr. Bishop if he has any response, and just looking to my colleagues as well.
I think that actually reinforces, in my mind, they brought alternatives to the regional board. The regional board considered them and rejected them. They have that discretion under our plan. Doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but it does say that they thought about this. They did hear different approaches, and they didn't go with them.
Yeah, part of the balance here for me is that discretion to the regional board in their decision making in this, because I'm not seeing anything in our affirmation of what they've done that, again, forgoes what is a discussion that I think needs to happen, obviously, around how do you translate ultimately a reference system, anti-deg style, as opposed to the STV, and try to better harmonize it all. And I think that to Ms. Nye's point, I don't know if that's not a quick thing, I believe. And so I just, I'm trying to balance out those two issues there. And again, the discretion of the regional board, who, I think had very similar things proposed to them in front of them. Ms. Firestone, or Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, just adding on to that, I agree. I think this is something where we gave options and discretion to the regional boards on how to comply or how to be able to meet the objectives, and the regional board evaluated that in this circumstance. This is a TMDL that needs to be adopted. It's high recreation use area. So there is kind of a more immediate public health concern there. I know there's been a lot of discussion, and bacteria just remains a real challenge more generally in the state. And that's why there's been a lot of discussions more broadly. And there was that number of summits and discussions that happen and are planned around how to think about approaches more broadly and continue to evolve this. And in terms of how regional boards decide to meet the objectives that we've set in our policy. But so I don't think that this is the precedent, has that precedential effect that there's concerns about. But I do understand if there's, like it was suggested, clarifying language just to make sure there's not a inadvertent way in which, and maybe just to affirm that the intent is not to be precedential. But
I mean, and what I would offer, I think, would be helpful in that as well, is direction to the regional board to be unpacking this further. Again, a way in which they can further explore. And again, these are policy decisions as well at the regional board that we have to acknowledge as well. But I'd be very supportive of setting encouraging resolution language as part of that as well, that seeks this further exploration of this issue and this translation.
I appreciate that, and I would welcome some language along those lines in the resolution. I just want to add to, in the conversation about deference, what I heard was that the regional board actually asked staff to meet with the stakeholder group to explore other options, and in fact, they did have that discussion in September, just recently, a couple months ago, which was, obviously after the TMDL was adopted, but it was at that adoption meeting. So I think even the regional board recognized that there was some additional work to be done in this area and exploration of different alternatives. So to the extent we can continue to support that, I think for me, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, board member. Are there any other considerations that we might want in whatever language change that looks like or addition to the resolution here? Okay. Mr. Loffer, I know you are quick, but would you like a break? Or, okay. Thank you. Impressively quick.
Let's see. So I've now got up on the screen, and so folks can follow along whether they're in Zoom or in the room. a new whereas clause. It's a little bit wordy because the issue is complicated and there's some signaling that I hear the board wanting to do. And I want to be very clear about, not only a broad statement about the precedential effects of resolutions, but the reason we're calling it out here and recognizing the limited precedential effect is because of this complicated intersection. So the new whereas clause, and even though it's long, I'm going to read it in for the benefit of people who may be on a small screen, would be it would be inserted as new whereas clause 7. So it's basically a finding of the board. And it would be the last whereas clause in the resolution. And it would say, in adopting this TMDL, the Los Angeles Water Board exercised its discretion to not utilize the reference system approach with the geometric mean and statistical threshold value, in part over concerns about the geometric mean and statistical threshold value not being adequately protective of human health when used in conjunction with the Los Angeles Water Board's reference system approach, period. The State Water Board's bacteria objectives afford this discretion. Period. The State Water Board's consideration of the TMDL and approval of the resolution by this TMDL. There's a small grammatical error I'm fixing there. So, and approval of this resolution and approval of this TMDL by this resolution is simply the approval of the TMDL. Another typo that will be fixed. And does not create binding precedent in future regulatory proceedings. Period. Nothing in the State Water Board's approval of this TMDL prevents further actions by the regional water boards to harmonize the reference system approach with the statistical threshold value, and the State Water Board encourages further efforts to harmonize these approaches. And I'll fix that typographical error too.
Very comfortable with this. I really appreciate the good language. I think it reflects our discussion here, but looking to Board Member McGuire, Vice Chair, other board members.
This is very helpful for me. I can live with that.
Okay. Well, with that, we may be prepared for a motion.
Okay, I will I will move to adopt the resolution with the whereas clause number 7 change added to the and read into the record by Chief Counsel Loffer.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate the great work and discussion and look forward to what I know will be further discussion. The vote was unanimous and the item is adopted. Thank you. Do appreciate and again, appreciate everyone's good comments and helping us come to what I thought was a really fair conclusion to that. Okay, that now concludes item number 9 and we will take a lunch. So let's go ahead and take an hour lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. I do that with the risk of anyway. We'll do an hour lunch. We'll afford ourselves that. And since we've done such great work today, and then we'll come back at 1:30 to continue on to item number 10 and just appreciate everyone's great participation and work this morning. See you in an hour. We're recessed until then. Okay, everyone, we are at 1:35 and we can begin to gather back on the next item, which we will begin on item number 10. I do have a statement here to read, so I will do so. The next agenda item is for the State Water Board consideration of adoption of the proposed statewide sanitary sewer systems general order reissuance. State Water Board staff conducted several years of public outreach prior to issuing the draft order in January of this year for a 60-day public comment period. After considering all public comments, staff prepared and issued the proposed order to the public on October 28, 2022. Additionally, on December 1st, 2022, staff issued a change sheet with revisions to the proposed order to address grammatical errors and clarifications and to incorporate further refinement of language as requested by stakeholders. Staff will provide a presentation and interested parties will have the opportunity to orally comment on the proposed statewide order. After hearing the staff presentation and public comments, the board will consider adoption of the order. A moment on procedural matters. If you intend to speak on this item, please fill out the virtual speaker card and mark it proposed sanitary sewer general order. There are instructions at the top of the agenda. If you're having any issues, again, you can send in an email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. If you're here in the room, there is a QR code along the wall and also a tablet. And I will call the speakers in the order I received cards, but I will first try to allow public officials and representatives of organizations to speak first. When you begin speaking, please state your name slowly and identify the organization that you represent, if any. I will now introduce our staff who will be providing the staff presentation, are available to provide any answers to any questions. So from the Division of Water Quality, we have Deanna Messina, and we have Afruz Faraz Madan and Walter Mobley. And then from the Office of Chief Counsel, we have Tim Regan, and our Office of Enforcement, Ryan Elder. Good to have you all with us. Thank you. And we can go into the item.
Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. For the record, I'm Afruz Farsi Madan, the NPDES Wastewater Program Manager at the Division of Water Quality. Today I will propose the statewide sanitary sewer systems general order for your consideration of adoption with 2 change sheets. Next slide, please. We acknowledge our entire state and regional water board staff that invested a lot of time on development of this proposed order. Next slide, please. And here are some, but not all, interested parties that provided us with extremely helpful information for developing this order. I want to thank all of them here today. Next slide, please. The process for developing this proposed order started over 4 years ago in 2018. We conducted extensive public outreach, including public workshops and focus meetings with interested parties. In February of 2021, we issued an informal draft order, and in January, the draft order was issued for a 60-day public comment period. Next slide, please. The proposed order was issued in October of this year, and we are here today to present the order for your consideration. Next slide, please. To minimize time, the focus of this presentation will be on our consideration of compliance costs and major public comments and concerns. I will also provide an overview of the proposed change sheets and our staff involvement in order implementation trainings. Next slide, please. This slide targets the additional compliance costs due to the added requirements in the proposed order necessary to maintain water quality protection and enhance the enforceability of the order. The added cost pertains to the planning requirements to address system-specific climate change impacts, the requirements for coordinated interagency response to spills, the requirements to protect waters of the state, not just waters of the US. And finally, the requirement for submittal of an electronic sewer system service area boundary map. Next slide, please. The proposed order also reduces costs by reducing the frequencies for the sewer system management plan updates from every 5 years to every 6 years, and the frequency of audits from every 2 years to every 3 years. The proposed order also reduces the frequency of reporting lateral spills that are not caused in the main component of the sewer system from monthly reporting to an annual PDF reporting into CVEX. Next slide, please. Now I will provide an overview of major public comments and concerns you may hear today. The California Coastkeeper Alliance continues to request increased regulatory attention on spills to waters of the US, exfiltration, receiving water monitoring, and transparency of data. Sanitation agency and university representatives continue to comment on the increased cost and legal exposure of the proposed order. They are also concerned with the logistics of monitoring and reporting. Next slide, please. We have 2 change sheets for your consideration. This slide provides a summary of proposed revisions in the change sheet 1 issued on December 1st. The first proposed revision extends the effective date of the order from 150 days to 180 days after order adoption to allow staff modify CVEX. The second revision is specific to the definition of enrollee to correctly define federal agencies that own sewer systems as non-governmental entities. The third revision refines the language in finding 3.2.4 regarding underground sewer system leakage. The fourth revision extends the due date for initial spill emergency response plan updates for existing enrollees. The fifth revision clarifies the due dates and electronic format requirements for sewer system service area boundary maps. The sixth revision clarifies the provision regarding discretionary enforcement. The seventh revision refines requirements in Attachment D, Section 8.1, titled System Evaluation and Condition Assessment. The eighth revision clarifies spill categories and lateral spill reporting requirements. And finally, the ninth and the last revision of change sheet 1 corrects typographical errors throughout the orders, proposed order. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of revisions in change sheet 2 provided today. Revision 1 is to replace the clarification made in proposed change sheet 1, revision 8 for section 5.13.1 spill categories. It was noted that further clarification was needed for this section. Therefore, this revision to the proposed order in change sheet 2 is to fully replace the proposed revision to that section in change sheet 1. Revision 2 clarifies section 6.1.5 titled Indirect Discharges to replace the word sanitizing with the word cleaning. Revision 3 revises Section 4 and Section 7 of the Sewer System Management Plan elements to address tree roots. Revision 4 revises Attachment E1, Sections 3.1.2 and 3.2.2, the requirements for certified spill reports for Category 1 and Category 2 spills. This revision will address observed aquatic life impacts and remove reporting requirements affiliated with the vicinity of a spill to a municipal well. Next slide, please. Continuing with change sheet 2. Revision 5 revises the Category 4 spill reporting frequency from quarterly reporting to monthly reporting. The proposed change in frequency is in Attachment E1, Section 3.4, Certified Spill Reporting for Category 4 spills. However, to align this change in reporting frequency, we also propose further revision in Attachment E1, Section 3.7, shown on this change sheet 2, which must fully replace the same Section 3.7 in change sheet 1, revision 8. Lastly, to address this change in reporting frequency, Attachment E2, Table E2-4 is revised to address Category 4 reporting and monitoring requirements. Next slide, please. We will continue to be directly involved in statewide training with the California Water Environment Association to develop and deliver low-cost interactive online trainings and order implementation workshops. We will also continue to be directly involved with the industry associations to develop guidance documents, conduct order implementation training events, and present at conferences. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. This item is for your consideration of adoption of the proposed sanitary sewer systems general order, change sheet 1 issued on December 1st, and change sheet 2 provided today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farsi-Madan. Looking to colleagues if they have any questions or thoughts off the bat. I know there's been a lot of discussion. The change sheets reflect that. And we have a number of commenters that we can get to, but I want to make sure first and foremost, there isn't anything off the bat. Okay, then let us get to our first commenter, who will be Jared Voskuhl, who I don't believe Mr. Voskuhl. Oh, there you are. Good to see you. And he will be followed by Stephen Moore and then Cody Phillips. Good to see you, Mr. Moore.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 130 collection systems, wastewater agencies who engage in wastewater recycling and resource recovery. It's been a long few years working on this order, but at the top, we just wanted to express our gratitude to staff, to council, as well as to our operators who are out in the field who've been giving us the information we're trying to carry forward on this order. There have been various iterations of this order, and the changes keep getting it closer and better to a place that for the next 15, 20 years, we are confident this will be a successful order. Just at a outset, we did want to mention the history of the 2006 order and specifically the success of that order. I think Category 1 spills have been driven down something like 63% over a 15-year period, which is a major accomplishment and is a testimony to our members' investment in their systems and their commitment to continuing going forward. There's a few items left, and we have several commenters from our sector who have that technical expertise to provide those to you. Kind of given the nature of the process and these last changes, I think it's just these fine-tooth details. They kind of say with tightening a screw, it's that last 5% of getting it there, but it's also the hardest. So we request you to, listen to these operators and those with experience in the field on what these last changes are. I think one of the major ones for us is what just came out on the change sheet with Category 4 and lateral reporting. I think our request on the Category 4 was, was originally a quarterly report in the order that came out in October. This new change sheet changed it to monthly, which our folks liked because that's what we currently are doing with monthly reporting. But I think our hope was that that monthly report wouldn't be something that's being filed in CWICS because of the local resource issues for a Category 4 spill that has no threat to water quality. The thought was, like a lateral spill, it could be inserted in a PDF and an annual report with all the information documented. But that would reduce that local burden on the agency to be putting that information into CWICS for a spill that has no impact to the environment. And then I think kind of as part of the give and take there, our thought was for the state that is wanting to track it, because there's that no monthly spill reporting requirement that agencies have to fill in, perhaps they could use in there an entry of number numerically of how many Category 4 spills they had, as well as the volume. So you're tracking that number, you'd have it on a rolling basis monthly, but all the details would be something that would go in an annual report. And our thought was that would really help out at the local level for agencies that are managing these. And I think we'll have some red lines that might have been submitted just to get those in front of folks. But this is one of those requests that if it were to be heeded, might take some work in the document just to tighten it up and make sure everything conforms. Beyond that, there was one conforming change, and that's in change sheet number 1 in section 6.1.5, the word sanitizing was changed to cleaning, which we appreciated and seemed to be reflecting industry practice. Change sheet 2 seemed like it might need an additional change. The word sanitize is in the 9th bullet of SSMP section 6. So if that change, I think it's just a conforming change in the SERP that would be requested. And then I think our last request is just kind of going forward with the implementation committee and the process of what that looks like. CASA and the Summit partners are hosting a workshop on January 11th for our members, a free virtual event so folks know what to expect. And we're supporting CWA with their formal training and curriculum. But I think as part of the implementation of the order, having that implementation committee of some sort would be recommended and preferred. CASA is already helping with the data review group with the entry of CWICS data. And we're welcome, we could play that role to facilitate those meetings if the board doesn't have resources, but we do think it'd be beneficial for the board to be engaged on that. Something like the data review group could probably be underneath that. We also have needs and support for funding for disadvantaged communities to help with their implementation of the order. And so we also thought that could be something that could fit into the implementation committee. But you'll hear more about all these items from our commenters, plus more technical details. So with that, respectfully, thank you for your consideration of these comments today.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl. I appreciate the focused flags and comments here, and would just note, with this being here, the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, this order, I feel, and to your note, it's setting us up for the next 15, 20 years. Just appreciate everyone's work around it, because it is a really important moment to remind ourselves of the need to update these regs, and in a way that, to my mind, really complements the consolidation we're looking to do, the extension of sanitation services to more communities, And so, yeah, just generally, thanks. I appreciate the work and the comments and look forward to hearing from further folks. So thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen Moore. Mr. Moore. Former state board member Moore. Good to see you. And look at this on the other, I know how different. Must feel
Chair
better on the other side.
Esquivel and
Good
honorable
to see you.
members of the State Water Board and Water Board staff. It's great to see you all again. You know, you are my extended family, and especially, you know, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo. We spent many years together. Many memories, rewarding experiences. And so it's great to see everybody. And for the record, I'm Steve Moore. I'm the general manager of Ross Valley Sanitary District, a collection system agency in Marin County, a mid-sized agency with respect to those that enroll into this order. And so my comments today bring some of my experience working on the general permits over the years, because I was on the state board, but also on the regional board for 4 years, and familiar with that process. And so, you know, first of all, of course, I want to acknowledge the hard work of staff, really listening to and diligently working with the collection system representatives throughout this process. And I hope through my comments to provide a little insight as to why working with us and making changes shouldn't be viewed as concessions, but actually just refinements, fine tuning, recognizing, as some comments I made the last time, that this is a successful order. It's really had a great impact on the culture of collection systems, and that the changes should be a fine tuning exercise. And I think we're really getting to that. And I appreciate, you know, the hard work with the change sheets number 1 and 2, a lot of details, but these will in the long run support the efforts of the collection system agencies. And like I said, I'm medium sized, so about 25% of the agencies are larger than mine. And a lot of my concerns really revolve around the 75% of the smaller and disadvantaged communities that will have to comply with these requirements. And we just wanted to encourage keeping things, you know, to the point where we're not over-reporting and, you know, having the worst case scenario drive all of the day-to-day work, if that makes sense. And I'll give you some examples. So thanks again for the collaborative teamwork. I think, you know, I'm focused on unintended consequences. I think I was as a board member, and now as I review these requirements, and actually have experience uploading data to CWIX myself. And so, as Jared Voskuil mentioned, there's some value, and we thought we had an understanding with staff at the regional and state board levels that events that occur that are less than 50 gallons that do not reach surface water are really not affecting water quality and constitute, you know, there's a process of uploading 42 different data fields for these events. But rest assured, whenever we have a spill, we go through the details of justifying the volume, you know, the technical work, and it is in our system and fully available for auditing. So, and we can do summaries, but in the end, we thought we had this understanding that these what we were calling category 4 really weren't discharges, but just performance issues that we could report on, but wouldn't necessarily be uploaded to the database under penalty of perjury, you know, and that sort of thing. So I would encourage a little more work on that, or some consideration in the back and forth. You know, I got a little more involved last month because when the new revised draft order was released, it did contain some new ideas relative to what we had seen before. And, you know, there wasn't really an opportunity to have a back and forth discussion about unintended consequences, but we're having that now. You have 2 change sheets that reflect that commitment. And, you know, it would be okay with us if we wanted to not adopt now and work through the final 5%, or really it's 0.5%. But that said, you know, we're here to answer questions, work with you on details to see if we can come to some meeting of the minds. I would say that what's proposed now in category 4, in essence, just repeats what's already here for category 3. I mean, let's ask ourselves, what's different? It's all the same fields, it's the same monthly routine, why even bother with category 4? I mean, really, at this point, if we're doing all the same things for reporting above or below 50 gallons. So I pose that question to everybody here. Finally, in terms of, I don't have a whole lot more time, but the perspective of this not being concessions, I would just say that, the comments and the back and forth, my observation is a lot of principles were brought forward in draft permits that relate to more continuous discharges and concerns thereby. This really is a permit that focuses on one-time discharges. And so, for example, that issue of receiving water monitoring that was removed, and we're grateful for that, it really revolved around the idea that you want to get a detectable value in the environment based on the discharge. It's really almost impossible to get that from one-time SSOs or spills unless they're very large and sustained. That's the technical reality is that these discharges are episodic and short-lived, and the pollutants are not conservative. They have a half-life, and the pathogenic threat dissipates with not that much time and that sort of thing. So there's a technical difference between these type of discharges and ongoing discharges from treatment plants and industrial discharges and that sort of thing. So we want the general permit to really reflect that, there's a risk and a public health risk, but it's a level of risk. And that's really where, our comments come from is having the right touch on the amount of reporting and accountability that relate to that risk. We think the existing order provides a great incentive for local governments to invest in these vital systems that protect public health. And we just want to key off that successful program and do a fine-tuning exercise. So I hope that provides a little insight as to where we're coming from, that you haven't given great concessions. It's just been getting this tuned to really empower the local governments to do the right thing and invest in these vital infrastructures that we all rely on for quality of life. And with that, it's great to see everybody here. Thanks for your commitment to working with us and protecting the environment. And I know we're all feeling great about all the snow and rain. I relate to you all dealing with this recurrent challenge. And so I'm there with you in spirit, and thanks for your service.
And thank you for yours. Really appreciate it, Mr. Moore. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, and who'll be followed by Robin Morishita, and then Melissa Tharm. Mr. Phillips, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this order. And I'd also like to thank staff for all the work they've put into this order and for taking the time to engage with us on our concerns. They've really done a fantastic job. As we come to the adoption, I do have two remaining concerns I'd like to comment on today. First involves improving the state's spill frequencies, and second is involving transparency. So as to the first issue, although the order really does prohibit all discharges, we know that's not the reality of the situation. The zero discharge prohibition is really more of a zero discharge goal, and these systems spill frequently. As of the end of November, just this year, over 1.5 million gallons of sewage reached surface waters. To move closer to that zero discharge goal, this updated order requires systems to evaluate and improve themselves over time. Though when it comes to the standard for improvement, the permit simply requires the implementation of, quote, current standard industry practices. That standard is set out in section 5.3, which is the SSMP development and implementation section. Our concern is that the current standard industry practices are incapable of meeting a zero discharge prohibition, as evidenced just by the sheer number of spills that occur every year. As technology improves and these spills become increasingly avoidable, we feel that the permit should not just require the current industry standard, but direct systems to aim for the best industry standard or the best practicable industry standard. This type of forward-thinking permit standard is really not far-fetched. It's very commonplace. The Clean Water Act requires the best practical control or best conventional pollution control technology. The state's own anti-degradation requirement mandates the best practicable treatment or control standard. In the order itself, actually, when systems are conducting their evaluations, they're directed to use the best practices and technologies available. A best standard, in addition, works in conjunction with the absolute prohibition on discharges by encouraging systems to do everything they can to keep these discharges from occurring, not to just maintain the status quo as good enough. For that reason, we recommend that section 5.3 of the order be amended to require the implementation of the best industry standards or the best practicable industry standards, not just the current standard industry practices. For the second issue, which is transparency, I have two notes. First, I'd actually like to express our supports for the reporting requirement for category 4 spills, which are the spills that are less than 50 gallons, which do not reach surface waters. Although these spills are small and they don't reach surface waters, we do believe that it's important that the public is given access to accurate and timely information on when and where these spills occur. And in addition to public awareness, despite their size, frequent small spills can put the water board on alert of some greater problem which needs to be addressed. And this data really doesn't need to be sat on and should not be sat on for a year. We feel that monthly reporting requirements is appropriate, and anything greater than that would really skew the balance of interests. Second, we have an issue with the new language that was recently added to section 5.4 of the order in the newest draft. That section notes that audit reports uploaded to CWIX will only be available to water board staff. Systems are required to periodically audit themselves and report that information to CWIX. And because these audits highlight issues with these systems, it seemed that many commenters felt that it was inappropriate to share these flaws with the public. But fear of how the public will react if people learn how these publicly funded and operated systems are being managed is really an entirely inappropriate reason to keep people in the dark, especially when, as is the case here, there are serious public health concerns associated with these systems. One of the hallmarks of good governance is transparency, and this added language really flies in the face of that ideal. To remedy this, we present a couple of options. First, that section of the order can be returned to the way it was originally drafted, removing that the guarantee that only state water board staff will have access to the audits. Or a second option is we just suggest adding a footnote clarifying that when submitted to CWIX, these systems have no reasonable expectation of privacy on these audits reports, to assure that even if the audits are not directly available on CWIX to the public, if members of the public are interested, they could submit a Public Records Act request to get access to them. Those are my comments for today, and I'm very happy to see this, this order moving forward and cross the finish line. So thank you for your time, and I hope that they are well received.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. They are. I appreciate your engagement on this work. It is, again, I continue to be reminded just how important it is to be talking about access to sanitation, the expansion of access to sanitation, and this order and the protection of public health in all of it as well. And I feel this order is doing a good balance around it. But we'll have, I know, some discussion. I guess just actually on the audits, I'm a big advocate of transparency as well. But I'm just wondering, is in part the concern a security concern as well from the water agencies, or is it just is it fair for us to tell everyone all of our vulnerabilities amongst our system? What's the kind of balance on the protection of interests that are valid and then also the need to be transparent? Just kind of wondering if.
And you're asking us, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Chair.
Messina.
This is Diana Messina with the Division of Water Quality. So Mr. Phillips is correct. In our initial draft, we had the reporting of both the sanitary sewer management plan and the audit reports into CWIX without any semi-privacy. As we continued meeting with the sanitation agency representatives, they brought up those concerns, and I'd rather have them share those concerns directly with you, but to let you know those the added semi-protection to privacy was based on their shared concerns.
Thanks. Yeah, well, I imagine we'll hear more from them. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Messina.
So just
Yes.
on that point,
Yeah,
maybe Michael Offer or somebody can weigh in on, or other OCC attorneys, but would they be subject to Public Records Act requests?
I can't give you an answer for every case, but I would say in most cases, almost certainly. I mean, depending on the specific situation, there are various exceptions to the Public Records Act that may apply. But I think in the normal situation, probably no exceptions would apply. The balancing test would weigh in favor of public disclosure.
That's helpful. Thank you, board member. let's continue on with our commenters. Next, I'd like to call up Robin Morishita and then Melissa Thorne. You should be invited to unmute. Sorry, Mr. Morishita, one moment. Oh, you may need to try to unmute again. Sorry. Sometimes we can, there's multiple of us trying to let you in. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Robin Morishita. I'm the Director of Technical Services at the Leucadia Wastewater District in Carlsbad, California. I'd like to say that, from the first draft that was sent out, a lot of changes have been made that shows that the board and your staff has been very engaged in what we as the shareholders and system operators have to say. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate the time that you as the board and your staff has taken to listen to us and to try and, make the requirements as good for us and easier to implement and understand our position. My specific comment is on change sheet number 1, attachment E2, table E2-5. The title of that table is enrollee owned and or operated lateral spills that do not discharge to surface waters. Now, in the notification block, it says that we are to within 2 hours of the enrollee's knowledge of a spill of 1,000 gallons or greater from the enrollee owned and or operated lateral discharging or threatening to discharge to the waters of the state, and to notify the California Office of Emergency Services to obtain a notification control number. However, it says in the title for this table that the spill does not discharge to surface waters. So therefore, I was wondering why this notification requirement seems a little extreme. And additionally, the requirements under the method are the same thing, to notify Cal OES. And, are these requirements really needed for a spill that does not discharge to surface waters? Please clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate the flag. I do see, the title saying it's to not discharge to surface waters, but I think even the language says if it's threatening, and maybe it's simply, again, it's a volumetric threshold here that we're saying if it's that large, it does necessitate this. But looking over to our folks in the program to actually.
Yes, please. In fact, I'm going to turn this to Tim. This requirement is based in the water code that a spill of 1,000 gallons or greater to a water of the state. Correct. So, which includes does not go to a water of the U.S. Tim, can you confirm that?
Yeah, in Water Code 13271, it just refers to waters of the state, so it's fairly broad. And we just use the same language.
Yeah, and here again, the title is to surface waters, but waters of the state are broader than just surface waters. It includes groundwater and other discharges. Okay. Hopefully that was helpful.
Well, but
Mr.
the
Morishita.
title, excuse me, the title says that do not discharge to surface waters. I understand if there's a discharge to surface waters, but the title of the table indicates that it says lateral spills that do not discharge to surface waters.
Yes, and yeah, I appreciate that. And I believe the response would be that the water code requires us, because it's a spill of 1,000 gallons or more that is threatening water of the state, which waters of the state encompass more than just surface waters. So I think that's where that, the incongruity can be seeming to stem from, Mr. Morishita.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you for your time. And again, thank you to your staff for being open to listening to our comments and our input.
And thank you. I really appreciate the good faith and continued engagement around this. It has been just incredibly important to try to refine this and make it operable and make it successful by ensuring that we have the right touch. And so appreciate the good feedback from you and many of the other systems here. So thank you. And this flag as well, and our opportunity to talk about it. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Thorne, who will be followed by Benjamin Harris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for letting me speak in a different context today than usual. I'm talking to you today as a board member of a small community services district, and these comments were submitted on behalf of this very small system, which is laid over a large area in lieu of septic systems throughout our neighborhood. We have just 51 hookups currently and only 102 expected at build out. We have 14 miles of pipes in about a 2-mile radius, leading to a very small treatment plant with a capacity of 120,000 gallons per day. That's currently treating 12,000 gallons per day. So a very small risk of large spills and a very good spill record. We have very small staff dedicated to wastewater because they also have primary responsibilities related to our potable water system. So increased requirements cost more and create increased strain on our staff. And we have 5-year budgets. So we have to do another vote to fund additional work above our annual adjusted amount. While we appreciate the changes made, we have some other requests for consideration. One is in attachment E, section 3.7, which has just been changed recently with the late change sheets. For small systems, it would be really helpful to not have to report monthly, but instead to change the no spill category 4 and non-category 1 lateral spills to quarterly reporting schedule. These are low risk events that could be reported in more detail in annual reports, but making people certify no spills monthly feels a little like being punished for good behavior. And I see that the change sheets moved away from quarterly, but I ask that at least for very small systems that you could reconsider this, so that staff can focus on the substantive requirements of system management that apply to everyone, whether it's 1 mile or 3,500 miles of sewers for the system. The second issue is section 2.2.3 in attachment E, the reference to fecal and total coliform sampling potentially could be removed because they were superseded by the bacteria provisions, which now require E. coli and Enterococcus. Unless the basin plan specifically requires additional sampling, and then that could be imposed. But reduced sampling reduces the cost, which is particularly important for small systems. And currently the determination of what is appropriate and how to determine whether to sample 1 or more is not clear. So people may err on the side of more, which is also more costly. To feed on something that Mr. Voskuhl said earlier today, the introduction to the waste discharge requirement, we suggest maybe adding something to the first sentence, such as building on the success of the previous order that dramatically reduced sanitary sewer overflows statewide. This general order regulates and go on from there. Just to acknowledge the great work that has been done over the last years since 2006 when we first got this waste discharge requirements adopted. In section 3.2.4 in the second paragraph, would like to insert the concept of proximity. So right now it talks about exfiltrated sewage may enter into compromised drainage conveyance system, but that is only if it's in close enough proximity. So adding those words, recently in litigation, expert testimony about exfiltration into storm drains opined that it really only happens within 1 meter radially from the MS4 pipe. So we believe that the issue of proximity should be included into that paragraph. Another suggestion is people use the lingo of acronyms that aren't included in this permit. So in the definition section for legally responsible official, just highlighting that as LRO, private sewer lateral as PSL, and sanitary sewer management plan as SSMP. There are some acronyms that are included, but not these common ones. So that seemed different. In sections 5.2 and 8.1, we would really like to recognize that the SSMP, CCAP, and any current standard industrial practices that are discussed would be acknowledged to be relative to the system size and budget, because our little system is not going to have the same SSMP as a large city in this state. And then finally, in section 3.3.2, there is a discussion of the sources of drinking water policy, which is not exactly accurate. If you could change it to say establishing state policy that authorized the regional boards to designate waters of the state with certain exemptions as suitable or potentially suitable for municipal supply or MUN use. The sources of drinking water policy didn't do that itself. It authorized the regional board. So just making that more legally accurate would be helpful. I appreciate your time listening to our small agency concerns, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Storm. I appreciate the items, the good suggestions. I know there's quite a few in them. I took some notes, looking to see if there's anything off the bat that anyone from our program wanted to have any follow-up question, at least in case other board members bring it up.
Maybe a couple of things on the fecal coliform standards. The board's bacterial standards in the inland surface waters plan dealt with the REC 1 beneficial use. And in the board standards, there was a footnote discussion saying that some regions like Lahontan still do use fecal coliform and are not switching over to, and the state board said that's fine, it can continue to use fecal coliform. So we can't really make that statewide change to Enterococcus and E. coli as requested. Also, there are other beneficial uses besides REC 1 that rely on bacterial standards, and the basin plans out for shellfish harvesting, for instance, may refer to other bacterial standards besides the REC 1 standards. So
helpful. Thank you.
The other point was on the sources of drinking water policy. I think we could refine that language a little bit. I wouldn't recommend the exact language suggested because I think that the sources of drinking water policy resolution 8863 did more than authorize the regional boards to designate certain waters as suitable for municipal use. It directed the regional boards to designate them if certain standards were met. So I think we could tweak that a little bit, maybe say direct instead of authorize.
Yeah, if we begin to collect some changes here, I'd be open and supportive of doing that, and appreciate the flag from Ms. Thom.
Yes, thank you. And I want to address just a couple more things. The first is Ms. Thorne's comment about having small systems that do not have big spills have their sewer system management plan be per their budget. And so we believe we were pretty clear in the order that the sewer system management plan should be at the scale and to serve the needs of each individual system. So our order is not really placing an expensive plan that does not address a simple system like she described. Okay, and I think Tim covered the other one. Oh, I'd like to address the acronyms. We did purposely remove all the acronyms, as with a lot of our other orders. Our orders do need to be translated for different languages at certain times. I've been dealing with wastewater for many years, and I still stumble on acronyms, and we just want this order to be readable by folks that have been in the industry for a long time, as well as brand new folks coming in. I already hear acronyms being made from the terms we have in this, and they're welcome. We will include acronyms if you do want acronyms, but that was an effort that we purposely did not do for translation purposes.
Thank you. Appreciate those follow-ups and appreciate Ms. Storm. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for some of those explanations. I appreciate that. And I'm still, of course, working through all the comments that we've heard so far. And I imagine we'll circle back to some of them that we've heard a number of times, especially the category for reporting element. So putting a pin in that for a second. One of Ms. Storm's comments was about exfiltration and actually the proximity to, incorporating the notion of proximity to a storm drain system, for example, when looking at exfiltration. So do you have any thoughts on that comment?
Yes, exfiltration cannot be dealt like a cookie cutter. It is different in all different scenarios throughout the state for all different systems. It depends on nearby infrastructure, nearby utilities, soil type, slope, and a whole slew. So when we deal with exfiltration, we purposely placed it in the portion of the order where the enrollee has to assess their system through condition assessment. For that. In the findings, while we did develop this order, we did learn of certain circumstances in the Bay Area where there was sewage that ended up going into a storm drain system. So we know the possibilities there. The findings and the purpose of the findings is to lay out the basis for why you as a board are placing these requirements on enrollees. If there is further refinement you'd like to see in the findings, we're happy to do so.
Appreciate that. I'll take a closer look here as we continue to hear the comments, and I'll follow up at the end. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. And thank you for the responses. And thank you again, Ms. Storm. Next, we'll go to Benjamin Harris, who will be followed by Annalisa Moe and then Mary Cousins. Mr. Harris, good to see you again.
Hi, thank you so much, board members. Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Harris. I am the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I wanted to offer a short comment in support of what we just heard from Cody Phillips with the California Coastkeeper Alliance. I think it's really important to consider moving these sanitary sewer systems toward the best industry practice rather than sticking with the current status quo, given the number of spills that we are still seeing. And I want to also add a little context about what we're experiencing here in Los Angeles. SSOs are continuing reality in urban areas here in Los Angeles. And we're also seeing now maybe a reduced frequency of the smaller SSOs. They're still prevalent, but also more common larger spills of very enormous magnitude. Over the last year and a half, we've seen 3 such spills, one in the Dominguez Channel, one in the Los Angeles River, and also one out of the Hyperion treatment plant, which is at the end of the sanitary sewer system. And these are all products of deficiencies within the system. So it's very important that we're thinking about how to move forward with these regulations to ensure that these sewer systems are doing everything they can to improve and reduce the number of spills that we're seeing. So again, echoing the comment that Cody made about trying to push for the best industry practices rather than sticking with the current ones. I think that's hugely important to consider. Also wanted to just touch on the public transparency side of things. I appreciate the comments from Chair Esquivel about potential security concerns with publicizing some of these audits that will be happening for these systems every few years. And I understand they're also, staff's response saying that they might be available through PRAs. I think there's more that can be done though. And I think it's a little troubling to me to think that, members of the public would have to go out of their way to file a PRA and do all of this effort just to get something that is really of public concern. The public really needs to know what's going on with these systems, how they're operating, what deficiencies exist and how to improve them so that the public can engage meaningfully in any opportunities to try to improve those systems through advocacy before agencies or through litigation. And my one suggestion, which I didn't hear Cody say and wanted to see what staff's response would be, is what about the possibility of, rather than publicizing the underlying audit and making that widely publicly available, instead doing a public facing summary that is, a high level review of everything that the audit produced, all of the findings from the audit, but digested in a publicly accessible way that doesn't really get to the same security concerns where, members of the public would have access to every single line of the sanitary sewer system. So that would be my proposal. And I hope that would be something that would be feasible. We really always push for some kind of public transparency document for a lot of these complicated reporting processes. And it is really troubling to me that the current order as written does not allow for any public transparency and would keep it within the purview of only the water boards. So if there is that middle ground available for a public facing document that really summarizes all of the findings of the audit, I think that better serves public transparency, both because it is more digestible It allows for the public to engage more meaningfully when they have a document like that, and it protects against any concerns that these systems might have for disclosure of a fulsome audit. So I'll wrap up my comments there. Thank you very much for your time, and I just wanted to see if that would be a good discussion point here. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and appreciate the engagement and the good suggestion. I can see where there's a workload that will be associated with that, and it's a matter of where that workload falls. And I know it would be challenging here. Perhaps it's a summary that the agencies themselves can develop, and with the full understanding that it would be here more publicly available. But that's a workload, and I think that would be the only just hearing it off. In my own reaction, my only thought around it, but looking to our colleagues on, what is the thought around that as potentially a good a bridge, if you will, to what is important transparency, but a nod to, the right level of with the public.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. We agree. We agree on transparency and on providing information that the public can digest and comprehend. When it comes to workload, as a manager, I don't know if I would want one of our water board staff to be interpreting an audit report that was prepared by an agency and making the decisions of what information should be public and what should not. I would recommend that if the summary is required, that it would be written by the author of the audit report itself, and those decisions can be made. It is another workload or an added cost on the agencies. And I'm also flagging that I want to make sure we ask one of our stakeholders to please share what parts of the audit reports are safety or security concerns for them.
I really appreciate that feedback.
I was just going to echo that just as commenters come up, would love to hear reflections from stakeholders on what the concerns are and potential ways to address that.
Thank you, board member. And Mr. Bishop, did you have anything further add?
Yes, I'm just a little bit, I guess, flummoxed by the idea that almost all of these are public agencies and their information is publicly available. Also, that it somehow isn't appropriate for their audits to be publicly available.
Yeah, I think that's also. Thank you. I think we'll have some further discussion around it. And would help to hear as any remaining agencies come up or others that would like to make a comment around it, what the balance is there for us. Let's move on to our next commenter, who will be Annalisa Moe, and followed by Mary Cousins, and then Paul Cossey.
Thank you so much. Again, for the record, my name is Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay. Now, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board and staff. I will be very brief, actually, because any comments that I have to share have already been stated very eloquently by colleagues Cody Phillips and Ben Harris. So mainly want to just echo the comments that they have already shared, particularly around the importance of transparency, how important transparency is for building trust and also to ensure accountability. Which doesn't, just mean punishing for bad actions, but just finding creative ways to work together moving forward. One thing that I'll note just very quickly is just the difference between availability and accessibility. Having things publicly available is incredibly important, but also making sure that it's easy for members of the public to find that information if they want to do so. That's the other side of it. Of course, in Southern California, this last year has been, year and a half has been a particularly difficult one when it comes to sewage spills. So it's been at the top of mind for a lot of folks here in Southern California. And so again, transparency and accessibility of that information is very helpful for building that trust back up. And with that, I'll actually yield the rest of my time back to the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moe. I really appreciate your always great comments and engagement around this. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Cousins, and then Paul Cossey, and then Debbie Mackey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board and board staff. I believe I have a PowerPoint presentation that your staff can help bring up before I begin. I'll introduce myself while she does that. My name is Mary Cousins, and I'm here today representing the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, or BACWA, which includes more than 40 collection system agencies in the San Francisco Bay Area. I've had the pleasure of participating in review of the informal staff draft and then the public draft, as well as working with your staff to improve the clarity of the draft order and to reduce the cost of compliance for our members. And over the past 2 years, we've made a lot of strides in reaching those goals due to the diligence of your staff. So thank you. Next slide, please. BACWA's position is that the 2006 order has been very effective at reducing spills around the state. There has been dramatic reductions, which are now about half of the frequency that they were shortly after the 2006 order was adopted and reporting began. BACWA member agencies are really proud of the work that they have done to improve and to professionalize sewer system management. We know that we still have work to do, however, as the total volume of spills has not decreased as dramatically as the spill frequency has. Next slide, please. I'm here today to request a few additional changes to the order that would help collection system agencies to prioritize spill prevention and response instead of prioritizing some of the more administrative functions like reporting. And I had to turn in these slides before the change sheets came out, so this is going to be a little bit dynamic. The requests that I'm bringing you today are two specific ones. One is reduction in the category 4 spill requirements, and then also some changes to the category 1 monitoring timeframe. Next slide, please. As you know, category 4 spills are a new and exciting concept that is being introduced with this reissuance of the order. It's not in the 2006 order. And by definition, these spills are small. They do not reach surface waters, and they're unlikely to cause a public nuisance due to their small size. So they're actually, in most cases, not even a violation of the order itself. In our region, the San Francisco Bay Area, about half of all the spills are actually less than 50 gallons. So they're this new category, category 4. Even though they're half of all the spills, the volume is only 0.2% of the total volume that's spilled. We believe that the effort required to do the detailed certified spill reporting of category 4 spills does not produce a comparatively sized benefit to water quality. Monitoring and reporting doesn't reduce spills. It's operations and maintenance and capital planning, and that's where we want to put our focus. Next slide, please. So this slide, don't read it too carefully because this is where it's changed. The October 28th draft, it introduced a new concept of lateral spill reporting that was not in the previous public draft. So the concept here is that any kind of spill that's from a lateral that's owned or operated by an agency is going to be reported under this new method where it goes in an annual report. That's a PDF report. Those spills are no longer going to be going into CWIX as a data entry with all of the attributes of a spill. Well, we are very happy to see this change because most lateral spills are also very small and are not a threat to water quality. But when we saw this concept, we're like, aha, this is great. We should use the same approach for category 4 spill reports. It's not actually a dramatic change to the order. What this request is to basically just say, please make the reporting requirements for category 4 spills the same as what's currently required in the draft for the lateral spills, which is to say, we'll turn them in at the end of the year in a PDF report. And of course, we will always keep all those records in-house. If there's a compliance issue, it needs to be enforcement, all those records will be available. The one difference between category 4 and lateral spill reports would be that we're proposing on a monthly basis to turn in the number of spills that were reported in a month and the total volume. This information is actually needed for the annual report to do the sort of year-by-year spill frequency and spill volume graphs, which are also a new feature of this order. And we understand that those are important for trending with historical data as well. So this is in section 3.4. There's items 1 through 11, and we're proposing that those be removed and replaced with just 2 bullets requiring monthly reporting of spill volume and the number of category 4 spills.
Can I ask just a clarification on that point while it's fresh? So would there be electronic reporting for that number and volume, or where would that go?
Presumably CWIC's, I mean, CWIC's going to have to be recoded anyway, but there would have to be new fields for that information. Yeah. So instead of having a lot of fields for individual spills, it would be like an aggregate statistic.
How many fields does an individual spill have, or would have, say, on this 40? And maybe look to
I'm going to have to ask the audience.
Yeah, no, I'll look to our program folks.
40 something is what I'm hearing. I hear 42, 43.
I'm hearing 42.
And I'm going to ask first to confirm. For a category 4 spill, there are 11 items that need to be entered. In the existing order, the less than 50 gallons was part of the category 3 spills. For the category 3 spills, there are 21 items that need to be entered. So for category 4, 11 items that focus on the contact, the location of the spill, the cause, and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Appreciate it.
So we believe that these changes would allow the CWIC's database to actually be more useful because it would have less noise in it and more information that's useful. Spills that are larger and spills that have water quality consequences. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Can you go forward to, and then you can skip this one because this has been addressed. There we go. Thank you. My second request has to do with category 1 spill reporting. For very large spills, those that are 50,000 gallons or more, there is receiving water sampling that's required. And we would like to request additional time to collect these samples so that there's a guarantee that these samples can always be collected during daylight hours. Right now, this requirement is actually 48 hours. So this reissued order is already going to significantly reduce the amount of time that's allowed before these samples are collected. But we think 12 hours is difficult because if there is a spill, in the middle of the day, you may not be able to take the samples before nightfall. We don't want to be out at night collecting these samples, not so much for safety considerations, but it's more like we don't want to have to make the call over whether we need to invoke a safety exception to take these samples. And the samples themselves are going to be better if we can see what we're doing in the field. There's also hold time issues on the laboratory side. A lot of laboratories can't accept a sample at certain times of the day because it'll exceed the hold time before staff are back in the office to do the analysis. So just for all these logistical and safety reasons, an additional 6 hours would be very helpful for the receiving water samples. Next slide, please. Before I close, I just want to respond to the audit reporting discussion earlier. All of our agencies that I represent are public agencies. And so something like an audit report would have already been subject to public records request. The reason we don't want those items to be posted in CWIC's is because we don't want to modify the way that these reports are used. These are really useful reports. They contain technical and operational details that are meant to be used by the agency itself. We're afraid that if they are recast as public documents, that they will not be as useful as they are right now, and that people will hesitate to include really useful technical and operational details. there was discussion of having 2 separate reports, which kind of gets to the same issue as we really do need the technical part. Like we can't take that away. And if you do make them public, that's my fear, is that we'll kind of gravitate towards a public report without the useful details.
So ask a question on that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not familiar with the audit reports, but I know in different audited reports I've seen that are totally unrelated to this. There's a kind of summary, almost I'll call it executive summary, but that's not what it's called in an audit. But so is that already developed? And is that something that might be useful? If it sounds like they don't have anything.
I mean, I haven't read all of them. The ones I've read sometimes have that, sometimes don't. So that's going to vary by agency. I mean, sometimes they're brought to boards and there might be a staff report and a PowerPoint that goes with it at a larger agency. At a smaller agency, maybe there's no interesting findings that bear that kind of discussion.
Did you want to?
I just want to dig a little deeper into that because it's already a public document at your agency. So any fear about the public looking at it would already be in place.
Yeah, it's not fear. I don't think fear is the right word. The fear isn't that the information is public. The fear is that the whole process of the audit is corrupted by the whole process being dragged out into the public sphere. We want to have not confidentiality, but the knowledge that we're like working on something, trying to get results. You need someplace to go and huddle and decide how are we going to actually improve this system.
No, I totally get that. And where I'm getting a little disconnect is that, you know, it's a public document at your agency already. So the need to huddle and is already compromised. And so why is it different for us to make it public? That's what I'm not following, because your agency already makes it public.
Yeah. Well, I don't work for an individual agency, but yes. You know, I guess when things are publicly posted, they become searchable. You know, it's just easy to find the information, and it's not really written in a way that's meant to speak to the public.
Okay, just when trying to figure out the difference.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair.
Yeah, this is an area where I think we need to do some work on it. I don't know necessarily that it requires changes to what's being proposed, but Board Member Morgan and I think other board members as well, paid some visits to some of the collection systems, and we went to a couple of small communities, and boy, what an eye opener! You know, people are trying really hard. And you get this sense that right when they get to a place where they've got somebody along with their consultant teams, you know, because these are really small communities where they can't even have people, you know, on staff necessarily, but the new guy comes in and he's there for a while, he or she is there for a while, and then they move on to another agency because there's a better opportunity elsewhere, and then they end up starting all over again. And so I couldn't agree more about the financial assistance, but I think it's more than financial assistance. You know, it's training, collaboration, mentorship, you know, some way to provide these communities with the assistance that they need. I don't know, maybe additional time so that when a document does get released, it's in, you know, better form that would make you all more comfortable as to the accuracy. So, and just would welcome everyone's input on this. And, you know, maybe this is something that Mr. Bishop and I were talking about this yesterday. You know, we could direct staff, Division of Financial Assistance, to be focusing on collection systems, you know, not just treatment systems, but, you know, doing a little more work here. But I think it's more than financial assistance.
Yeah, you're stealing the words right out of my mouth, because that's my last request, is not just to provide financial assistance in terms of capital projects, but with the training and the implementation. And this isn't necessarily the kind of situation where you need to go give money to the small agencies, But for example, you could help them by preparing a template SSMP that they could use and adapt to their agency so they wouldn't have to go out and hire a consultant. Maybe they could do it in-house more easily with just kind of clicking through menus, and also by paying for training. So then you can maybe work with CWEA or some of the other nonprofits to help fund the training they're already planning to do and make it free for disadvantaged and small communities. Those are just some ideas. We're hoping that this implementation committee can get set up and that your staff will continue to work on it and bring in ideas for how we can get the word out for how to comply with this new order for those smaller and disadvantaged communities.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the vice chair's focus there, and board member Morgan, I know as well, where here, we, on the drinking water side, we have a very similar challenge.
Yes.
And very robust programs, more robust than on the wastewater, both collection and treatment side. But we do have, these regulatory authority for consolidation at this point. We have a lot more money. And so I think we are needing to think differently about how we continue to, what level of service we offer to those smaller systems, not unlike on the drinking water side, which I think we have a lot that we're already beginning to try to apply and, and have a robust discussion around. So I really appreciate that discussion around it. And please, board member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm going to, pivot a little bit back to the audit report discussion that we were just having. Sorry.
If somebody else wants to respond to
No,
it, come on up.
so here's what's going on in my head.
Yeah.
So, I keep thinking, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
we have a situation where I think everyone agrees that we have an a sanitary sewer general order that's been good. It's been effective. It's done a lot of good things across the state in reducing spills and improving system management. So, and I'm trying to piece all the feedback we're hearing today together and making sure I have a clear picture of maybe any changes that are needed today, going to embark on this new generation of the order. So can you just, if you have it clear, what are the expectations of the current audits? Are they currently completed by the agencies and then held and not made public? How has that gone over the last 15 years? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm going to defer to Jim. Are you going to?
I'm trying to understand the current conditions.
So I think you've exceeded my knowledge on this topic because I've only written one myself personally.
Well, and before we transition away from you, Ms. Cousins, is there anything further that you want?
No, those were the end of my comments, and I guess we could also just wait for Jim to have his turn. And
That's
you
fine.
could grill him
as long
further.
as someone can address it.
Yes,
that would work
thank
for
you.
me. Thank you.
And Jim, if you want, you can come up now, or
yeah, and I'm happy to add some commentary after Jim presents as well, if he wants to say a few things.
Jim Fisher, Fisher Compliance, board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Yeah, so SSB audits, there's some really, there's probably a couple hundred years of experience in the room doing these. So I am not the only one doing these. And I'd throw Paul Causey up here also. I hope he'll provide some input, but our experience has been agencies do these, yes, and they keep them internally. And the current order under section provision D13 Roman numeral 10 says you'll check compliance and effectiveness and keep a copy with the SSMP. So it's an internal document so far. It's been internal. But I was just reminded by former member Moore that his is up on his website. So some agencies, and I know a few that I'm helping, they want to post this. They want to say, look, we're trying, and here's what we're doing. So I think it's all over the map, but mostly right now, I think, to be fair, they're internal documents only. Paul?
Paul. Yeah, well, and our next commenter on the list is Paul Causey. So, Paul.
Wow, what a lead in. Mr. Chair, board members, staff members, I'm here really with two comments, and I'm wearing two hats. My first hat is as the chair of the collections work group, and that represented and has negotiated over the past 4 years with the state staff. It includes also the summit partners. So we represent the 1,200 villages of sewer agencies across the state of California. They're currently enrolled under the order. The last 4 years have been incredible. Your staff has been incredible. They have worked very diligently with us. They have considered everything that we've brought forward to them. We've submitted over 200 pages of comments, red lines, those kinds of things. They have very strategically worked through those to create what you have before you today. You have two change logs that have been provided to you as a result of conversation since the 28th of October and since the hearing on the 14th. This staff has really gone out of their way to accept public input, stakeholder input. We believe the order is in relatively fine shape at this point. However, there still are going to be issues with the interpretation of wording that's going to be necessary going forward. And so we're again wanting to push with you that when you adopt this order, we hope today, that you adopt it with the proviso that staff be allowed to continue or be authorized to continue their work with us as stakeholders, all the stakeholders, for the interpretation needs that come up as we move forward with implementing this particular program. And so you've already heard from several others about the need for an implementation committee. We think that's imperative because there are interpretations that we've heard along the way. This is how we think it will be interpreted. This is how we think it will work. But the reality is that those things, when they start to be boots on the ground, are things that are going to need to be interpreted. And we all should work together to make sure that the language and the outcome from this leads to enhanced water quality, leads to enhanced program and a more effective document, even though we've made great strides in the last 17 years. And so for that reason, we believe that the implementation requirement is hugely important to the success and long-term success of this overall program. CASA and our group is already committed to working hard on the data review group to make sure that the data information going into SWRCB is worthwhile and evaluated and done in the most proper way. We're here to assist with the development of documents that will support things, but we do think there's going to be interpretations that are going to be necessary as we go forward. So that's really my comment. Again, a thanks to your staff, to your entire staff, for all the hard work. The village really appreciates everything that's taken place and the improvements that we've made in the last 4 years, because given where we were with the informal staff draft, significant changes have been made that are very positive and very beneficial. So now if I can take well, I guess I need to talk about the audits. And that really applies to both of my hats. I retired 17 years ago. I've had the opportunity to work with the compliance for this particular order over the last 17 years, and I've had the luxury, the privilege to work with 150 enrolled agencies on compliance with the requirements in the WDR. Yes, I've done a lot of audits. We've accomplished a lot of things. Audits are a difficult task for most agencies because it's trying to identify the areas where they need to improve. They want to improve on their own. They don't want to improve through litigation, through the possibility that they're going to get a time schedule either from the enforcement office or from the non-environmental organizations out there that want to push things more quickly than maybe a public agency is ready for. Many agencies have water, sewer, storm, recycled water, and they're trying to put money into all of these things. And not to suggest that collection systems are not important, but the reality is that the audits, if you indeed make them public records and have to be completely available, it's our understanding that the enforcement office wanted them to understand the agencies they needed to look at, to evaluate, to determine how to move forward to improve their programs, not to use it as an enforcement tool necessarily. And so the reality here, I think, is that agencies are concerned that by making the complete audit report public, it will become a litigation item. And so from my perspective, that's the concern that I hear from many agencies is, yes, we need to bring forward information about how our programs need to improve, but we don't want to be sued over it necessarily. And there are lots of requirements, as you've seen probably in various presentations. This document has gone from 20 pages, 25 pages to 85, from 40 mays to 150 shalls and musts. And those things create great risk for the agencies that are going to try to improve and their overall programs. So with that, I think that's my answer to your question on audit reports and why the request was made to put this into a shielded folder for the enforcement office or the regional boards to be able to see to determine how to structure their inspections that need to make in the field. So that's the overall perspective from that hat as a collections work group. Now, my hat as a former general manager of 2 agencies for many years. I'm an old timer in this business. I've been around a long time. And as I said earlier, I've worked with over 150 agencies trying to comply with this order. One of the changes that was made in change sheet number 1 provides concern for me and for the agencies that I represent, and that is in section 5.12. The change has been made to allow, as I understand it, small agencies more time to develop and implement their what will now be called Sewer Emergency Response Plans, the SERP. Thank you. The SERPs. And so it's provided up to a year for the agencies to implement those programs, 6 months from the effective date. The reality is, though, that the agencies start having to report to Cat 4s and do all the sampling as of the effective date, which is going to be June if you adopt it today. And so now we've got a situation where agencies have not updated their SERPs, but they have to comply with the regulations for reporting and for sampling and for testing. Even though they haven't updated their documents, they haven't done the training on their staffs to know what the new regulations and requirements are necessarily. They may have, but they are not required to for 6 months after. So 2 recommendations. One is either you extend the effective date for everybody to 1 year following today's date if you adopt it today, and say everybody has to have everything done within a year. That gives the small agencies time to go ahead and update their plans, do the training that's necessary, and those kinds of things. The other option, and I think the simpler option, is go back to the adoption date, say 6 months after the adoption date, everybody has to have updated their SERP. Then they start and they use their proper training. They use the proper tools that are included in their SERP to report everything as appropriate in the new WDR. So I think what we've created by this change in change log 1 is to create a situation where agencies are going to be caught in a 6-month trap where they're updating their plans, they're updating their training, they're doing more. But the reality is, as of June 6th, they have to start reporting appropriately under the new regulations. Those seem inconsistent. And so I would highly ask you to consider making this consistent with when the regulations are there. Maybe 180 days a year, if you're very concerned about the small agencies, give everybody a year to update their overflow emergency plans. And I can tell you that most of the big agencies and medium-sized agencies will do that right away and probably get those things accomplished. I do understand that the 900 plus agencies that are small and medium or small sized may have trouble. And so they may need additional time. But the reality is, don't make confusing regulations by putting us in jeopardy by having the time effective for when you start reporting to when you finally get your documents and your training in place later and afterwards. With that, again, thank you all very much for all your time, for all your efforts, for everything you're doing to really take care of the village. And the village includes all the stakeholders. It's been a wonderful process, much better than 2006 and 2013, when there was very limited or no input except here at this podium. And I got to tell you that today's hearing is much different than what I saw in 2013 when everybody came in and threw the laundry list of all kinds of problems in front of you all. And so your staff has done a great job of creating what I believe is ready to be moved forward with. So thank you for your time and for the efforts you've gone through to get to where we are today.
Thank you for just your well-received comments, your leadership and engagement around this throughout this time, and for the acknowledgement of the process that, for me, process is product, and appreciate everyone's good faith and commitment to making this work. The notes on an implementation committee or the request, I think that, we've gone through enough adoption of items where we know the real work does begin after we voted, and it really becomes a space for implementation. And we always find what our need to further clarify what can be a lot of new language. And so my concern sometimes with, say, a committee is that it could set expectation that, the committee should have a governance structure, it should vote, that it begins to complicate, which should be just a really productive space that we can have. I think that we should give nod to implementation. We should create something, I don't know if I'd call it a committee, but I think it needs to be a place in which we continue to really take advantage of the momentum that I really feel has been developed by these discussions, because there's a lot to unpack that isn't even, there's part of implementation, but also part of larger issues, as the vice chair has flagged around and board member Morgan around a concern of how do we implement this for all systems. And I appreciate that you've given nod to that thought, as you've even given us what is I think a good suggestion as well, generally, in thinking through how we appropriately time both the SERP and then the work that's, I guess, that is follow on from it. And I don't know if there's initial thought about whether, I think a year would be a bit much, but perhaps there is some alignment that could happen that gives people a little more time to make sure they do the work that they need before they start to move to monitoring and other compliance activities. But I thought it was an appropriate, a reasonable request, and just throw it out as something I'd be considering. And if you have any feedback right away, we can have it now, or we do have a few more commenters.
So I will jump in quickly and say that I really appreciate the comment, and it's important for us to align things. I would be more inclined to move everything to 6 months than to move everything to a year. It will put pressure on folks to have to move quickly to get their documents, but they have these documents. They have some portion of them already that need to be updated. I'm concerned that if you give people a year, that it'll take 9 months for them to get started on that, because they have a year to do it. Of course,
I appreciate
it's a policy decision, but
no, thank you. I agree with you on that, I think.
Yes, may I add, please?
Yes, please. Thank you, Ms. Messina.
Thank you. We had a lot of good discussion with our sanitation agency stakeholders on this. One of the things I'd like to point out is, just to make sure clarification, the changes in the reporting are all reduction of reporting. So even if change sheet 2 is adopted, placing category 4 spills back to monthly, there's still less reporting and there's a little bit more leeway. So as we were talking with the stakeholders, we were saying, well, it would be a benefit to the sanitation agencies if you got on board with the new reduced reporting. One of the most important thing to us is, we believe when a spill happens, the rubber hits the road with that emergency spill response plan. And one of the changes for the spill emergency response plan is the coordination with storm drain agencies and with drinking water agencies. We know that may take some time, yet I think we ditto with what John said. We would recommend that it all aligns with that emergency response plan being due 6 months instead of 1 year.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm wondering if I can respond to a few of the comments.
Of course,
previously
please,
made.
Mr. Elder. Yeah.
So again, this is Brian Elder with the Office of Enforcement, and not to hit on the audits too much, but I think there was a few questions in terms of what sort of the current expectations are, and maybe what we see out there from our perspective in the field. Jim is a little bit modest in not admitting that he was a former inspector within the Office of Enforcement, so he's seen quite a few of these as well, probably both in his past role as well as current, as well as myself. But just to give you an idea, and it does not necessarily depend on the size of the agency or the resources that they have, but we've seen a really wide diversity in what these audits actually look like. And I think some of that is the ambiguity in the current order that is hopefully being, it's being changed here in the proposed order today. These can vary anywhere from a checklist, which is essentially, does this plan conform with the current order or comply with the current order, yes or no, to a much more advanced evaluation of the system's compliance and an evaluation of spills and how those are being addressed. As far as transparency, again, it's across the board. Some agencies, both large and small, post these to their website. I think Mr. Moore brought that up as well. Some they're buried in board meeting minutes because they're using that audit to present to their board members when they adopt essentially a new sewer system management plan. I think from the Office of Enforcement's perspective, we're open to the idea of transparency. Typically during our audit process, I don't want to hit too many times on the same word, but in terms of our inspection or audit process, we look very closely at their internal audits. We evaluate those. They're typically reflected in our inspection reports that then do become public. And in many cases, their audit report may even be an attachment to our own report. So I wanted to leave that out there. The second comment I wanted to address, and that came from Ms. Cousins' presentation on the lateral spill reporting. The Office of Enforcement is very concerned with the both change order or change sheet number 1 and change sheet number 2 as it relates to lateral spill reporting. And maybe this is a clarification issue, but essentially what that change is proposing is allowing category 2, 3, and 4 spills to be reported annually if they occur within an enrollee-owned lateral. That's a change. That's a big change from current reporting. And just to give you an example of what that could look like, there's a local, relatively large agency here in the Sacramento area. In the last 12 months, this is just a quick data review I did this morning. In the last 12 months, they had approximately 75,000 gallons of raw sewage that spilled. This is comprised of our current categories of categories 1, 2, and 3. Isolating those for categories 2 and 3, it's approximately 40,000 gallons of raw sewage. Looking in particular at this system in terms of lateral ownership, laterals do make up a significant portion of their ownership. It's about a third. And drilling into just sort of spot checking some of these spills, some of these ranging from 100 gallons up to over 3,000 gallons, these would be spills occurring and discharging from a lateral. So under the current reporting, under the proposed change, there's a potential for a significant reduction in sort of that immediate reporting that would be required under the Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 spills. So just something to keep in mind. And again, something that from the Office of Enforcement's perspective, we are recommending that those changes are not implemented at this time.
Appreciate that, Mr. Elder. Board member.
So just, and I was waiting. But I think I'll just at least speak to this one here now. So one, just want to thank staff for all of their work on this. I know that you guys have spent a lot of time and effort and really have listened to stakeholders and really have worked hard to bring this order to where it is today for our consideration. And so just, speaking to the spill reporting and in particular, what Mr. Elder just brought up as far as, just a concern regarding one agency and the reduced reporting. My understanding is that the regional board or even Office of Enforcement could require that one agency to do more, to continue to report at the frequency that they are currently reporting at, or to even a higher frequency, so that because you're expressing concern, and so you can ask them to report more based on the way the order is written. That's been my understanding, and I believe that's the answer that staff provided to me.
And I appreciate that. I believe there's just over 1,200 enrollees. So one of the issues we have is prioritizing agencies for whether it's a closer look or a full-blown inspection audit. And we utilize this data. We utilize this data regularly to prioritize systems for those closer looks, whether it is I've had cases where spills have been miscategorized because of where they ultimately discharge to, that the agency may not necessarily realize that a dry wash in particular is potentially a category 1 discharge. And so I think our concern is that if the data isn't available at the typical speed that the current expectation is, and we're looking at data annually, is it relevant? And I think there was some comments previously to that point.
Sure. So this is kind of me going back to kind of my permitting and compliance enforcement experience. And so just kind of, this is also a question for staff, but just looking at permit, you look at kind of the data that came in and kind of not just a one size fits all, but hey, what is the value of that data? And what is the cost of providing that data? And so if yeah, and I can remember probably just blanked on how many enrollees there are here, but so if there are a smaller number of enrollees that need that higher amount, that frequency, then the cost benefit of having all enrollees go in under that frequency, it is not there. The cost benefit, we would rather have them, spend their time and effort on other items under the permit. And so then you would kind of do that evaluation each time you would renew a permit, do that evaluation of what is that cost benefit of that data and that frequency of the monitoring and that data coming in. And so just with this order, is that kind of the same type of process of taking a look at, what is the benefit of the continued higher frequency monitoring and reporting for everyone. And then, was that taken a look at as far as, with looking at reduced, monitor, with some of the changes that were made here is, within adding the additional category and, the frequency of the monitoring.
I can answer that. So yes, Board Member Morgan, the cost of compliance was on the top of our list. In fact, the existing order went through a cost of compliance evaluation back when we started implementing the cost of compliance resolution. And I believe that from all of the stakeholders, cost was number one. So every place that we did reduce the reporting, and with laterals, especially when we talk to some agencies that do go above and beyond through their local ordinances to take care of the laterals, their statement was that their operators are spending more time on reporting than out there. I fully understand our Office of Enforcement, and we look to the Office of Enforcement for guiding us. And in fact, I told Brian, please speak up because this needs discussion. But I just want to assure you, at the top of our list was the cost for our sanitation agencies, especially now after COVID.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding of, I guess just where, I'm seeing kind of right now on this is I would rather them spend time on the training or the repairs or maintenance of the system versus submitting a report that's not actually providing us any information. If they're just going in and clicking that there is no information to report. So that they have a way of having reduced monitoring if they are a system that's doing well. That way they can spend their time and effort somewhere else. Now, those systems that need more reporting, then yeah, I definitely want a way that we are getting the reporting at the frequency that we need it so that we can work with those systems to have better compliance with the systems that need that, whether we're working hand in hand with them on that compliance, working to get them additional training, want to make sure that we're focusing our efforts on those systems and also, not only our staff's time is focused there, but then also their staff's time is focused where it should be focused also.
Thank you, Board Member. Yep, Board Member Firestone.
May I add just one more thing, please? I'm so
Please.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, Ms. Messina.
I do want to say that we arrived to the reduced lateral reporting and we discussed it with our regional board subcommittee. They were 50-50 down the line. Some of the enforcement managers said, we don't have time to look at this. And when we do, we will put on the extra reporting requirements on them. Other enforcement managers at the regional boards were stating exactly like Brian's stating is, no, we'd like to have the information available to us to use. So I just want to reflect the regional board feedback too.
Really appreciate that. Yeah, and definitely it's a balance here amongst it, as always, among
Yeah, that's
Board Member
really,
Firestone.
really helpful discussion. And just in that vein, I have to say the idea of submitting PDFs in this day and age is just pretty frustrating. I really think, in everything we do, we're trying to go to data that can be used, and not have to have staff sort of dig into the nitty gritty to be able to, also have them be able to focus on where there's issues. So, I not knowing, not having experience doing any of this reporting myself, I am curious, maybe for Brian and others, if one of the requests, this was not related to laterals, but for I think category 4 was just to put in like cumulative numbers and volume in electronic format on a more monthly basis rather than entering all of the things in. This was not related to laterals, but I'm wondering for laterals, is something would having something where it's actual data reporting that would allow you to, or regional board staff and Office of Enforcement, to be able to more efficiently scan and identify where there's systems that need more frequent reporting requirements, but not just impose like detailed reporting requirements on everyone that may not have any problems.
I mean, again, I can only speak from OE's perspective or Office of Enforcement's perspective, and its location is huge, because if we can identify perhaps that lateral releases are prevalent in a particular area, for example, again, these might be low volume, but maybe very frequent. We can help agencies identify that maybe a lateral replacement program in a particular area may be something they should be looking at. Maybe there are certain types of laterals that are consistently sort of bad news for that agency. I know down in the Region 3 area, very small college that discharges into a CDCR collection system that has a large pool, that they have a backwash system on it, and it has caused SSOs. Now, those weren't necessarily lateral overflows, but it was from what would probably be deemed as a lateral for that particular agency, a lateral from essentially a business, a private college. So I do think it's relevant to get that information in somewhat real time. Category 2s and 3s, it's not as immediate as a category 1, but it's much better than an annual or an as needed type of basis. So, or sorry, as requested.
And I guess just relatedly for staff, can we do a little better than a PDF like for annual reports? What is our capability for being able to accept data on that we could utilize more than what would be reported annually in a PDF?
You are correct, Board Member Firestone. The PDF reporting takes away our ability to map and understand the location, and actually the combined reporting for the combined number of spills and combined volume takes away our opportunity for even more different characterizations. We added PDF because that was the next step to record keeping. They had asked if they could conduct record keeping, and then at the end of the year, they could submit their record keeping. So to remove the workload of having 1 or 2 of their staff entering in all the small category 4 spills that happen at the very end of the year, we chose to propose just convert your record keeping to a PDF. We are losing the progress that we are trying to make with open data and having data that we can use and analyze and map.
Yeah, and I'll just say, as we discuss more, I think that's something I feel really strongly about in terms of, we need to collect data that's useful, but and not people are wasting their time if we can't use it. And so figuring out how we are collecting data that in a database format where we can utilize it rather than just a PDF is something, especially in this day and age, I think is really important. And I guess similarly, I think for transparency and that also goes to the separate audit discussion that I also feel strongly about transparency for.
Here, board member. Mr. Bishop.
I just want to circle us back. The proposal in the change sheet requires the data be put into the database on a monthly basis, not into a PDF. And
I think that's not for laterals though, is it?
no, that's for, I'm sorry, that's for the category 4 spills. I thought we got
confused. No, and I
confused.
think the question is right now, so right now the proposal is to do that for category 4, but I think we're still in this proposal saying to do a PDF for laterals.
That's correct if the lateral is the cause of the spill. So if the lateral happens to be the location of the spill, but the cause is in the main sewer system, it doesn't fall into that category. That's the compromise proposal that staff came up with. And if you want us to think about that, there's actually a very simple change.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I don't, this may not be popular because I always favor an open dialogue. This feels more like a workshop, to come in at this late stage and have sort of a disagreement, not just disagreement, but differing views from Office of Enforcement, Division of Water Quality, half the regional boards. And, I'm trying to, not being, an expert in this area, trying to sort through bigger policy considerations of cost of compliance, updating the order, more reporting where needed, less reporting where not needed. And then these are really useful discussions. But I wish that we had talked about this in briefings or at a workshop, because I feel like right now, if we were to make, as you say, it could be a simple change, but I don't know where that puts us on the broader policy considerations of, what we're trying to do here. So I'm just not really comfortable making changes, not necessarily at all, but today, wanting, because people are relying on the change sheets that went out. So, and I don't know if we could maybe put the pause, give it a little more time so that we could have more of a vetting, because we have associations here and a handful of agencies.
So I will caution a little on that, because our staff spends a lot of time trying to be responsive, and they're essentially, what you're saying is if they're responsive late in the game, maybe we'll delay. So then that tends to lead to the idea of, well, let's not be responsive, because it's going to bring up issues at the board. It's going to cause people to think about delaying. I think that these issues have been vetted and discussed for 4 years with the regional boards and with the sanitary agencies. We're not going to have a consensus on these issues. They are always going to be a difference between the cost of entering data, the cost of making compared to transparency. At some point, we have to decide which way we want to go. Staff, I think, did a wonderful job of trying to thread the needle and look at what they thought is the most important pieces and make them reportable directly, and the pieces that were they thought as less important to have those be PDF. I will admit that is not going to satisfy the Office of Enforcement. It's not going to satisfy our NGO category folks, just like having the quarterly reporting of just a number of spills and things of that nature, and moving it to a limited but essential pieces of information on a monthly basis is not making our sanitary agencies very happy either. I worry that that we don't want to be continually negotiating on these. At some point, we need to make a decision, and I think we're really close. There are a couple of, it's actually really one issue related to how much data we're going to enter
Yeah, I think if we reflect back on what we've heard, we heard a lot of folks that say we're at like 95%. And usually I hear, our threshold is like 80% agreement. And so I think we're really good and close. But what this is a product of is, we've been a very open board on, look back at our processes these last couple of years. And when people bring things to us, we take it at face value. And you see a lot of engagement up here. I think to John's point, it is relatively limited, the space that we're likely thinking about. Let's finish through the rest of our commenters, and then that way we can see what is our appetite for changing further from what is here. And again, knowing that there's a lot that we could further try to unpack in some of this, and it'll be good to hear what folks' priorities are amongst what changes people feel that they'd like to still propose. Thank you, Vice Chair. Let's go to Debbie Mackey, who will be followed by Chris Ewers, Richard Cunningham, and then Carolyn Ballas.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Debbie Mackey. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I would first like to thank staff for just the many changes, for meeting with us, and for the many changes that they have made to address many of our issues. But I also want to apologize to many of you on the board and to staff for not really being able to engage since the Thanksgiving break. I got very sick. I'm just starting to get my voice back. And so hopefully I will make it through this. But I do have a very important issue that I want to cover, especially related to small systems, and then just some other issues that have come up during today. So just as a background, in the Central Valley, there are approximately 400 enrollees. Many of these are small or very small. In fact, out of those 400, about a third of them have 5 employees or less. These enrollees include cities, counties, special districts, hospitals, prisons, universities, campgrounds, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a wide range of enrollees, which I know is what makes some of doing an order like this difficult. So I want to focus on basically one major issue that we really haven't talked about in depth yet, but then hit on several other issues as we go along that we have had some discussions about. So just as a background, SWRCB, along with, I know, the rest of our summit partners and the regulated community and the regulators, really have spent years discussing how we can encourage certification and training. There's training requirements that are included in the current WDR. Many agencies are very much engaged. Many agencies provide bonuses or other incentives. Usually those are the larger systems to have certified employees that are certified through CWEA. But as we started our discussion several years ago, the certification and training really started as a carrot. How can we use that to encourage more collection system workers to get certified? But what has evolved and what we see has happened, it evolved to a recommendation that the legally responsible officer have either a certification or license. And now the text reads a lot more specific as the highly qualified, highly desired employee area. And the reason I want to bring this to your attention is because it is very problematic for our small systems, and that they would make it, and there are quite a few of them. So in the 2006 order, the LRO, legally responsible official, was required to meet 2 requirements. Basically, they had to be designated or duly authorized, and then they had to have responsibility over the overall operation of the regulated facility or activity. But now the tentative order, and if you want that because you want it right in front of you, it's section 5.1. I want to say it's around page 18 or 19, depending upon what version that you're looking at. But now they're required to, and these are ands, be designated and duly authorized as before. They must have responsibility over the management of the enrollee's entire sewer system and have appropriate knowledge and expertise of the enrolled sanitary sewer system, and must be authorized to make managerial decisions that govern the operation of the sanitary sewer system, and have the explicit or implicit duty of making major capital improvement recommendations to ensure long-term compliance. And this is where you get a choice of one or the other. Possess a recognized degree or certificate related to operation and maintenance of the sanitary sewer system, or have professional training and experience related to the management of the sanitary sewer system demonstrated through extensive knowledge, training, and experience. So this bar that has been changed is really problematic. So I looked at in CWIX at the flat files of the well, I guess it's mainly the annual report, and looking at what we saw. And in the Central Valley, remember I'm looking at that kind of that low 27% of, I think it's no, I'm sorry, that 100 plus agency or 137 agencies that I was able to see, but only 28% of those with 5 employees or less have some sort of certification. So we're talking about almost 75% or 3/4 of those systems not having someone that has a certified degree. I can't tell you whether or not they have someone that has a degree or professional license, but with small systems, a lot of times those issues are outsourced. And so when they're outsourced, they may not have the managerial decisions. So for example, if they do the engineering, they may not have the managerial decisions that govern the operation. They may not have the duty of making capital improvement projects. It becomes a part where this becomes a compliance issues for the small systems. And so I'm just concerned is this is a huge lift and a huge change. And I don't know if most of our small agencies would be able to make this requirement. For the ones that I've looked at, and I've done just a spot check on some of them, it's been very questionable if they will or will not be. And if that becomes a requirement, the idea that they would have to get, some of our agencies are going to have to hire or change job descriptions or do other things that require a lot of things. And this is something that we're talking about doing within the effective date of the order. So my request is, and I'm going to give you specific language just based upon that out loud, but is to change the beginning of 5.1, that first paragraph, including the bullets, and then everything below that would stay the same. It would be the enrollee shall designate at least one legally responsible official that has appropriate knowledge and management of the enrolled sanitary sewer systems and is authorized to serve as a duly authorized representative. I then recommend that everything after that be striked. I think that these are, what I want you to hear me say is not that these are bad things or they're not good qualifications. CVICWA highly supports that our operators get certified, but to make it a requirement and make it a compliance issue is a huge deal. And so that is our first request. Some of the other issues that I want to just talk about is on the change sheet on the category 4. We really support that laterals are accounted for separately. We think that this is the right thing to do, and there's been some discussions with the board members. We'd highly encourage you to continue to have that be the case. There was discussion around the issue of monthly reporting regarding Category 4. Now, the change sheet 2 actually now makes it what I would consider worse than it was before. I support Mary Cousins and both Mary Cousins and Melissa Thorne's testimony. Really what we as Summit Partners and what SWRCB has put forth is that reporting the number and the volume as part of the monthly spill reports is reasonable and responsive, but to include the full reporting annually. But if that is not going to be the case, it was better the way that it was, where small systems could actually report that information quarterly. On the next issue, and again, this is something that Mary Cousins talked about. She requested that the change, this has to do with the sampling that's required in a Category 1 spill. And this used to be a 48-hour requirement to go out there and do water quality sampling. And we understand, SWRCB understands, the desire to go out there sooner and capture what you can capture. The concern that I want to add on to what Mary talked about was that these constituents require ELAP laboratory personnel to collect, to go through the process. And not all of our agencies that have collection systems have wastewater treatment plants, and not all those wastewater treatment plants have ELAP certified labs. And so this also requires coordination with this can require coordination with a contract laboratory or contract sampling personnel. And so we're requesting the 18 hours because that's 18 hours from spill notification. It's not even all that long. We think that that's a reasonable time. Certainly it is much shorter than the 48 that was there, but it is a reasonable time to allow this to be done in daylight to have the needed coordination. My next item just is something that I think is important that staff clarify. On the public record, I think they feel like they've got this taken care of, and it's a discussion that we've had around owned and operated laterals. From what I'm understanding, and I just would appreciate just them pointing to it so that it's very clear, is that these are owned, and where there's some legal responsibility, either through contract or otherwise, to operate those laterals. The intention is not to include systems that are goodwill, provide goodwill cleaning and go out and help out a neighbor or help out a neighbor on one of their systems when they have a spill that is occurring within their system, because many of our collection systems do that. And then the next item has to do with the spill response plan. I think it was told to you, this was the issue that Paul Causey brought up, and about just this tension about knowing, about having different dates. And we understand that. I will just tell you, with the small agencies, the concern is that there's going to be a need to get some technical assistance and get that done quickly. But the bigger issue is really that additional coordination that it's going to take with stormwater and drinking water agencies as part of this plan. So I do believe that a lot of small agencies are going to need that year. Alternatively, they're going to need to develop a plan within the plan, and they will not, I doubt that they will have that organization way up front. And then finally, I just want to kind of re-echo some of those comments earlier about the small system assistance. This order is a big lift for small agencies. Not only are they adding this climate and resiliency effort, the SS&P has changed in a lot of ways. You heard the shoulds to the shalls. And in that way, before where it was a plan, this is almost a regulatory plan. And now many of the agencies are going to be required to add procedures for many of the elements. There's a lot of work that we look at that is need to be done to see how applicable the current SSMP is and what will need to be revised besides these additional elements. And I just want to say, Board Member Diadamo, I really appreciate your comments regarding this. I agree it doesn't have to be a committee. Civico worked really hard with BACWA and with some of our other partners in the 2006 implementation of that permit. We expect to do the same with this one. And Jared Voskuil announced our January 11th date. And then we think that that's probably going to be a very important kickoff there. So we continue to look forward to working with staff and with you on this. And I am happy to answer any questions to the extent that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I appreciate your comments. Next, we'll go to Chris Ewers, who will be followed by Richard Cunningham. And I think our last commenter will be Carolyn Ballas. Although Mr. Jim Fisher, if there were additional comments you wanted to, then okay, thank you.
I cede my time to Jim. No. Board, thank you for allowing some comments. Pleasure to see you again. And staff, thanks for doing the hard lift, as everybody has said. In reading this thing, it's hard not to get excited about it. You know, it's got that raw excitement of World Cup. Yeah. Yeah, if you think about it.
I completely agree, actually.
It's got something that's very familiar to me when, say, England crosses over close to the goal, and there's a striker coming into the front of the goal, and inevitably the commenter says, "Ah, look, he's of two minds." And that's probably what I wanted to talk about with regard to these proposed changes. The two minds usually means that they don't get a goal. And in this case, the goal that we're talking about, or that I'd like to address, is increasing the preventive aspects of this measure, of this regulation, increasing the effectiveness of the preventive aspects of it. We've talked a lot about sort of the responsive or reactive aspects. In talking about resiliency, what we're really talking about is asset management. And I realize there should be some boos from the background at this point. And asset management is a tough lift. That's part of what small systems particularly are having grief over. That's one aspect of the two minds that I want to discuss. That's a hard lift, getting resilience put in place, but clearly you see the value of it. If you can get small systems and large systems, if you can get all these systems to do a preventive aspect, then you can lower the cost of their operations long term, reduce those big emergencies, and see those big spills that we're talking about shrink. That's the idea. So there's value to that, and that's why resilience is included. Got it. But I need to throw in that you need a little sympathy with Brian over there and his staff, because really, the way it's written right now, if in my admittedly poor reading, is that it's a checkbox. Yeah, we did resilience. So that would mean that the folks who are doing asset management and resilience planning now will do it. Those who don't, won't. No change. And that's not really what you're after, right? You're after some fine tuning on a terrific regulation. So just one small fine tune that I would add to it, a structural aspect to resilience. And it's a small one. It's saying, do a risk assessment to drive that resilience planning. For small systems, we know how to do risk assessments that are not hugely burdensome. But there's something that structurally, Brian, a general manager, an operator can take a look at and say, did we get to success? I mean, it's not just a checkbox. It's did we actually reduce the risk of something terrible happening to our system? That's what I would suggest, or what I would beg for. As a civil engineer, that's the kind of stuff that we often see missing in the after effect when we check it out later. I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your comments, Mr. Ewers. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Richard Cunningham.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Esquivel, members of the board, members of the staff. It's in general terms, I'll speak with two hats this afternoon. First, as the technical input and assistant to BACWA, working with Mary Cousins. And then the other is as a 40-year collection system manager, which started with 24 years running San Francisco system, and then moving to several smaller systems along the way. So there's a broad base of experience. The first element that I think is that the order here feels very immature. And I think Vice Chair Diadamo correctly characterized this as essentially have been kind of devolving into a workshop. The fact that we as the agencies now don't know whether or not there's going to be an effective meeting of the minds amongst the staff puts everyone in a position where an adoption of the order may lead to more questions than direction based upon what your view of that adoption schedule should be. Because we certainly want a clear picture. You know, even change sheet number 2, the ink was barely dry on it today. It just came out yesterday, and change sheet 1 was last week. This has really been a pressurized environment to work in. And so with everything that's been put on the table, it looks like it clearly needs, more breathing room. The other thing is, speaking from the standpoint of a retired collection system manager, I now put pro bono time into working with small agencies, and particularly in the Salinas Valley. And I will tell you that, once again, echoing the Vice Chair's concern here, I believe that the order represents a demand upon agencies which are not only solved by the financial questions that have been raised here, but simply the structures of the organizations. Because in truth, the development of the order, in terms of the input from the agency side, has largely been from agencies that are pretty well educated, pretty well financed, pretty well capable of bringing issues and items to a table because they have staff, they've got competitive salaries and everything else. And Debbie has been the I won't say the lone voice, but has been the principal voice for the small community situation. And I'm telling you, the interesting thing is that this order, which was developed by the people who did it, have in fact the least need for it. The people who have the most need for it in terms of trying to be good environmental stewards and also paying attention to how their systems are running were not very well represented at the table. And I think we need to speak for them, as Debbie has, about what they can simply sustain in an order that the last time we were here, it was 20 pages, and now it's 80. And to absorb that, if you're the general manager of a sewer district and you're also the fire chief, what kind of an outcome can you expect from that? That's an extremely difficult situation to deal with, because they're obviously dealing with far more than just the world of SSOs. So in that regard, I would ask that the board consider a way in which to integrate some of the elements that Debbie was speaking about and which have been voiced elsewhere to enhance the structure of the order in such a way that it matches the needs of a far broader playing field, because they really need it out there. They've got to have help. And with 3/4 of the systems in the California being small, there's your constituency on that. And since we are stewards of the environment, and you're the chief stewards of the environment, we're in a position where what comes out of the order is the things that matter for the environment, and what will offer the most practical and implementable help on the behalf of small agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I think that brings us to our final commenter, Carolyn Ballas. And it is speak as necessary, so it may not be necessary. Mr. Voskuil.
Hi, Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA. I wanted to see if I could follow up on a couple of prior points, not to fully make this a workshop, but
maybe go ahead, Mr. Voskuil. Appreciate it.
And just quickly, hopefully for the dialogue, with regards to the lateral PDF spill reporting and the category 4 reporting, I did want to return to that. I think the issue is not so much the information that's being made available to the board. I think our request, it's the same information that's becoming available, but it's decreasing that local agency workload to get it into your hands. So if they're having to do a SWRCB report with 42 fields, I think it's more than that, because when you print out that database, it's something like row column goes to BB or BZ or something like, so maybe it's closer to 50, but every single one of those has to be filled in, then uploaded and certified. What we're asking is, let's provide that in a PDF, because it's information that had already been determined to be of an importance for that to be sufficient. Provide it there. So if you are trending, if you're seeing upticks, if there's any kind of enforcement that needs to happen, that information could be made is available. It's in the annual SSMP annual report that's updated. It's there, but it's not putting that onus at the operator level to insert it in. If you have that kind of quantitative component of the number of spills that are happening at the lateral level, the number of spills that are happening at the category 4 level, the volume, all that information is available to be tracked, but it takes away that local resource burden. So I just kind of wanted to tease that out a little bit to make sure that's the concern. And then I think there's also an element of the prioritization of what is that information, how would it be used? And in terms of other information that's being submitted for spill incidences, specifically for category 1s, category 2s, I don't know if that value of that information has the same efficacy in terms of what it portends. If you have chronic issues, it would show up. You'd see it in the uptick of just the quantitative measures. We're saying, let's submit that monthly. But in terms of that monthly reporting, that would be a great way, we think, to get you what you need, but then take that burden off the local level because of what was discussed. It's a 80-page order now. There's a lot more requirements. And I think those requirements, specifically with resiliency, which all came in the new change sheet or the October 28th draft, those types of things are in there, and agencies are going to be doing that. With regards to the audit, I think there was a bit of a distraction with the comment about it being public or not. Our agencies do public work. They know their audits are public. The issue wasn't it being public. The issue was the intended audience for an audit, which is internally to that agency to see how are we doing internally with our SSMP. And I think the request was that the way the audits are currently managed right now in the database, in the way they're currently submitted, they are used at that local level. If all of a sudden they're now in the SWRCB database and they're publicly accessible, and this is a change, it almost puts it on equal playing field as if a spill report. And the way that we kind of perceive the spill reports being used, it is oftentimes what's referenced for when litigation happens. And we're concerned with our exposure and liability. The idea of the audit now having to be factored into that's also in the SWRCB portal, also downloadable. I think that's where the concern becomes. The information is public, it's available, it's submitted in an annual report. That audit, the concern isn't the public nature of it, the concern is how it's made available to others or how it might be used at that point. And so I thought it might be important to qualify that in terms of if we are able to still keep it there, it's available, it's in enforcement's hands, and we're comfortable with that. But just 2 points of information there, and hopefully we can get all these issues tied up and through this today. But I know there are a lot of outstanding concerns. So thanks for the time here.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuil. Appreciate it. I'll quickly run through what I think are issues that I would like to see addressed in some way. And the first is, it's obvious that implementation will be critically important. There's a lot to make sure that we get right. There's a lot of discussion here amongst us still. The discussion I've heard is, some policy discussion that we'll be having around it, but a lot of it is concern around implementation and cost. And I think that what we can do is make sure that we have a tighter understanding of that as the board implements. I, again, would caution calling it a committee, but certainly express some intention here to make sure we're having a forum by which we continue to have an eye toward implementation, resolve issues that come up in it, and understand what the impact and need is for, I know, a number of the systems that folks here have expressed concern for. I'll note when it comes to those small systems and the requirements of the existing order versus now, there has been a thorough cost of compliance unpacking, and there are less requirements, although more words, because we're dealing with a lot more than we were back then, and so far as the challenges that are being faced by our systems. But I think it's the right touch, and ultimately it is meant to actually reduce requirements here amongst the small systems here that I've heard a lot of concern for. Additionally, when it comes to the SWRCB, the emergency response plans, I think that they should be better aligned. A year is a lot. 6 months is what I'd be more comfortable with, but would be open to how others are feeling on that. Additionally, when it comes to sampling, the request to go from 12 to 18 hours, I think, is here appropriate, and hopefully doesn't further erode. I know what is the intention of having quick understanding and your testing around these spills, but I hear the concern around needing to potentially test then to make the window in the middle of the night or some other need. So I think those are to my ear. And I know there's a lot more discussion that we've had around several items, but I think where folks have landed on those now is that appropriate balance. Looking to my colleagues on their feelings, thoughts, follow up. I think if those three are, here a bit addressed, I would be comfortable moving forward, but and I would go to my vice chair.
I'd be curious about your thoughts or our thoughts about the issue that Ms. Webster raised about the long list of qualifications, and would like to hear from staff if you've had an opportunity to maybe rethink that, because it's hard to imagine that this person exists at Mayberry RFD, in these small communities. And so I think that there's probably in some cases a need to outsource, but maybe not in all. And maybe there's a way to have a couple of people wearing these various hats. So
I support some flexibility there as well, if appropriate.
Would you like some clarification? Okay, very good. Okay, so over these 4 years, we have brainstormed on how to pull in operator certification into this order, as we have certification and licensing standards in other orders. One of the reasons we saw that was important, even though the proposed order does not include it, is because the SSMP, the Sewer System Management Plan, has a lot of procedures and decisions involved. And the current legally responsible official that is certifying those SSMPs many times don't have any expertise with the sewer system. They can be the financial officer, they can be a city council board member, and so forth. So in order to get more expertise down to the level of the updating and implementing the sewer system management plan, we included these requirements. The one and I do want to say, I fully understand the concern. The one requirement for the legally responsible official to have management over the system, we feel aligns with the sewer system management plan, and it's all about the local management of the system. The second part about having the ability to make recommendations on capital improvement projects, that ties in with the resiliency, with the capacity issues, aged infrastructure, and so forth. So we just, again, believe that that expertise is needed. And that is where the technical assistance really comes in. So we dropped the requirement for a certified operator, but we added in just the technical and managerial qualifications that we would want from the individual that is certifying all these spill reports, the management plans, the audits, and everything else under penalty of perjury.
It's just that it seemed a little excessive for any one person. So I'm just visualizing, smaller systems that might have a combination of a consultant and then maybe somebody that reports to them that may have some level of expertise in filling out reports, but not necessarily managerial with respect, higher level person that might be reporting to the city council. So it just, like the chair said, maybe just looking for some flexibility. And I don't have any suggestions in particular, but.
May I offer a suggestion? Because we did have an in-depth conversation with Robin Morishito and Andy Morrison, who's in the audience. One suggestion is we can fit in that it's one or more persons that acts as that, and Afruz is saying we already have that. But that is an area that we can refine more. Okay, so in section 5.1, which Debbie Mackey was referring to, designation of a legally responsible official, it states the enrollee shall designate at least one legally responsible official that has the appropriate knowledge and expertise, ... What we could do is insert a phrase that at least one or more that with combined qualifications that meets these requirements. Or if we want to go through these requirements and scratch the one or more that is more programmatic, we can do that. Problematic.
I think that what we're trying to get at is that there is that the legally responsible person has either some of these clarifications, or as what you're suggesting is that they're contracting with someone that has that. So I think there is a way to say that the legally responsible official will have authority over someone that can make budget requests and can is either the person or has authority over. So I'm not sure I got the words exactly right, but essentially it's saying that you can have a general manager that hires consultants to do this, and the general manager is taking responsibility for that the person they hire is appropriate for that.
That would work if with the language that you all come up with.
Yeah.
As long as the,
I mean, no, you go on, board member. Well, I just, in reading the language, I mean, it's pretty flexible. I know at first the requirement was to have an operator. We moved away from that because you don't always have an operator at these systems. But, the person doesn't even have to have an actual degree or certificate. They can simply have the experience related to the management of the system. So, that seems the bar is flexible, I feel. So
I don't have it before me,
Yeah,
so I
sorry, and
apologize.
it's- yeah.
I thought it was one person. So you're saying
Yeah,
it's not one
at
person.
least one person.
Okay.
So it's multiple
right.
people, and the bar is
Mhm.
one of, subjective understanding of one's experience of the system,
Well,
I think, in a way.
I think the way it's written, it's got to be one person
No,
who meets those requirements.
at least one person.
And Ms. Messina was suggesting some language that might make it more flexible to allow more than one, a couple
Across
of people
that.
combined to meet the requirements. Correct?
Before she does that, I think there is a problem of naming a legally responsible person as more than one person. I think that control over multiple people would work, but I would need OCC to weigh in before we head down that path.
Well, and, just looking at the current language, it shall designate at least one legally responsible official, so you could have multiple legally responsible officials, I imagine. Yeah.
I had that same reaction to it. I think if the board is so inclined, I think it might be preferable to simplify the requirements rather than split them amongst two people, or craft it in some way that it's one person has oversight and can certainly, through agents or employees, get the expertise needed to round out the.
I think that's right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any other items that everyone wants to flag or have further work or discussion? Yeah, Board Member Morgan, please.
Okay, no, thank you. So first, just want to say, I thank you, Vice Chair, in support of having the language clarified so that it is one person, one LRO. I think it's problematic to having multiple. And so someone who, as Mr. Bishop was indicating, I think it's the right direction for us to go in there. And then, so the other items just wanted to take a look at, just additional information from staff. We started the conversation on section, Ms. Thorne brought up a section 3.2.4, the proximity to the, let's see here. It was basically adding the word proximity, and I'm trying to remember which change sheet that was in.
You're talking about the exfiltration?
Yes, and
piece.
so the exfiltration piece and adding proximity. So we started that conversation and just want to know if staff have additional thoughts on that. That sounded like something, that was reasonable, but I just wanted to circle back on that.
I just want to add on the exfiltration piece. I know there's been a lot of back and forth over, what it means, how it's caused, the significance of exfiltration, and there's an acknowledgement that there's a lot of work to be done still to better understand that. So, I think in this place, I agree with you, Board Member Morgan. I think it's a reasonable clarification that it's an aspect of exfiltration. Yes, you could have sewage exit from a sanitary sewer main and enter a storm drain, but there's got to be a nexus there of distance, and so I think that language would be helpful. Just if nothing else, it's in the findings, I think, so just to note that it's an area that we should be cognizant of going forward.
Yes, and as staff, we would need the wording. If I didn't quite catch the wording when Ms. Thorne was speaking, but we're open to modifying the finding.
I think I remember hearing the wording and feeling that it was reasonable. And if Ms. Thorne has it at hand, that would be helpful. Otherwise, we could try to craft some options for the board.
Ms. Thorne is still on the platform with us. If you can hear us, Ms. Thorne, and would like to come off camera and unmute, you can do so. Ms. Thorne, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I don't have it right in front of me, but I sent it to Ms. Messina yesterday, so she may have it handy. I'm going to try it. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, thank you. Appreciate it. I think Ms. Messina will look for that. I do see Robin Morishita has his hand up as we're maybe looking for that language. Mr. Morishita, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. This is in regards to the LRO comment and the discussion. Yes, we did have input for that LRO specific language for that. Um, we were asking that maybe comment be put in there as or as authorized or assigned by the legally um, by the governing board in the sense that we're assuming that like a city council can assign or say you're authorized as a legally responsible officer and have that governing board be responsible for who they assign to that position. And
I,
they
I,
may,
yeah.
and
I
they may,
appreciate that. I'll flag. I think the flexibility exists in the language as it is for an agency to do just that. Designate who they'd like to be the RLO.
but they have to meet all these requirements as Ms. McKay.
They're pretty light. I mean, if you read through the requirements,
Okay.
you'd want it to be someone that has experience with the system and or doesn't have to have a certificate. So I don't think the requirements are actually that
Okay.
onerous.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. I appreciate you circling back on that. Ms. Storm.
Yes, I found the language. So it was in section 3.2.4 in the second paragraph, and that the sentence starts additionally, and the added words would be if in close enough proximity, comma.
They have if in close proximity, maybe, or maybe if in proximity, I don't know, but close enough. It starts to,
In
there's a lot
close,
of
yeah,
weird
in close proximity, that would be fine.
close proximity. Yeah, okay. If we feel comfortable with that, I'm okay with that.
Proximity is.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Morgan then.
And so the next one also brought up by Ms. Storm, section 3.3.2. And so it was just the sources of drinking water policy. And I believe we also brought up there, it would be directed. And so just wanted just to circle back on that one.
Yeah, and I did believe Mr. Regan did have some comment earlier and just on that again.
Yeah, just instead of authorizing as suggested, maybe directing or some other stronger word like that.
Right. And so just wanted to just circle back just to see if there was what the feeling with for making that correction and
I'd be supportive.
I think it's appropriate.
staff.
It's definitely
Okay.
appropriate.
And so just wanted to just circle back just to make sure there. And then let's see here, and so just to say that I am very much so in support of changing the time frame to 18 hours from 12 to make sure that we can work with laboratories and collect the samples, in the day. Make sure everyone's safe. We get good samples and get them to the lab timely. And then also with the spill emergency response plans, that one there is a difficult one, but just making, want to streamline the order as much as possible and erase as much confusion from the order of having, so perhaps aligning the dates so that way the order is as clear as possible. There's a lot of pages, a lot to go through. And I know we removed acronyms for a reason, but there's times, you start talking in acronyms. And so just reading through, I mean, that's also an added layer of, just making sure that we can clearly read it, understand, and the more places that we can make sure that we are being clear. That just also goes along with continuing to provide support and understanding why the industry is saying committee, but just making sure that staff are being able to still be supportive and answer questions. I think it's important, just as we saw with the table that says, surface water, the confusion. I mean, my brain went the same place, and then I did read it to say water state. Even there, understanding. Oh, I mean groundwater, but it doesn't say groundwater. It says water state. You still brain first goes to the surface water, and so just the questions like that, making sure that staff can continue to do what you guys have been doing at getting out there, being present at different trainings and workshops and conferences to provide that clarity around the order. I think it's going to be critical just as it starts to be implemented so that we do get the work products and the results that we're looking for from it. So, again, thank you guys for the just all the work and effort that you have put into this is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, board member. Other items that haven't been listed or to plus up on?
Yeah, I think all supportive of the ones that were discussed. So I want to understand the electronic reporting issue, and just can you clarify the lateral reporting, if is what's reported in the PDF as opposed to what's going into CDN, is it essentially the location? If it's just, in other words, are we missing spills in the electronic database because they're only in the PDF, because they're only happening in a lateral caused by the lateral, or a problem with the lateral? I'm not using the right terminology, but so if we don't have electronic reporting of any kind and that's just in a PDF, are we going to be missing data on spills of any? I mean, some of these are large thresholds.
The answer is yes, because right now with the existing order, all those spills are entered electronically into CWIX. So with the change, we'd be removing the spills from laterals that are caused with a problem in the lateral.
Yeah, I mean, I just have real concerns on not having electronic data and moving to a PDF in this day and age. We're talking about a next generation permit. We're talking about trying to move forward access to sanitation and doing kind of a needs assessment in the state to be able to target technical assistance, target infrastructure, support resilience. And I think being able to have data on outcomes on spills, like that's part of this entire point of this permit, is to be able to support more efficient and effective, I think, enforcement, in addition to, reducing compliance costs and streamlining just what's necessary in terms of reporting. So I'd really like to see a better balance there of not losing significant spill data in electronic format.
Well, I appreciate your concerns, but I guess what you're saying is significant spill data in terms of number of spills versus volume. Well, so the laterals can be different volumes.
Yeah, it could be significant volumes,
I guess,
right? I mean, it's pretty large numbers potentially.
So I keep hearkening back to your comments, Vice Chair Diadamo, and the fact that, we're here today. This has been a 4-year process of going back and forth and going through different permutations. And I even think about the Category 4 reporting, which at one point was a proposal to have an incentive-based program where high-performing collection systems wouldn't, have that burden of having to report the small spills. So, clearly we ended up here today with a recommendation from staff as to what they're proposing, and obviously that's up for discussion. But I would struggle with making a change here at this late hour without really understanding what those implications are, because I am sensitive to kind of the diminishing returns of, data. Do we need absolutely everything reported in real time? In this case, when I know we have overworked collection system agencies out there, we have overworked staff at the Office of Enforcement, in our Division of Water Quality, and at the regional boards. So is this truly important data that we need reported and uploaded into CWIX, on a monthly basis? Or, as staff have already proposed, is it, in this case, workable? It's not like no information will be submitted. So I'm trying to see both sides here. Yeah. And obviously this is the recommendation we have. And I know Office of Enforcement feels differently about it. But I'm struggling with making a change here on the fly.
Sorry. Go ahead. I just want to clarify that the information that, and I know we're talking about Category 4 as well as these sort of spills from laterals, and it gets a little bit in the weeds here, but for for these spills, they would be required to provide that PDF that would include locations, it would include information. I think the issue is it shifts the burden that currently they're reporting those spills into CWICS. There's no increase in cost with these changes to the agents. In fact, it's maybe a reduction in cost. It shifts that burden to staff here at the water boards to then, on an annual basis in these lateral situations, which I think is where OE is most concerned, it shifts that burden to our staff to then on either an agency by agency basis, because this information is not queryable as it is currently in CWICS. So we would have to essentially do that on an agency by agency basis.
This question, so just if there are large bills from a lateral going to surface water, there still is notification that occurs. Is that correct?
That any spill, regardless of the origin that goes to a surface water, is a Category 1 spill and fits
So-
Category 1 urgency.
Mhm.
Right.
So-
The lateral is no exception.
So if there is, so if there's still, so I guess just kind of what I was thinking is just if there are large, so it's more the lateral spills that are not reaching surface waters or don't have potential. So that would be in that would be in the annual report. And so those that are reaching surface waters, they're still basically the regional board is getting a phone call saying, hey, this is happening. It's even before it's hitting CWICS. And so they would have that information. And then I think that's where I was kind of going at the regional board at that time, say, you know what, this is regularly happening. No, I want you putting them in CWICS, and where that information is getting regularly. One is a Category 1, but they could turn around, they could say, we want you putting all of them in CWICS. So then that information is there. So for those agencies that need that additional reporting and where we need that additional information.
With the caveat that if that spill is to a drainage conveyance system to a surface water and it's fully captured, that's no longer a Category 1. And under these conditions, as a lateral release, it would not be reported essentially in CWICS if it was fully captured. And I'll just, again, my own personal opinion on full capture is we've had issues with agencies reporting what we would deem as a Category 1 spill as a Category 2 because of low flow diversions in place in a flood control system, for example. So it's a concern of OE.
I support Board Member Firestone's concern in this. It's one that I often have amongst this, which is the usability of the data and the work and information that we're given. Maybe as a way of not changing the yearly reporting here, but I imagine whatever it is that the agencies have is likely in some sort of spreadsheet format, is already digitally machine readable, and to give us a PDF, which is an image of your tables, is not very helpful. So what if we just remove the word PDF and we say digital format and leave it at that? And so they're submitting to us what actually may be a little more in here. Maybe we construct a template, I don't know, but then we're getting back into maybe some of the same space where people feel it's too much work. But there must be a way.
I'm concerned about that because what are we going to do? A electronic spreadsheet that
I know it's going to be all. It's not.
it
It isn't data that is going to be across systems. Some sort of replicable data set. Everyone's going to give us whatever. But I mean I can't help but feel here in this moment. At least the compromise is to not force it to be a PDF and let us explore how we might do better amongst how that data usability comes to us.
I think we should step back for a minute. This was a attempt by our staff to reduce costs because they've been asked to do that in every instance that they can, and they saw this as a lower priority out of laterals because that's normally lower number and volume when you put it all together. But right now, they're reporting all of these because they're owned and operated by the sewer system. So they're essentially what they were proposing and you could jump in and tell me if I'm saying it wrong, is they were saying, well, the smaller pipes are less likely to have a big spill, so we can get some relief there. Is that relief warranted is the question that you all should be considering. Not, I don't think, should we have it in PDF or should we have it in electronic? Is that relief from doing reporting warranted? And because right now they're doing it. We're not adding costs with this.
I think we, just as the regional boards have differing views and one division has differing view, it seems that we may as well. And, we come at this from different life experiences and different perspectives. And I really respect, Chair and Board Member Firestone, your focus on data and improvement. And I understand where you're coming from, but I have in my career had such a focus on reducing cost of compliance where we can, where it's not going to significantly impact water quality. And so I'm just leaning in a different direction, and maybe we just take it to a vote. But I do think that we're used to being a consensus board all the time, and I don't think that this is necessarily a bad conversation to have.
And on this, I think I'll say I'm supportive of the flexibility. It's here at the end of the year. I think it's just, do we have to be specific and say it needs to be in a PDF? And I know, Mr. Bishop, you cautioned that not necessarily be worth much, but I think it actually is. And I think, that's all I would add at this point, as opposed to trying to shift what is otherwise the lessening of the burden of the time frame and time step of the lateral reporting.
I just want to say that thought had crossed my mind previously, and I feel like it would get to an end result that I'd be comfortable with if we could find a way to describe that.
I know Mr. Bishop's concern was, look, you're going to get a bunch of spreadsheets that are maybe just as bad as having a bunch of PDFs, but actually a PDF is very different than a spreadsheet, and I think that'd be worth it. So
that's fine. I mean, I'm not here to substitute my opinion, but I do think that it doesn't solve the issue that Brian was bringing up, which is that it puts the burden on us to take individual pieces of information from systems and analyze them one by one.
To board member, to board member Morgan's point, though, where there are records that are problematic of systems that are struggling, that are having a high degree of these conditions with the lateral spills or what have you, the regional boards can then go and request, further information from them.
But they don't know that if they're, they know that if they're surface water, right? That's what they know. They're getting notified that by surface water. Otherwise, the only way that the regional boards know that is by going into these PDFs annually. So I think what I would like to just figure out, and I appreciate we may have differing opinions, that's fine. I just want to explore a little bit if there is some middle ground here, because it seems to me we want to have some way of being able to flag when there are flag through efficient electronic data means, when there are significant spills that are happening, especially cumulatively. Some of the numbers that you mentioned, I don't think that means, I think there could be reduced reporting requirements, but I think finding a way, maybe it's annually reporting that number rather than just in a PDF, putting it into, CWIX or whatever it is. I kind of liked the idea of even just the number and volume, as long as you're putting it into an electronic database. But something, I honestly, I don't feel comfortable approving something that is continuing this. We're just going to pump out PDF reports and put it on overworked, under-resourced staff that aren't going to be able to read them to actually enforce. Sorry, I know this is enforce programs. I think we need to be in this 21st century. Permitting, which is what this is trying to make efficient use of everyone's time that's focused on outcome metrics. And I think some basics on what is the number and volume of spills, regardless of where they're at, seems really important. And so the frequency or the details I have less concern over, but if there is a pathway for a simplified but still electronic data point, I would really hope we could try to find that.
Mr. Moore.
Yes, I'd like to speak to that question because Board Member Firestone made a statement that I think might be a misunderstanding of what is proposed. Currently, there are monthly no spill certification reports lodged by all dischargers not dischargers, but enrollees in the general permit. And so the proposal is to also include a category 4 only certification, which would include number and volume of spills. So there'd be a monthly tracking that is proposed electronically that could be rolled up using the CWIX database. What you don't get is the geospatial information and the 11 or 21 or whatever 5 or whatever that are uploaded into CWIX. And there's a process, it depends on the agency. Some are more informal. Some, like the city of Riverside was telling us the other day, they have to get, there's an approval process for submitting CWIX data that's fairly, involved, and because it's a legal certification under penalty of perjury. So what we were trying to emphasize is that these are largely 99.9% process control issues, performance issues, but not discharge, not water quality issues. And I thought that's what I meant by our common understanding, that it's okay to relegate this data to a different level, and you can still track the trends. You still have all of the transparency, just a little bit less of the specificity and quote unquote legality of the reporting. So you can still get the performance, and each of us have CMMS systems, computer systems, where you can come in and see all of the data that we've used to come up with the calculations of the volumes. Because after all, right, we got to prove it's 49 gallons versus 51, right? And that's all up to us individually to document as part of our compliance. Another nuance here, I wanted to acknowledge that not all collection systems own the lower laterals, right? And so those that own the lower laterals, they're subject to the actions of others. It's not the collection system that's managing that, it's the owner of the private lateral. And so what they've voiced in this discussion and negotiation is, gee, our data look worse than everybody else's because we happen to own the lower laterals. So I think staff was trying to come up with a compromise so they didn't have a perceived performance issue vis-a-vis those who don't own lower laterals. So that's one important nuance.
Can I just make sure I understand the first point? Because I think this is the core of what I may be misunderstanding. Is there electronic reporting of the number and volume? Even just, it sounded like you were saying monthly, but for the laterals?
No, that's
currently.
So the proposal in front of you is not what Steve was discussing. He's discussing his proposal, which is different. What's before you is all spills. We're not talking about laterals now because that's what we're talking. So all spills get reported, and there's 11 items, not 50, that need to be filled in. So it's a streamlined version for the for the category 4. On laterals, what if it is not caused by the sewer system? The proposal before you is there's nothing in CWIX. It comes in the annual report. And so, all right, so I'm just trying to clarify that there's two different things that we're talking about. Current permit, everything's reported.
And
that's true. And I wanted you to know that our proposal that Mary Cousins put up, that we would like you to consider, even though, we respect very much your concern about data management. If you were to do what we proposed, you would still get the monthly certifications, and a monthly tracking of the number of category 4s, that you just wouldn't get the CWIX upload. That's so sorry about confusing that.
No, that's helpful.
But
Yeah,
there
that
are a
was
lot
on
of things
category
here at
4.
play. But just wanted you to know that
Yeah.
the proposal from the sanitary agencies would still be trackable from a data standpoint.
And is there an annual report into CWIX that where there would be an opportunity to put in cumulative and volumetric data that water systems are going to be doing anyway that could include the laterals in that? I think that's really probably what it comes down to for me is like, are these water systems already doing annual reports into CWIX where they can include the number and volume for laterals as well, rather than not including it into CWIX, rather than only doing it as a PDF? Is there not anything like that?
Not currently, but we can program CWIX to reflect what's required in the order. May I just provide a clarification, because I'm hearing so many different numbers and the FRUS is like, where do they get that number? For lateral reporting on the individual spill information that right now is proposed to be record kept, there's 5 items: the date and time that the enrollee was notified, the location of the spill, the estimated spill volume, the spill cause, and the description of how the volume was estimated. So why is it 49 and not 51? So that's for the lateral spills. For the category 4 spills, there are 11 items, which are those similar 5 items, plus did the spill go into a storm drain? Did it get cleaned up? And things like that. So I just want that provide you the clarification. And this is in the proposed order, which is greatly reduced from the existing order.
Yeah, I think everyone's thinking of the existing order and the requirements in there and just mapping them over.
And could we take that further on the proposal that's before us? On the category 4 would be reporting on 3 points, right?
No,
Okay.
11.
Yes. Oh, no, the proposal that the Mary Cousins.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Staff is proposing 11, but on 2 points. Okay. Volume and number. Okay. And then on lateral, Board Member Firestone, you were headed to, seeking compromise here, seeing if you were headed to annual electronic on reduced number of reporting points, but I wasn't quite following what you were suggesting.
Yeah, I think, rather than requiring it on a monthly basis, if they just did, the more cumulative numbers and volume on an annual basis, but actually into CWIX rather than in a PDF.
How do you feel about that, Vice Chair? Yeah.
I mean, it's just the method of reporting. Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I'm fine with collecting rolled up information and making that publicly available. I think that's absolutely fine.
And the CWIX,
That part, that's fine.
That, I think that's what I'm concerned about, is having that go into is having it be not a PDF, but going into CWIX.
May I ask for clarification, please?
Yeah.
So the roll up on the annual reporting, would that be the total volume and total number of spills that year? Or would it be 12 entries for total volume and total number each month?
I would think the latter is a little more useful because, for enforcement and other folks, but I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, agreed.
And that's just fine. I'm not trying to argue, but the request, the reason this was even considered of moving laterals is that publicly owned laterals will have more spills than companies that they're privately owned, because we don't require privately owned laterals to be entered into anything.
Right.
And there's a reason for that because they're privately owned. And so I think you should ask the folks if it makes them any happier to do it 12 entries in one time of the year or do them monthly, because you're really asking for monthly information at the end of the year. And it would be much better for us, I think, to have it entered on a monthly basis than once at the end of the year. But, if they don't care, that's what I'd suggest.
Well, looking at it from a cost of compliance perspective, and I agree that asking those that are filling out the reports.
Does anyone want to step up and provide any further thought?
I was thinking maybe we can add 2 fields into civics for enrollees, just to add the number of their lateral and the volume for that month. And then at the end of the year, they submit their PDF report with details of those 5, because they already keep records of those items, and the regional board can just send an email to the enrollee or a phone call and ask for the record.
Yeah, I'm seeing some nods in the room, and I think board member, I think it's a good compromise. I think that works for us.
If I could just throw my last
Oh,
opinion
please,
out there.
Mr. Elder. It's to
Gotta
say
get
how
my voice
great a
in.
compromise it is right now. Go. Please.
The Office of Enforcement would like to see any lateral spills that are from enrollee-owned assets. So again, these are spills from assets they own. They're required to maintain and operate. We want to see that spill data as it occurs. And again, I realize that most lateral spills are likely in that small volume, possibly high frequency or high number category, but it's possible that with some of these laterals that are coming from high rises, that are coming from, that spill may occur in the lower lateral that's owned by the agency, and it could be significant volume. And I think the agency that I brought up today, and again, I didn't fully vet that data, but in reality, a significant number of their spills are likely to drop off of that high frequency reporting or the routine reporting that's currently happening now, because they own those laterals. And at least from my spot check, every one that I looked at was a lateral spill, lateral cause.
Thank you, Mr. Elder.
Hi, if I may. I'm
Please.
Laura Drayvant. I'm an attorney with the Office of Enforcement. And as you can see, we ran out of chairs and nameplates today. So I've been hanging out in the back. But I want to emphasize again that the point of this isn't just cost compliance or the cost of regulating. It's public safety. So in the example that Brian gave us, we could have a category 2 significant spill to a surface to land. Significant amount that is not addressed until the quarterly or annually report. And it could be sitting out there. And in a lot of situations where these spills happen, it's because the infrastructure has not been updated recently because there isn't any funding. So please take a look at it in that way. The public health is an issue. It's of utmost importance here. And so these lateral spills, which are a very big concern for us because they happen so often, can subject public people and dogs and kids and everyone you can think of to raw sewage sitting out in the open because it didn't get reported to the water board in a timely manner.
Thank you. And I think, the monthly ping and then the roll up, I think is a good compromise, and it gets us that data on a more monthly time base. Okay, well, are there any other?
I just have one
Oh,
more.
please.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
this is good. Well, and Mr. Kazi said that the adoption in 2013 was way worse in items that were brought before the board for this. We're good.
No,
We're
I
still
think,
good.
I
No,
think
thank you,
we're
Vice
there,
Chair, please.
but my read, I did pull up the language and I'm still a little unclear on the system operator. And Mr. Loeffler, have you had a chance to take a look at it?
Talking about the LORO,
Yes.
the legally responsible officer issue. It's an issue that I'd like to discuss with the staff. I have language, but I want to make sure that the team has had a chance to think about it, and
Okay.
they haven't seen it yet. So
Mhm.
I figured we'd be taking a break because you've got a fairly significant list of items that
You
want
mean
them to
you
go through.
haven't been live? Just kidding. No, kidding. Well, before we do that, were there any other items that have not been ticked off, gone through at this point?
I don't know that I mean, it's out there, but I don't know that we opined on the category for the, going from what staff is proposing at 11 to the Mary Cousins proposal of 2 reporting points. And I'm comfortable with the stakeholder proposal.
Yeah, I am as well. I mean, I think, again, we're talking about the lowest risk spills, 49 gallons or less. So just to be clear. So, and that would be a significant savings in terms of the amount of reporting that's required. So for me, that resonated, and actually aligning it in this way would now make it match up perfectly with what we just agreed to in terms of the lateral reporting. So actually, it would actually make it even simpler for the enrollees to understand what they need to report. So I'm inclined to support it as well.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. And I think looking at other board members, Board Member Morgan.
I'm comfortable, but now I'm confused. So what's the proposal for to roll them up and with the number? What's the total, or was it?
Here's my understanding, and
For
then
each.
Sorry, the proposal that was presented by stakeholders that Vice Chair and Board Member McGuire just suggested, or they would be comfortable with, was specific to Category 4 spills, and then we just had discussed the laterals, right? So I think the idea is consistent with both of those would be reporting monthly into CWIX, I think. The cumulative, the number and the volume monthly for Category 4 spills, and then for laterals. And then that would get rolled up.
Okay.
So-
we'd be getting monthly data, but it would be cumulative.
So the one question I have, to clarify when we go off to work on this is, all right, at the end of the year, under the laterals, they're supposed to produce a report that describes all the other pieces. Is that going in CWIX? Is that going as a PDF? Is that going at a Excel spreadsheet? Well, that's one. And then the other is for the less than 50, are they adding that information that's in the laterals? We would want it to be the same, I
Right.
think. And how do we want that reported?
I'm going to go on a limb here and suggest Excel spreadsheet.
I would say digital format. Yes. Some sort of digital format, but not necessarily in CWIX, because I thought the thought was we're going to remove the requirement to enter in all the detailed information into CWIX on these.
Okay, so we are going to reduce their requirement from 11 to 9 entries on each of these spills. 11 to 2, excuse me.
Right.
On the monthly, yes. Well,
It's actually quite a bit less than that. So each month would just be a rolled up number, like an aggregate number of how many spills and the volume. And then at the end of the year, they would provide, I think, the 11 data points in a spreadsheet table or some digital format.
Yeah, digital format.
Okay, got it.
So actually, all the information will still be provided, all of the information, just in that table at the end of the year. Did I get that right?
For the low threat.
Wait, so but at the end of the year, it would go into CWIX, not just be a random spreadsheet?
It would be a random.
It'd be a random spreadsheet. Is there a way that we can at least be trying to facilitate that going into CWIX rather than going into going into a random spreadsheet. If they're going to be reporting it anyway.
We can design CWICs to implement the order. So we can have DIT design CWICs so that at the end of the year, they enter in for category 4, the 11 elements for each individual spill, which they have done the record keeping.
I think
Walter, can you
CWICs would
confirm?
be, yeah.
We can design CWICs that way.
Correct.
Right? Thank you.
So
I saw a huddle over there
I'm
wondering
not
if
sure
you
they're
all,
going to find that to be any benefit.
let me see. Let me see the
A clarification
acceptability.
on terminology is that CWICs, the word CWICs doesn't imply tabular format. CWICs can take PDF files too. So our proposal was to turn items into CWICs, but in a PDF format. So they would still be retrievable on the public side, but when the public retrieves the information, it would be a PDF. That was the proposal.
Yeah, and from just a red flag perspective, doesn't the information that would go in a data format raise a flag such that if NGOs and others wanted to look into it further, that would assist them to narrow down which PDFs they may want to open up, as opposed to the frustration that Mr. Elder was talking about, going through every single one in order to make that
Because
determination.
then you would at least know where to look, right?
So that would be using a PDF, but I heard that we're not asking for a PDF, but we're asking for some sort of electronic format.
See, I just don't want to, I think the order as is says PDF. We can just remove the word PDF. And what I would like to see, I mean, I know CWICs can accept an Excel file as well, is, something more of a usable format. Mr. Kazi.
I agree with your words. Just use acceptable digital format or acceptable whatever format, and then that can be worked out later on, just like your mapping is going to be worked out later on with the data review group.
Right.
And so,
yeah, and it would be a great topic for the data review team. So as to create, maybe a template that everyone just uses, and then, you facilitate and I appreciate Mr. Elder. I know that this is a balance here on what are otherwise resources that we have to spend internally. So, okay. And Vice Chair, please.
Sorry,
No, don't be sorry in the
more,
least.
just because
This is good.
This
We
has
need
been
to.
just a really interesting discussion, and I do appreciate that where we have compromised here, that there is an interest in moving towards more comprehensive data collection. And so I think a report back on the implementation efforts and just overall implementation and how things are going, focusing also on those smaller agencies and capacity building would help us as we or a future board moves to the next generation.
Thank you.
So I
Any
would like to
clarifications? Yeah.
make sure I know that I've got all the pieces.
Yes, please.
So I have resolution language needed to direct staff to continue working through implementation on as the order moves forward after adoption.
Yeah, and some sort of group or reference to, a convening.
I would just say working with the stakeholders in the data management group and others.
And the divisions, specifically DFA.
And the divisions, yes. Okay. I also have changed the spill management report to align with the implementation of the order to 6 months so that they're both aligned at the same time. I have changed the sampling from 12 to 18 hours. I have provide language that for the legally responsible owners so that we can deal with the contracting and support issues so that it's clear, but we don't have to have someone in a small town that has all these things. In section 3.3.2, Tim Regan is got some a change in the wording that I just don't remember what it is right now, but that's what I wrote down. And
Exfiltration.
and then the main issue is on category 4 and agency-owned laterals. We are going to require an individual entry for the number of spills that are less than 50 gallons in the total gallons, and an entry that says the number of spills and the total volume from publicly owned laterals. At the end of the year, they will submit them slightly more detailed information, the 11 points in a suitably electronic format to the board.
Yeah, and I think it sounds like the implementation team will be working on how to make that as easy and useful as possible.
And I think there's 2 other things. One would be the emergency response plans and aligning the timing.
I did that.
Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And 12 to 18 hours.
I did that.
I was blanking out. I was
What
like
I
staring
didn't
off into
do
space. I was staring off into space.
Was
Apologize.
proximity.
Okay.
That's the one I forgot.
Proximity.
And,
Okay.
And we
Thank
will
you.
add that proximity language.
How much time would you all like at this
We'll
point?
be back in 12 to 18 hours.
Another week for the change sheet. 30, 20?
We
How-
will not get it done in 20 minutes. There's
Let's
just too
do
many
30.
people. Let's give us 45 minutes. so that we can
45?
Actually,
I'll give you all 45 then, and we'll return here at 5:45. Apologies to folks. I know it carries us a bit more further into the evening here. There is perhaps a holiday party we tried to have this evening too, but it's fine. No, it's fine. Okay, 45 minutes, and we will be back at 5:45.
Holiday music.
Hi, everyone. I know it's past 5:45. We're going to give folks another 5 or so minutes to wrap up things. So just wanted to check in for those of you waiting. Thanks for everyone. Just another check-in, everyone. It'll be another 10 minutes, I'm hearing. So sorry for it going longer still. Thanks, everyone, for the patience. Thanks, everyone. I think we need just a moment or two more and appreciate everyone's good patience.
To take a little time when it comes up to compliment Michael on the formatting and the headers.
Nary a comma out of place.
So I think you're a little off on the 2:30 ending time.
2:30?
I think that's what you said.
No, I said if we start by 2:30
Oh.
on this item, we might be up by 5. But that's-
Okay, everyone. Appreciate your patience and more importantly, everyone's just really great work synthesizing what I know was a lot of discussion and a lot of points. And I know in some of our requests, a lot of references throughout the document for these changes. So just thanks, everyone. And I'll kick things over to Mr. Lawford.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel. And what we are going to walk through now, and it's going to be a team effort, and it really was an incredible effort in the break room. You have a good program staff who've been working on this item, and I'm going to do my best to kind of narrate as we go along, but so people could follow. These are not broken down by subject matters, and we are not, as we bring up this, display this change sheet, we are not going through the entire order. We are only showing changes that are being made to specific sections of the order based on direction from the board. To the extent that any of these sections were touched by change sheets 1 and 2, what will be displayed up here is a consolidated set of changes that would reflect all the changes cumulatively through change sheets 1, 2, and now change sheet 3 that's being displayed on the board. There are other sections, of course, that were affected by change sheets 1 and 2 that will not be affected. So a motion at the end will need to adopt all 3 change sheets. So the first change is actually in the findings. And this is designed, the first set of changes you see here, portions of, and not all yet many, were incorporated from a prior change sheet. The sole change being made here as a new change is in the second paragraph, and it's the addition in line 4 of the second paragraph after additionally of the phrase if in close proximity. This is the exfiltration issue that had been raised by Ms. Thorne. And that is the sole change needed in the order to affect that change. You'll note the dots at the end that indicates that there are additional sections between 3.2.4 and 3.3.2 that are not displayed here. The next edit is to another edit triggered by comments from Ms. Thorne. It's to section 3.3.2. And it's in the second line, we strike, or the third line strikes designates, and then continues all waters of the state with certain exceptions, comma, and then inserts as, or strikes as and inserts are. Suitable for potentials or potentially suitable for municipal or domestic supply. This is the sources of drinking water issue and making clear that the sources of drinking water policy did not actually make the designations. The next edits are in section 5 of the order itself, and these are the legally responsible official edits. I will read them into the record in their entirety, but let me explain what they're doing. First of all, they're making clear that there is one legally responsible official, and some of the language has been contracted so that it's clear that they have overall authority, even if they may not necessarily have the expertise themselves. And so what we would do is modify the first sentence. It will read, the enrollee shall designate, and then strike at least, and essentially just pick up the A from at least so that it's a legally responsible official that has, and then strike the appropriate knowledge and expertise of, and insert authority to ensure, and then resume with the enrolled sanitary sewer system complies, and then insert complies with this order. And then the rest of the sentence remains the same and is authorized to serve as a duly authorized representative. That just makes it clear there's one person who's got overall responsibility for compliance. Then when we get to the end of that paragraph, it previously enumerated a number of authorities that the expertise and that the legally responsible official must have. And instead, we have it read, the legally responsible official must, and then insert have or have direct authority over individuals. And then we pick up with the enumerated skill sets that were in the original order. You'll note again, there is some additional language that appeared below that that's not replicated here. That's just those asterisks that are converted automatically. Dots indicate that it picks up with the existing language in the order. Next section that was edited was 5.12, which is the spill response plan. This is an area where what we are essentially doing was undoing a number of edits from one of the change sheets so that we could align so that everything would be 6 months after adoption. And then, so the only changes that are actually picked up are if you go through here in the first paragraph for existing enrollees, you'll see in the third line, there was a period that was struck after section 6. That was a cleanup from one of the change sheets that still needed to be maintained. But what we've done is we've removed some of the language from the change sheet that made it 6 months after the effective date. So now it's adoption date, and this is aligning all of the reporting requirements. And then in the next paragraph for new enrollees, there was an error in referencing the spill response plan that was in, I believe, change sheet 1 that is picked up again here in the language. And then finally, at the tail end of this section, we have one of the cleaning and disinfecting changes that was reflected in a prior change sheet, just getting picked up here. Moving along, the next suite of changes are in attachment E1. And the first is in 2.3.2, where in the third line of 2.3.2, the sampling is changed from 12 to 18 hours in the receiving water. And then again, there are sections that are omitted and not displayed here. The next change is in section 3.4. And this is the first of a series of changes that are designed to deal with the monthly reporting of total spills and spill volumes. So in this change sheet also incorporates a number of edits from prior change sheets, so that you see a lot of red line going on here that are not actually new changes, but they're just picking up changes from the prior change sheets. So in 3.4 in the heading, we specify instead of quarterly, we're talking about monthly. And then in the first sentence, the most important additions are to pick up the monthly and the total spills and volume. So it reads, the enrollee shall report and certify, and then insert the estimated total spill volume exiting the sanitary sewer system, comma, and the total number of, and then we pick up with all category 4 spills to the online SWRCB sanitary sewer database. And then pick up with strikes from quarter, we strike quarterly within 15 days after the end of the calendar quarter in which the spills occurred, and then insert new within 30 calendar days after the end of the month in which the spills occurred. Again, all the next changes are designed to deal with the move from the deletion of the tables, which I think are from a prior change sheet. Is that correct? Or just removing the quarterly references. And then I want to just take a moment to see, you'll see a number, the 11 different reporting elements here that are being stricken from the monthly reporting and quarterly reporting. Those will get picked up later in the annual report later. So just pay attention to that. It's a lot of red line here, but it's getting picked up in an annual and added later in the annual. Next amendment is in section 3.5. And this is solely a conforming change to remove and category 4 spills from the amended certified spill reports because that's picked up elsewhere, as we'll see below. In section 3.6, second bullet point, well, actually, I should say in 3.6, we see category 4 and or laterals and category 4 spills and spills being inserted. And this is so that we can conform the category 4 and lateral spills to the monthly reporting and what the expectations are for the annual that come later. So this is all about the annual, and we now have a unified requirement for them for both category 4 and lateral spills. In the second bullet point, we strike PDF and then insert a clause after report that reads in an appropriate digital format, and then comma, and then pick back up with of all, and then insert record keeping of, and then resume with the rest of the bullet points, spills to the online SWRCB sanitary database. Again, this is just conforming that the annual report is going to be in a digital format, and what the data elements in it are specified below. And if staff, if I'm over or understating anything, please step in. Next change, and again, there's a lot of sections that were affected by the rolling up of what's being reported monthly and then what will ultimately be in the annual reports. So section 3.7 is the monthly certification of no spills or category 4, and then we add and or non-category 1 lateral spills only, picking up with the spills only. And then the first full paragraph of it is designed to enumerate the different categories that will be required to report monthly. And so to affect that change, we have it read if either insert an enumerated 1, and then pick up no spills occurring during a calendar month, or insert enumerated parenthetical 2, only category 4, comma, and then insert and or enrollee owned and or operated lateral, and then resume spills, and then insert that parenthetical that do not discharge to a surface water, close parenthetical, and then resume occur during a calendar month. And again, this is just conforming the changes so that we get all of that information in the particular month. Continuing on down into the rest of the paragraph, after category 4, we add in the additional conforming change of and or non-category 1 lateral, and then pick up with spills only certification statement. Continuing 2 lines down, that same change occurs again, the and or non-category 1 lateral spills after category 4, and then resumes spills that will be reported and then striking quarterly to annually. And again, this is the direction from the board before the break. And then picking up with per section, and then it's actually 3.6 instead of 3.4 of this attachment. And then the rest of 3.7 remains the same. Then jumping down, the next edits are within the record keeping section. And again, these are some of the same issues, trying to consolidate and coordinate the category 4 spills and lateral spills reporting. So the record keeping now is both for category 4 spills and lateral spills, the insertion of the category 4 spills. In the first paragraph, an enrollee must maintain the following records for each individual, and again, inserting category 4 spill and for each individual, and then resume enrollee owned or operated lateral spill and report in accordance to section 3.6, again, conforming the reporting requirement of this attachment, and then pick up with the insertion. And these are the 11 data elements. I'm not going to read those because it will be painful, but those were all the requirements that were previously in the order, I believe, associated with the prior reporting requirements that were going to occur every month. And then picking up for the record keeping for the individual lateral spills, we've added the heading to provide clarity. And then you see the 5 data elements that were already required for those spills previously. Then the next changes are to attachment E2, and all of these changes are conforming changes that are basically summarizing the reporting requirements and changes that have been made above. I'm going to have some language for the motion later so that if there are any cleanup issues that we missed, the clerk has the authority to make those corrections if it's clear that it was the board's intent. But you see the first change in the 3rd row of table E2-1 on the monitoring, where we go from 12 to 18 hours. And again, that's just picking up the change from earlier. And then the next suite of changes are in table E2-4. And all of these changes are designed simply to conform what's going to be reported out based on the requirements from above. So in the 3rd row, the existing bullet points are stricken in their entirety, the first 2 that begin submit. And then we pick up with if during any calendar month, we strike only and do category 4 spills occur, strike no other category spills occur, and then pick up with the existing language certify, and then insert monthly, comma, the estimated total spill volume exiting the sanitary sewer system and the total number of all category 4 spills into, and then strike the category 4 spills only in. And they're going to be reporting it into we pick up with the existing language, the online SWRCB sanitary sewer system database within 30 days at the end of the month. And then a new bullet point designed to conform, which is to upload and certify a report, comma, in an acceptable digital format, comma, of all category 4 spills to the online SWRCB sanitary sewer database system by February 1st after the end of the calendar year in which the spills occur. That is all of the red line changes. I do want to make a couple of points. First of all, there were a lot of interlocking pieces. The intent was clear and the operative language has been clear. We think we've caught most of the cross references, but if the board makes a motion, the motion should adopt change sheets 1, 2, and 3. And I request that it authorize the clerk to make any conforming changes to correct cross references and to affect the intent of the changes made by change sheet 3 to the order. In addition, there was one housekeeping issue that came up that we did not show in red line, which was that in section 6, the word sanitize should be switched to clean to conform to the changes that were made with disinfection throughout. And then the last piece of the recommendations that have been requested, or the changes that have been requested by the board, are the continuing effort to improve implementation and to ensure that there is ongoing coordination with the data review group, stakeholders, and the Division of Financial Assistance. My recommendation is that a final motion, if the board's so inclined to move, would direct staff to continue work with stakeholders, comma, the data review group, comma, and the Division of Financial Assistance, comma, to address issues that arise during implementation of the order and to ensure efficient implementation of the order. That was a lot to digest, but it actually hits all the issues the board requested to be changed: the proximity issue, sources of drinking water issues, monthly roll up for both laterals and for the category 4 spills of spills less than 50 gallons, to ensure that at least monthly we're having reported a total number of spills and volumes, and then it relaxes those requirements that previously fell on the category 4s. And it ensures that at the end of the year, though, in an annual report, you get the key 11 data elements that were in the order as proposed to you earlier today. Did I leave anything out?
I don't believe you left anything out. I was paying attention.
We all were, and incredibly impressed for, again, the effort that you all did in really synthesizing what was a lot of discussion before us, and just incredibly appreciative. I look to my colleagues, though, to see if Board Member Morgan, please.
Perhaps, can we bring up the section for Oh, I had some, perhaps one. Okay, scroll down because I think, because we now say the legal responsible official must have or direct authority over individuals. And so the first words of the bullets don't quite go.
Yes, I think if we change after individuals and put that, I think that
Yes.
covers it. Thank you very much.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. Very good catch.
I just have whenever on the direction to staff. I thought we had talked about at the appropriate time to have an information item, report back on implementation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We may be prepared unless anyone has anything.
Well, I just, it's late. I'm sure everyone's hungry. But this has really been a remarkable effort. And I was reflecting back on this as, I've been on the board for 4 years now, which is a little bit hard to believe personally, given everything we've gone through. But this order has been part of my experience being a board member and watching it grow and evolve over the past few years, but really just impressed truly with your engagement and the way you approach this, working with the stakeholder groups, really listening to their thoughts and concerns, setting aside that, we had 5% of the work to do today, but we can celebrate. I think that we got that done. We got over the hill here. So I just really want to commend you for the effort, for putting in the time and taking the time and not rushing this, but still, seeing it through because it is important. It is going to be in place for a very long time. It does mean a lot to the 1,200 enrollees that are out there that actually have to do something with this order and comply with it. And I know it's important to you all. I know it's important to the Office of Enforcement too. As we're trying to work with systems in a way that keeps moving the needle forward, that keeps, advancing what I know California has been as a leader in sanitary sewer management. I mean, I remember the days of CMOM and US EPA thinking about taking some steps in this direction, but California really did step up and become that leader. And this, I think, represents that next logical step. So we couldn't have done it without you. And I just want to thank you all for that. Much appreciated. And I would make a motion, but I'm actually deathly afraid of doing it wrong. Because I couldn't scribble down the additional language fast enough. But if everyone's ready, I would be happy to make it a motion. Okay, I'll move to adopt the order with change sheets 1, 2, and 3, and authorize the clerk to make any conforming changes or cross-reference corrections as required. And then the rest of it is the direction of staff to work with stakeholders. And that's when I lost track.
I think you can simply say that as framed by Chief Counsel Laffer, but as amended by Vice Chair Diadamo with respect to reporting back to the board at an appropriate time.
That sounds good. Let's go with that.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous, and just echo the thanks from Board Member McGuire. And glad we got to like 105% on this project. I look forward to implementation and truly, and thank you everyone for the incredible expertise in this room and everyone that's been part of the discussion. It's meant a lot. Thank you. And with that, it brings us to the end of today's board meeting. We still have items for tomorrow, so
Stay tuned. There's always more at the board. Thank you everyone again for your patience, your time, your discussions today. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you.